statements. The Buddha said to Kashyapa, "O good man! I speak thus in the Gatha for the sake of those Bodhisattvas of the days to come who will study Mahayana. I do not do so for the sake of Sravakas. As I said above, when the days of wonderful Dharma come to an end and when the right precepts are violated, when violation of the precepts increases in extent and when evil deeds go unchecked, when saints are hidden and not one is to be met with, when bhikkhus accept or keep impure things and servants, there will appear one of these four who will shave his head and practice the way. All the bhikkhus of that time will receive and keep impure things and servants, knowing no difference between the pure and impure, rules and non-rules. This person, 69 intending to teach such bhikkhus, softens the light and does not get mixed up with evil and well knows what needs to be done and what the Buddha does. He sees others committing grave offenses, yet he sits silent and does not take part in such offenses. Why not? Because I appear in the world to establish and protect the right teaching. That is why I sit silently and do not reproach the offenders. O good man! Such a person, though violating the rules, is not classed as one who violates the rules of a disciple, because of his protecting of the teaching. O good man! A king dies from an illness, for example, and his son, the crown prince, is still young and not yet able to ascend the throne. There is a Kandala, a despised mixed caste person, born of a Sudra father and Brahmin mother who is rich and whose wealth is inestimable. He has many relatives. In the end, using force, he takes advantage of the weak condition of the state and usurps the throne. Before long, the people, Upasakas, Brahmins and others revolt and flee to far distant countries. There are people who do not flee, but who do not wish to see the king, such as the rich and the Brahmins who will not leave their native land, just like the trees, which grow where they find themselves and where they die. The Kandala king, seeing the subjects leaving the country, sends Kandala men to block all the roads. Also, after 7 days, he has men beat drums and proclaim to all the Brahmins, to any person who performs the ceremony of Abhiska, a consecration ceremony, involving sprinkling water on the head, half of the land will be given. They hear this, but no Brahmin comes forward. All say, how could a Brahmin do such a thing? The Kandala king further says, if no Brahmin comes to be my teacher, I shall assuredly make the Brahmins live, eat, sleep, and work together with the Kandalas. If any Brahmin comes and sprinkles water on my head, I will give him half my land. As it is said, so shall it be done. Also, all wonderful Amrita Ambrosia, that thing of Trayastrimsa heaven which works all the miracles of deathlessness, will also be given to such a man. At that time, there was the son of a Brahmin, one very young. He was perfect in pure actions, wore his hair long, and was well versed in incantations. He went to the king and said, O great king! What you, king, say will all be carried out by me. The king was pleased and let this boy perform the Abhiska. All the Brahmins heard about this and were vexed. They reproached the boy, saying, You, the son of a Brahmin, how could you perform the Abhiska on a Kandala? Then the king gave the boy half of his kingdom, and together they reigned over the kingdom. A long time passed. Then the Brahmin boy said to the king, I rejected my family tradition and came to you to become your teacher, and I taught you, king, all the intricate contents of incantation. And yet you do not befriend me. Then the king answered, In what way do I not befriend you? The Brahmin boy said, I have not yet tasted the Amrita which the late king left in your hands. The king said, Well said. O my great teacher! I did not know. If you desire to use it, please take this Amrita too. Your home. Then the Brahmin boy, at the king's word, took the Amrita home and invited all the ministers, and partook of it. All the ministers, having had it, said to the king, "It is wonderful that the great teacher has the Amrita." On hearing this, the king said to his teacher, "How is it, O great teacher, that you taste the Amrita with all the ministers and yet do not show any of it to me?" Then the Brahmin boy gave the king a poisonous potion. On taking the poison, the king became mad and fell to the ground. He lay there unconscious, like a dead man. Then the Brahmin boy called back the previous king, restored him to the throne and said, "The lion's seat, i.e. throne, cannot, by law, be occupied by any Kandala. I have not yet heard since of old that a Kandala ever sat on the royal throne. It can never be that a Kandala could reign over the state and govern the people. O great king! You should now succeed the former king and govern the state righteously and lawfully." Having thus disposed of things, he gave an antidote potion to the Kandala and let him awaken. After he had awoken, he was driven out of the country. Now, this boy, acting as he did not lose the prestige of the Brahmins. And others, on hearing of what had happened, praised his deed and said that this was a thing unheard of. They said, "Well done, well done! You have indeed got rid of the Kandala king. It is the same with me. O good man! After my entry into nirvana, the bodhisattvas who guard wonderful dharma will also act thus. Using expedient means, they will behave just like those priests who transgress against the precepts, who are priests only in name and who receive and store up impure things. And when they see a 70 person who, though seemingly violating the precepts, nevertheless cures those evil pyxis who are transgressing against the prohibitions, they will go to him, respect and worship him, and do all such things as offering the four things, i.e. clothing, drink, bedding, and medicine and sutras and utensils. If these things are not ready at hand, they should devise means and go to Danapatis, beg from them and then give their gifts. To do this, they may store up the 8 impure things, i.e. such as gold, silver, manservants, maidservants, cows, sheep, grain, and storehouses. Why? Because this can mend the ways of the evil-acting pyxis. This is as in the case of the boy who conquered the Kandala. Then, the bodhisattvas may again respect and worship this person. Though the person may also receive and store up the 8 things, this can well pass by with impunity. Why? Because this bodhisattva desires to reject and cure all wicked pyxis and to enable the pure-hearted pyxis to live in peace and to enable the Vaipulya Mahayana Sutras to prevail in the world and benefit heaven and earth. O good man! That is why I put the 2 gathas in the sutra and had all bodhisattvas praise those who protect dharma. This is similar to the Upasakas and Brahmins who all praised the boy, saying, "Well done, well done." The same will also apply to dharma-protecting bodhisattvas. Should anyone see a dharma-protecting person working with precept-breaking persons, and say that that person is committing a sin, know that the person who says this is himself inviting misfortune upon his own self, and that the person who protects dharma has no connections with sin. O good man! If any bhiksu breaks the precepts and, out of arrogance, does not repent, such is really a breach of the prohibitions. A bodhisattva who, while committing a violation, does so to protect dharma, is not called one who commits a violation. Why not? Because he has no arrogance, but confesses and repents. That is why I repeat in the sutra and say in the gatha. If there is a person who knows dharma, whether that person is old or young, such a one should be revered, respected and worshipped, just as in the case of the Brahmins who pay worship to fire and serve chakra of the second heaven, i.e. Trayastrimsa. On account of this, not for those wishing to learn the Sravaka teaching, but for bodhisattvas do I speak thus in the Gatha. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! If it is the case that the Bodhisattva Mahasattva may thus act without restraint as regards the precepts, can the Shila precepts originally received remain intact and genuine? The Buddha said, O good man! Do not speak thus. Why not? The Shila first received remains intact and is not forfeited. If one transgresses, one repents. Having repented, one is pure. O good man! When a river bank dam is old and has holes in it, water inevitably leaks out. Why? Because nobody has had it repaired. When once repaired, water cannot leak out. It is the same with the Bodhisattva. When Shila is violated, there follows posita confession, receiving a new Shila, and the hours of freedom come. The monastic duties are carried out, but the Vinaya rules are not, as in the case of the bank with holes in it through which water leaks out. Why not? If there is no one who upholds Shila, the size of the Sangha will decrease and there will come about moral laxity and indolence, which will grow. If there are those who are pure in their deeds and who observe the precepts, the original Shila remains perfect and holds good. O good man! A person who is loose, careless in the vehicle, i.e., overall direction of Mahayana Buddhadharma, is indeed loose, and a person who is loose regarding the precepts is not loose. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is not loose regarding the teachings of this Mahayana, i.e. awakening to the real state of existence. This is the observance of the precepts. He guards well wonderful Dharma and bathes himself in the waters of Mahayana. Thus, though the Bodhisattva violates the precepts, he is not truly loose as regards the precepts. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, there are 4 kinds of people in the Sangha. It is as with the mango, where it is difficult to know when it is ripe. How can we know the difference? 71 between a violation and a non-violation of the precepts? The Buddha said, O good man! Basing oneself on the all-wonderful Great Nirvana Sutra, it is easy to know. How can one know? By looking into the Great Nirvana Sutra? As an example, a farmer plants rice, and weeds out the tares weeds in the paddy field. One looks at the field with the fleshly eye and says that it is a fine field. But when harvesting comes around, we now see that the tares and rice are different. Thus, 8 things indeed defile the priest. If thoroughly done away with, we see that he is pure. When a person observes the precepts and does not violate them, this is hard to distinguish with the fleshly eye. If evil arises, this is easy to see. It is as in the case of the tares in the paddy field, which can easily be seen. The same with the bhiksu. If he is able to make away with the 8 impure poisonous serpents, we call him pure in a holy field of wheel. He will be made offerings by man and God. It is not easy to see the karma results of pure deeds clearly with the fleshly eye. Also, next, O good man! Imagine that there was a forest of Kalaka bambusa vulgaris. The trees were numerous, among which there was one called Tintoka dios pyros embryo teres. The fruits of the Kalaka and Tintoka look alike, and it is difficult to distinguish them one from the other. When the fruit was ripe, a woman picked it all. Only 1 part was Tintoka, 10 parts being Kalaka. The woman, not knowing the difference, took these to the market and spread them out for sale and sold them. Dull-minded people and children, not knowing such things well, bought the Kalaka, ate it and died. A learned person heard about this and asked the woman, O woman! Where did you get this from? At that, the woman pointed out the direction. Everybody said, in that direction, there are innumerable kalaka trees, only one is Tintuka. All the people, learning of this, laughed, cast away the fruit and went away. The case is thus. O good man! It is the same with the 8 impure things regarding beings. Amongst people, there are many who take 8 such things. Only one is pure, he who observes the precepts and does not take the 8 impure things. He knows well that all people receive and store up things contrary to the precepts, and yet he acts together with them and does not leave them. He is like the one Tintuka amongst all the trees in the forest. There is an Upasaka who sees Bhikshus all transgressing, so he does not pay respect or make offerings along with the other people. If this person does desire to offer something, however, he first asks, O great ones! Is it right to receive and store up 8 such things? Are these things which the Buddha has permitted or not? If the answer is that the Buddha has permitted them, he will ask, can you attend the Posada and Pravarana? Thus does this Upasaka ask. At this, all answer, the Tathagata pities and permits us 8 such things. Then, the Upasaka says, in Jetavana, there were many Bhikshus who said that the Buddha had permitted the possession of gold and silver, or that he did not. If any Bhikshus said that the Buddha had permitted such things, those persons in the not permitted camp did not live together with those who said gold, etc. was permitted, did not talk with them about the precepts, or confess to them, or drink the water of the same river and did not share with those others what brought in profit. How can you say that the Buddha gave permission? The Buddha, the God of all gods, may well receive such, but you, the Sangha, may not. If there are those who receive such, do not talk about the precepts with them, or confess, or do karman, the ritualistic actions of a bhiksu when receiving shila or making confession, but act as the Sangha should act. If one talks together with the unrighteous monks about shila, confesses to them, or does karman, and thus participates in the works of the Sangha, one will, after death, assuredly fall into hell. This is like all those who lost their life through eating the kalaka. Also, next, O good man! For example, there is in the city a drug merchant. He has a wonderfully sweet medicine which comes from the Himalayas. He also sells many other drugs. All of them taste sweet and look alike. People very much desire to buy the drugs, but cannot distinguish the different types. They go to the druggist and ask, do you sell the drug from the Himalayas? The druggist says, yes. A man picks up a drug which is not the one from the Himalayas. The merchant cheats the customer and says to him, this is the sweet drug that I have from the Himalayas. But the buyer is unable to tell the difference. He buys it and takes it back home, thinking, I have got the drug from the Himalayas. The situation is like that. 7-2 Kasyapa. Among the Sravaka priests, there are those who are priests in name only, and there are the true ones, or those who stick together in harmony, also, those who observe the precepts, and those who violate them. All will be made offerings, will be respected and worshipped. But this Upasaka cannot, just by looking, make out which is which. This is like the situation of the man who could not see whether the drug he had was from the Himalayas. Who are the ones who observe, and who those who violate the precepts? Who is a true priest, and who a priest in name only? One with the heavenly eye can well see this. O Kasyapa! If this Upasaka knows that such and such a person is one who transgresses, he will not give him anything, bow or worship him. If he knows that such and such a person receives and stores the 8 impure things, he will not give what he has, not worship or make offerings. Any bhiksu who violates the precepts should not be respected or worshipped just because of the kazaya robe which he wears. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, "Well said, well said. What the Tathagata says is true, not false. I shall accept your word with the greatest respect, for example, just as if I had received an adamantine treasure." Just as the Buddha says, these bhikkhus should stand base themselves on 4 things. What are the 4? They should be based on Dharma, not the person, on the meaning, not the letter, on wisdom, not on consciousness, on import embracing sutras, not on non-import embracing sutras. They should well know these 4 things, but not for such persons. The Buddha said, being based on Dharma means nothing other than basing oneself on the Mahaparinirvana of the Tathagata. All Buddhist teachings are none but Dharmata, essence of Dharma, essence of reality. This Dharmata is the Tathagata. Hence, the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging. Any person who says that the Tathagata is non-eternal does not know Dharmata. Such a person is not one to base oneself upon. All the 4 persons mentioned above appear in the world, protect, realize and become a refuge for all beings. Why? Because they thoroughly understand the deepest points of what the Tathagata says and know that the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging. It is not good to say that the Tathagata is non-eternal and that he changes. The 4 persons, when they are such, are the Tathagata. Why? Because such well understand and speak about the undisclosed words of the Tathagata. One who well understands what is deeply hidden and knows that the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging will never, for profit, say that the Tathagata is non-eternal. Such a person is one to base oneself upon. Why not on those 4 persons? Basing oneself upon Dharma means basing oneself upon Dharmata, not basing oneself on man. Refers to the Sravaka. Dharmata is the Tathagata, and the Sravaka is the created. The Tathagata is eternal, but the Sravaka is non-eternal. O good man! A man might violate the precepts and, for gain, say that the Tathagata is non-eternal and that he changes. Such a person is not one to take refuge in. O good man! This is a definite rule. We say that we base ourselves on the meaning, not the words. The meaning connotes being fully enlightened. Full enlightenment means non-weak. Non-weak is satisfaction. Satisfaction means that the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging. That the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging means that Dharma is eternal. That Dharma is eternal means that the Sangha is eternal. This is basing oneself on the meaning. Do not base yourself on the words. What words are we not to base ourselves on? These are discursive and decorative words. They people sticking to the letter, rather than the spirit, seek out all too greedily and unendingly all the innumerable sutras of the Buddha. Wickedly, skillfully, and flatteringly, they cheat and put on the semblance of friendliness, and displaying thus, they seek profit. Garbed in white, they take up posts, run errands. They also loudly proclaim, the Buddha allows the bhikkhus to keep all kinds of menials and impure things, to trade in gold, silver, rare gems, to store rice, to trade in cows, sheep, elephants, and horses, and thus to seek profit. And also there may arise a famine. And out of pity for the children, the bhikkhus may look for gain profit, store things up, and put up in a house, prepare food by their own hand, and support themselves, instead of from receiving 7-3 alms of others. All such words are not to be depended upon. We say that we base ourselves depend upon wisdom and not upon consciousness. The wisdom alluded to is the Tathagata. If any Sravaka does not well understand the virtues of the Tathagata, such a consciousness is not to be depended upon. If he knows that the Tathagata is the Dharma body, such true wisdom can indeed be depended upon. If a person sees the expedient body of the Tathagata and says that it belongs to the 5 skandhas, the 18 realms, i.e. the 6 sense organs, the 6 sense fields, and the 6 consciousnesses, and the 12 spheres, the 6 sense organs and the 6 sense fields, and that it arises from feeding, such is not to be depended upon. This means that even consciousness is not to be depended upon. If a sutra says thus, it cannot be depended upon. We say that we should base ourselves on the import-embracing sutras, those which dig deep into the true spirit of Buddha Dharma, and not on the non-import-embracing sutras. The non-import-embracing sutras are the Sravaka vehicle. Hearing even the depth-plumbing storehouse of the Buddha Tathagata, doubts raise their heads as regards all things, and the person does not realize that this storehouse arises from the sea of great wisdom, as in the case of a child who cannot distinguish one thing from another. This is the non-grasping of the meaning. The attainment of the meaning is nothing other than the true wisdom of the Bodhisattva. It flows forth from out of the unhindered great wisdom of his mind, as with an adult, for whom there is nothing not known. This is attainment of the meaning. Also, the Sravaka vehicle is the non-grasping non-understanding of the real meaning, and unsurpassed Mahayana is the grasping of the meaning. If a person says that the Tathagata is non-eternal and that he changes, this indicates that this person has not yet arrived at an understanding of the meaning. If a person says that the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging, this shows that that person has arrived at the meaning. If a person says that what the Sravaka says can be understood, this indicates non-grasping of the meaning. If a person says that the Tathagata is a product of feeding, this is non-grasping of the meaning. If a person says that the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging, this is full grasping of the meaning. If a person says that the Tathagata enters nirvana, as in the case of fuel that has burnt out, this is non-grasping of the meaning. If a person says that the Tathagata enters the world of Dharmata, this is grasping the meaning. We cannot depend upon the teaching of the Sravaka. Why not? Because the Tathagata, through expediency, articulates the teaching of the Sravaka just to save beings. This is like the rich man who teaches his son the alphabet. O good man! The Sravaka vehicle is analogous to the situation where a person first tills his land, but has not yet arrived at the harvest. Such is the non-grasping of the meaning. For this reason, one cannot depend upon the Sravaka vehicle. One should take refuge in the teachings of Mahayana. Why? In order to save beings, through expediency the Tathagata expounds Mahayana. Hence, one cannot depend. This is grasping the meaning. One should well know of these 4 things to depend upon. Also, next, we say that we base ourselves upon meaning. Meaning is the honest mind. Honest mind means light. Light means non-weak. Non-weak is the Tathagata. Also, light is wisdom. The honest mind is the eternal. The eternal is the Tathagata. Knowing that the eternal is the Tathagata is to depend upon Dharma. Dharma is the eternal. It also means boundless. It is hard to know. One cannot hold or bind it. And yet one may well see it. If a person says that he cannot see it, one cannot depend upon such a one. That is why we say that we can depend upon Dharma and not upon the person. Also, if a person says that the all-wonderful world is non-eternal, such is not to be depended upon. That is why we base ourselves upon the meaning and not the words. To say that true depends upon wisdom means that the Sangha is eternal, non-created, and unchanging, and that they do not store away the 8 impure things. For this reason, we depend upon wisdom and not on consciousness. If a person says that consciousness makes and consciousness receives, there is No harmony of the Sangha. Why not? Now, harmony means non-possession. If it is non-possession, how could one say eternal? On account of this, consciousness is not to be depended upon. 7.4 We say meaning. Meaning means being satisfied. This is never, to the end, seeking to cheat, to display deportment, pureness, and with arrogance to show that one is of a high position, and thus greedily to seek profit. Also, it is not to show attachment to what the Tathagata says for reasons of expediency. This is arriving at the meaning. If a person abides in this, we may say that this person abides in Paramartha Satya, ultimate reality. That is why we say that we base ourselves on the meaning of the sutras and not on the non-grasping of the meaning. Non-grasping of the meaning relates to what is stated in the sutras, saying that all can be snuffed out, all is non-eternal, all is suffering, all is void, and all is selfless. This is non-grasping of the meaning. How so? Because such a person is not able to grasp the intended meaning, only the appearance of literal meaning. This causes all beings to fall into avicii hell. Why? Because of attachment, as a result of which a person does not grasp the meaning. A person might say that all gets extinguished, implying that the entrance of the Tathagata into nirvana constitutes extinction. A person might say that all is non-eternal, meaning that even nirvana is non-eternal, and the same with suffering, void, and non-self too. That is why we say that such is non-grasping of the import of the sutras. One cannot depend upon such. O good man! There might be a person who says that the Tathagata, pitying all beings, looks to what is apt for the occasion. As he knows what is right for the occasion, he speaks of what is light as heavy and what is heavy as light. The Tathagata knows that all his disciples are supplied with whatever they need by Danapatis. So the Buddha does not allow such persons to receive or keep menials, male or female, gold, silver and gems, or to trade in impure things. When the disciples are not thus supplied by Danapatis, as when there is a famine and food is scarce, he allows them, for the purpose of establishing and protecting wonderful dharma, to receive menials, male or female, gold, silver, vehicles, fields, houses and rice, and to trade in what they have. Although one is allowed to receive and keep such things, these must be given by faithful Danapatis. Then, all such four things are what can be depended upon. If the precepts, Abhidharma, and sutras do not differ from these four, one may depend upon these. If a person says that there are times and non-times, dharma to be protected, and dharma not to be protected, and that the Tathagata allows all bhikkhus to receive and keep such impure things, such should not be depended upon. If the precepts, Abhidharma, and sutras agree with these, such three cannot be depended upon. I speak about these four things for the sake of all beings with fleshly eyes, but it is not for those who have the eye of wisdom. That is why I speak about these four things and say that they are the things to be depended upon. Dharma is dharmata, meaning is saying that the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging. Wisdom is knowing that all beings have Buddha nature but hata, grasping the meaning. Means being well versed in all Mahayana sutras. Chapter 9, On Wrong and Right. Then Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Are we to depend upon the four kinds of people mentioned above? The Buddha said, It is thus, it is thus. O good man! What I say can be depended upon. Why? Because there are four maras. What are the four? It looks, seems, appears as though people hold the sutras and precepts of what Mara has said. Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! You, the Buddha, say that there are four maras. How can we distinguish what Mara says from what the Buddha says? There are people who behave as Mara says and those who follow what the Buddha says. How are we to know these apart? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, 700 years after my entering Parinirvana, this Marapapiyas will spoil my wonderful Dharma. It is like a hunter donning priestly garb. Marapapiyas will also act thus. He will present himself in the form of a Bhiksu, Bhiksunai, Upasaka, or Upasika. Or he may display himself as a Srotapanna or any other grade up to Arhat. Or he may display himself as a living Buddha, the created body of the king. Mara will present itself as a non-created body, thus violating wonderful Dharma. When violating wonderful Dharma, this Marapapiyas will say, the Bodhisattva, once, left Tushita heaven and came down to this earth, to the castle of Kapilavastu, and lived in the palace of 75 Suddhodana. By the conjoined carnal desires of father and mother, he gained birth and manhood. A man, born amongst men, can never be respected by all heaven and earth. He will also say, in the long past, he underwent penance, offered up his head, eyes, marrow, state, wife, and children. Because of this, he attained enlightenment. As a result, he is now respected by man and God, Gandharva, Asura, Kimnara, and Mahoraga. If any sutras or vinayas say thus, know that they are all nothing but what has come out of the mouth of Mara. O good man! The sutras and vinayas may say, it is already a long, long time ago that the Tathagata perfected enlightenment. He now attains enlightenment, all to save beings. He thus shows himself as being born from the conjoined carnal desires of father and mother. He manifests thus, just to accord with what applies in the world. Know that any such sutra or vinaya is truly from the Tathagata. Any person who follows what Mara says is the kindred of Mara. A person who follows the word of the Buddha is a bodhisattva. Any person who says that it is unbelievable that the Buddha walked 7 steps in the 10 directions when he was born is one who but follows what Mara says. If a person says that the Tathagata walked 7 steps in the 10 directions when he was born, all this to manifest himself expediently, such a person stands on bases his words on the sutras and vinayas which the Tathagata has delivered. Any person who follows what Mara says is kindred to Mara. Anyone who follows what the Buddha has said is a bodhisattva. Or a person might say that when the bodhisattva was born, his father, the king, sent men to the heavenly shrines, at which the gods, on seeing him, all came down and worshipped him. Hence, he is the Buddha. Then someone will commit slander and say, heaven appeared first and the Buddha later. How could the heavens worship the Buddha? Whatever is said like this is nothing but the word of Marapapiyas. If any sutra says that the Buddha went to where the devas were and that all such gods as Mahesvara, great Brahma, and Sakrodevanamindra, folding their hands and touching the Buddha's feet with their heads, worshipped him, such a sutra or vinaya is from the Buddha. Any person who follows what Mara says is the kindred of Mara. Any person who follows what the Buddha says is a bodhisattva. If any sutra or vinaya says that the bodhisattva, when as yet a crown prince, had wives, concubines all around out of carnal desire, lived in the depths of the palace, i.e. in the harem, and fully tasted the 5 desires and enjoyed himself, such is a sutra or vinaya of Marapapiyas. Any sutra or vinaya that says, the bodhisattva had long since abandoned all desires, wife and son, and did not receive in attachment the wonderful desires of Trayastrimsa heaven, but abandoned these as though they were spittle and tears. How could he have human desires? He shaved his head, became a priest, and practiced the way. Such are the sermons of the Buddha. Any person who follows the sutras and vinayas of Mara is the kindred of Mara. Any person who follows the sutras and vinayas of the Buddha is a bodhisattva. If a person says that the Buddha, in Sravasti, at the Jetavana Vihara, permitted all Bhikkhus what they wanted to have, such as male or female servants, pages, cows, sheep, elephants, horses, donkeys, mules, hens, cats, gold, silver, beryl, pearls, crystals, musaragalva, agate, coral, amber, horseshoe shell, jade, copper or iron kettles, big or small copper basins, that they were allowed to till the land, sow seeds, and plant, sell or barter things, that they were permitted to store rice. That the Buddha pitied the Bhikkhus and allowed them all such things out of his compassion, all such sutras and vinayas are those of Mara. Or someone might say that the Buddha stayed in Sravasti, at the Jetavana Vihara, where the Nirdara demon lived, and, relative to a Brahmin called Kudiyatoko and King Prasenajit, said, "O Bhikkhus, you should not receive gold, silver, beryl, crystals, pearls, musaragalva, agate, coral, amber, horseshoe shell, jade, male or female domestic servants, pages, boys, girls, cows, sheep, elephants, horses, donkeys, mules, hens, pigs, cats, dogs, or other animals, iron or copper kettles, big or small basins, sheets of various colors, and beds, or such necessary things or do such activities of worldly life as, building houses, tilling the soil, sowing seed, selling things in the marketplace, making meals with your own hands, polishing or pounding with your own hands, doing incantations for a living, training hawks, looking at the constellations, working charms. 76 Guessing at the waxing and waning of the moon, telling a man or woman's fortune, saying good or bad things about a person's dreams, guessing or foretelling and saying that this is a man or woman, or saying that this is not a male or this is not a female, talking about the 64 marks of excellence said to exist in the houses of the Tirthakas, or saying that there are 18 dharanis, spells by which people can be led astray, or talking about any of the arts, any worldly things. Using powdered incense, kurna for strewing on seats, stupas, etc., smearing incense for the hands and body to give off a pleasant aroma, fumigating incense, using various kinds of leis, bronze wine vessels, practicing the arts of hairdressing, cunningly cheating and flattering, and thus greedily seeking profit, loving stupid and noisy quarters, joking and laughing, walking and preaching. Such Bhikkhus greedily eat fish, make poisons, and rub in fragrant oils. They possess gem parasols and leather footgear. They make boxes, chests, fans, and various pictures and statues. They store up cereals and rice, big and small varieties of wheat and beans, and various melon seeds. They come near fraternus with consort with kings, princes, ministers, and all kinds of females, laugh loudly or sit silently. They entertain doubts regarding all things, talk a lot, and talk carelessly. They like to wear good clothes, which may be long or short, lovely or unlovely, good or bad. They themselves praise all such things in the presence of the giver. They frequent and roam about these dirty quarters, the places where one finds taverns, prostitutes and gamblers, all of which places I do not allow the Bhikkhus to be in. They should give up seeking the way, they must be turned back to worldly life and used for labor. Go out to work. 4. Example, this is like the tare in the paddy field, which has to be uprooted, so as not to be found any more. Know that what is prohibited in the sutras and vinayas constitutes the injunctions of the Tathagata. Any person who follows the word of Mara is the kindred of Mara, anyone who follows the word of the Buddha is a bodhisattva. Or a person might say, the bodhisattva goes to the temple of the devas to make offerings to such as Brahma, Mahesvara, Skanda, and Katyayana. Why? He enters there merely to conquer the devas. Things can never be other than this. If it is said, even if the Bodhisattva gets into arguments with the Tirthakas, he cannot know of their deportments, sayings, and arts, and he cannot cause quarreling servants to come to terms, he cannot be respected by males or females, kings or ministers, he does not know how to prepare medicines, that is why he is called Tathagata. Whatever he knows is what is wicked. Also, the Tathagata sees neither enemy or friend, his mind is all equal, one may take a sword and cut him, or one could smear incense over his body, and he would not have any sense of gain or loss. He sits in the middle. This is why we say Tathagata. Any sutra that says this is one of Mara's. Or a person might say, the Bodhisattva behaves thus, he goes into the houses of other teachings, teaches them to abandon domestic life and practice the way, to come to know of deportment and manners, he teaches them to know of what is written and how arts are performed, and how one quells arguments and disputes. He is the highest of all people, boys and girls, people of the royal harem, the royal consorts, ordinary people, rich persons, Brahmins, kings, ministers, or the poor. Furthermore, he is respected by these and he also knows all such things. He may come across various views of life, and yet he does not entertain any loving, clinging thought. This is like the lotus, which does not become soiled by defilement. In order to save beings, he practices various expedients and lives a worldly life. Any such sutras and Vinayas are the sermons of the Tathagata. One who follows what Mara says is kindred to Mara. Anyone who follows what the Buddha says is a great bodhisattva. Or a person might say, the Tathagata expounded the sutras and Vinaya to me. Of all the wicked sins, those classed as light and heavy and the Scholatyaya are all grave. In our Vinaya, we do not commit these, to the end. I have long put forward such a law, but you do not believe it. How could I throw away my own Vinaya and come to your Vinaya? Your Vinaya is nothing but what Mara says. Ours is what the Buddha says. The Tathagata has already given the 9 types of formulations of Dharma, i.e. Hinayana teaching. Such 9 formulations constitute our sutras and Vinaya. I have never once heard of a sentence or word of the Vaipulya Sutras, i.e. the extensive sutras of Mahayana. Where, in all the innumerable sutras and Vinayas, do we come 77 across the name of Vaipulya Sutra? In none of these have we ever heard of the 10 types of sutras. If there are any such, they must surely be the work of Devadatta, the Buddha's malicious, jealous cousin. Devadatta is a wicked person. In order to destroy good teachings, he makes up the Vaipulya. We do not believe in any such sutras. This is what the sutras say. Why? Because they say this and that about the Buddhist doctrine. All such things are stated only in your sutras. Ours do not contain any such teachings. In our sutras and Vinayas, the Tathagata says, after my entering nirvana, there may come about, in evil ages, distorted sutras and Vinayas. These are the so-called Mahayana Sutras. In ages to come, there will be all such wicked Pixis. I, then, say, there are further the Vaipulya Sutras other than the 9 types of sutras. A person who thoroughly accepts the signification says that he well understands the sutras and Vinayas. Segregates himself from all that is impure and is so delicate and pure that one could well compare him to the full moon. If a person says, the Tathagata gave explanations for each sutra and Vinaya, as numerous as the sands of the river Ganges, but our Vinaya does not contain any such. There is none such. If there are such expositions, how is it that the Tathagata does not expound them in my Vinaya? So, I cannot believe in them. If a person speaks thus, know that this person is committing a sin. A person might further say, such sutras and Vinaya the Hinayana I shall well uphold. Why? Because they are the cause of good doctrine, of being satisfied, of desiring little, of cutting off illusions, and one gains wisdom and nirvana. Any person who says so is no disciple of mine. If a person says, the Tathagata gave us the Vaipulya Sutras so as to save beings, such a person is my true disciple. Any person who does not accept the Vaipulya Sutras is no disciple of mine. Such a person is not one who has become a priest because of the Buddhist teaching. Such a person is one wicked in mind and is none but a disciple of the Tirthakas. Such sutras and Vinayas as mentioned above are what the Buddha gave out. If not thus, they are nothing other than what Mara says. Any person who follows what Mara says is the kindred of Mara. Anyone who follows what the Buddha says is a bodhisattva. Also, next, O good man, if it is said, since the Tathagata is not perfect in innumerable virtues, he is non-eternal and must change. He abides in the all-void and expounds non-self. This is not the way of the world. Any such sutra or vinaya is of Mara. If a sutra says, the true enlightenment of the Tathagata is beyond knowing. Also, he is perfect in innumerable asamkhyas of virtues. Therefore, he is eternal and there can be no change. Any such sutra or vinaya is what the Buddha said. Any person who follows what Mara says is Mara's kindred. Any person who follows what the Buddha says is a bodhisattva. Or a person might say, there is in the world a bhiksu who, not committing any parajika, the gravest of offences, is held by the world to have transgressed, like cutting down the tala tree. But in truth, this bhiksu did not transgress. Why not? I always say, the case of one who commits any one of the parajikas is like cutting a stone in two, it can never again become one. If a person says that he has obtained what supersedes man's power Pali, Atarimanusa Dhamma, he commits parajika. Why? Because he has not actually attained anything, yet pretends to have done so, i.e. he is telling lies. Any such person retrogresses from the world of man and the doctrine. This is a parajika. There is a bhiksu who desires little, feels contented, upholds the precepts, is pure and sits in a quiet place. The king or minister sees this bhiksu and says that he has attained arhatship, steps forward, praises, respects and worships him. Also, he says, such a great master will attain unsurpassed enlightenment, having thus abandoned life. The bhiksu hears this and says to the king, I have, truth to tell, not yet attained the fruition of a shramana. O king! Please do not speak to me about the dharma of non-satisfaction, non-contentment. If one acquiesces when told that one will reach as far as unsurpassed enlightenment, this is nothing but not knowing contentment. If I were to accept your statement and agree, I should surely purchase the reproaches of all Buddhas. To feel contented is the virtue that is praised by all Buddhas. That is why I mean pleasingly happily to practice the way to the end of my life and attain a state in which I can feel satisfied. Also, to feel satisfied is to know that I have definitely attained the fruition of the way. You, king, say that I have attained it. I do. 7-8 Not accept your word. Thus I am satisfied. Then the king said, O great teacher! You truly have attained arhatship and do not differ from the Buddha. Then the king made it known to all those in and out, and to those of the royal harem and to the royal spouse, that this person had attained arhatship. As a result, all who heard this felt respect, made offerings, and honored him. Such a person is pure in his deeds. Hence, he makes all others gain great benefit, and truly this bhiksu did not commit any parajika. Why not? Because he went before others, entertained joy in his own mind, praised and made offerings. How could any such bhiksu have committed a sin? If it is said that this person has sinned, know that such a sutra is from Mara. Also, there is a bhiksu who speaks about the great depths of the undisclosed sutras of the Buddha, saying that all beings have Buddha nature, that by this nature they cut off all the innumerable billion illusions and thereby attain unsurpassed enlightenment, except for the Ekantaka. Then, the king or minister listens and says, O bhiksu, have you attained Buddhahood or not? Do you have Buddha nature or not? The bhiksu replies, I must have Buddha nature within me. I cannot, however, be clear as to whether I shall attain it, enlightenment or not. The king says, O great one, if you do not become an Ekantaka, there is no doubt that you will attain Buddhahood. The bhiksu says, yes, it must truly be as you, king, say. This person says that he must surely have Buddha nature. Yet, he does not commit parajika by saying so. Also, there is a bhiksu who, at the time he is ordained, thinks to himself, I shall assuredly attain unsurpassed enlightenment. Such a man may not yet accomplish unsurpassed enlightenment, but he gains incalculable, boundless will, and it is difficult to appraise it. If anyone says that this person has committed parajika, then there cannot be any person who has not committed parajika. Why not? Because, once, 80 million kalpas ago, I had already segregated myself from all defilement. I had little desire, felt contented, was accomplished in deportment, practiced the unsurpassed dharma of the Tathagata, and myself surely knew that I had Buddha nature. Hence I attained unsurpassed enlightenment and I can be called Buddha. And there is great compassion. Such a sutra or vinaya is a sermon of the Buddha. Any person who cannot act in accordance with such is a kindred of Mara, one who acts in accordance is a great bodhisattva. Or a person might say, there cannot be anything such as the 4 grave offences, the 13 samgavasas, the 2 aniyatans, the 30 naisharjika prayasiddhikas, 91 payadikas, 4 ways of repentance, various ways of learning, 7 ways of adhikarana samatha, and also there can be no scholatyayas, no 5 deadly sins, and no ekantakas. Should a bhiksu violate all such shilas and fall into hell, all tirthakas would be born in heaven. Why? Because they do not have any precepts to transgress against. This shows that the Tathagata means to frighten people. That is why he gives out these precepts. The Buddha has said that when the bhiksus desire to satisfy their carnal desires, they should take off their priestly garb, put on worldly dress and do so. A person might also think that carnal, lustful desire is no sin, that even in the days of the Tathagata, there was a bhiksu who satisfied carnal lust and yet attained right emancipation, or that there was one who, after death, got born in heaven, that all such things have a precedent and that it is not just what I alone am doing. One may commit the 4 grave offences, the 5 deadly sins and all impure acts, and even then one can still attain true and right emancipation. The Tathagata may say that if one commits duskrita acts, minor offences, punishable by confession, one falls into hell and will remain there for 8 million years, which is the number of years of the sun and moon of Trayastrimsa heaven. But this is what the Tathagata says to frighten people. They say that no difference exists between the grave and light sin, the parajika serious sin and the duskrita venial sin. All these Vinaya teachers falsely say that all these rules were instituted by the Buddha. Know definitely that these were not instituted by the Buddha. All such sutras and Vinayas that say thus are from Mara. Or a person might say that if one transgresses against even the smaller or minutest of all precepts, an evil fruit will come forth and that there is no limit to the number of karmic consequences. Realizing this, one should guard oneself like the tortoise, who hides his 6 limbs in his shell. If there is any person versed in the Vinaya who says, one transgresses, but no 79 karmic consequences ensue, one should not approach such a person, as already indicated by the Buddha. One thing overstepped. This is Mrsa Veda telling lies. If one sees no afterlife, there is no sin that will not be committed. For this reason, one should not come near to such a person. What is pure in this Buddhist teaching is thus. And could it be that one who has violated this Cholatyaya, the Samgavesa, and the Parajika can pass as not having sinned? Because of this, one should be on guard and protect such dharma. If not guarded against, where can there be any prohibition? I now say in the sutras, for any commissions of the 4 grave offences or any small duskritas, one should take pain to remedy such. If one does not guard against transgressing the prohibitions, what possibility can there be of seeing the Buddha nature? All beings possess the Buddha nature. Only by observing the precepts can one see it. When one sees the Buddha nature, one attains unsurpassed enlightenment. In the 9 types of sutras, there is no Vaipulya Sutra. That is why they do not speak about the Buddha nature. Although these sutras do not refer to it, there is assuredly the Vaipulya in them. One who speaks thus is my true disciple. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, we do not see in the 9 types of sutras any references to beings possessing the Buddha nature, which you say they have. If we say that they have this, might it not be that we are guilty of infringing the Parajika? The Buddha said, O good man, they who say thus do not violate the Parajika. For example, O good man, if any person says that in the great ocean there are only the 7 gems, not the 8, that person has not sinned. If a person says that there is no mention of Buddha nature in the 9 types of sutra, there cannot be any commission of sin here. Why not? I say that in the Mahayana ocean of great wisdom there is the Buddha nature. As the 2 vehicles do not know or see this, there can be no talk of their having committed any sin, even if they say that it does not exist. Such a thing is what the Buddha alone knows and what Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas cannot know. O good man! Not having ever heard of the great depths of the undisclosed Dharma of the Tathagata, how can a person be expected to know of the existence of the Buddha nature? What is the undisclosed storehouse? It is none other than the Vaipulya Sutras. O good man! There may be Tirthakas who talk about the eternal self or the not is of the self. The case is not thus with the Tathagata. He says that there is the self, or, at other times, that there is not. This is the middle path. Or a person might say, the Buddha talks about the middle path. All beings possess Buddha nature. As illusion overspreads them, they do not know or see. Thus, an expedient is applied to cut the roots of illusion. A person who speaks thus does not commit the 4 grave offences. This we should know. Any person who does not speak thus infringes the Parajika. Or a person might say, I have already attained unsurpassed enlightenment. Why? Because I have the Buddha nature. Any person possessing the Buddha nature has assuredly attained unsurpassed enlightenment. Consequently, I attain enlightenment. Then, one should know. Such a person infringes the Parajika. Why so? There surely is the Buddha nature. But not yet. Having practiced the best expedient of the way, the person has not yet seen it. Having not yet seen it, there can be no attaining of unsurpassed enlightenment. O good man! On this account, the teaching of the Buddha is profound in its meaning and difficult to fathom. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! A king asks, how does a Bhiksu get drawn to supramundane dharma? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, "A bhiksu may, for profit or food, flatter, state things wrongly or cheat, and say things such as, 'How might all the world believe that I am truly a real bhiksu, so that I can thereby arrive at great profit and fame?' Such a bhiksu, because of the darkness of his mind, always thinks and prays, 'I have not yet, in 80. Truth, arrived at the four attainments of a Sravaka. How might I be able to make the world think that I have gained all of these? How might I be able to make Upasakas and Upasikas think of me as a sage who has fully perfected all the true virtues?' Thus does he think. What is done is all for profit, not for the way. In his goings and comings, in his going out and coming in moving forwards and standing still, he looks peaceful. In his manner of dress and of holding his bowl, the monk-like deportment is not lost. Alone, he sits in a lonely place and looks like an arhat. So people think, this is the foremost of bhiksus. Fully exerting himself, he practices the way of extinction. He thinks, as a result of this, I will assuredly gain disciples. People will also certainly offer me clothing, food, drink, bedding, and medicine. All females will respect and love me. Any person who acts in this manner acts against the Uttarayamanusādhamma. Also, there is a bhiksu who sits in a lonely place, desiring to build up unsurpassed wonderful dharma. Though no arhat, he intends to have others call him an arhat, a lovable bhiksu, a good bhiksu, and a quiet bhiksu. He thus effectively makes innumerable people arrive at faith. Hence, I let all the innumerable bhiksus befriend him like a relative. Through this, I can teach and make the precept-breaking bhiksus and upasakas and upasikas uphold the precepts. In consequence, wonderful dharma will be established, the unsurpassed meaning of the great principle of the Tathagata will shine forth and the Vaipulya Mahayana teaching will be revered, thus emancipating all innumerable beings, so that they will come to know the light or heavy significations of the sutras and vinayas which the Tathagata has delivered. Also, a person might say, I now have the Buddha nature. There is a sutra which is called the storehouse of the Tathagata. In that sutra, I shall surely attain the Buddhist teaching and cut out innumerable billion bonds of illusion. I shall speak to innumerable upasakas, you all have the Buddha nature. You and I sit together on the path of the Tathagata and will attain unsurpassed enlightenment and do away with all the innumerable bonds of illusion. One like this does not violate the Uttarayamanusādhamma, he is a bodhisattva. One who commits duskrita will fall into hell for a period of 8 million years of the days of Trayastrimsa heaven, and he will have to undergo punishment for the sins he has committed. How much worse will it be when he transgresses this Cholatyaya? Thus does a person say. Should there be any bhiksu among those of the Mahayana gathered here who have violated the Cholatyaya, such is not to be befriended. What are the Cholatyaya of the Mahayana Sutras? For example, a rich man erects a Buddhist temple and adorns it with various garlands, and offers this to the Buddha. There is a bhiksu who, on seeing the thread which passes through the garland, takes it without asking. This is Cholatyaya. Whether knowingly or not, he violates in this manner. If, with a greedy desire filled mind, one causes damage to a Buddhist stupa, this is Cholatyaya. One should not come near associate closely with a person who acts in this way. Or a king or minister, on seeing that a stupa is old and Dhamma-aged, and intending to have it repaired, makes offerings to the Sharira relics and finds in it a rare gem, which he gives to a bhiksu. On gaining the gem, the bhiksu uses it as he wills. Such a bhiksu is one who is defiled and who will most possibly probably call forth quarrels. No good upasaka should approach such a bhiksu, make offerings, or pay respect to him. Such a bhiksu is termed rootless. Such a bhiksu is also termed two-rooted. Bisexual. Perhaps more accurately, hermaphrodite, or one in whom the root is indefinable. By indefinably rooted is meant the case of a person whose body becomes that of a female when the desire to be female arises and becomes that of a male when the desire to be male arises. Any such bhiksu is evil-rooted. He is neither male nor female, neither a bhiksu nor a lay person. One must not come near such a bhiksu, nor make offerings to him or pay him respect. One who abides in the Buddhist teaching and the law of a bhiksu should have a sympathizing mind. Protect and bring up, take care of beings. Even to an ant, one must give the mind of fearlessness. This is a Shramana's law. One segregates oneself from drinks and incense. This is the law of the Shramana. One must not tell lies, nor should one think of lying. This is the law of the Shramana. One does not cause a greedy mind feeling of greed or desire to raise its head. The same applies even in dreams. This is the law of the Shramana. 81 Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! If a bhiksu becomes a captive of carnal lust in a dream, does this violate Dharma or not? The Buddha said, no one should call up the thought of an evil smell against carnal desire. If no pure mind inner mood of lust-free purity ever raises its head, segregate the mind from the worry and love of the female. If in a dream one becomes captive to carnal lust, one should repent for the act when awake. One should abide in the thought of the bhiksu who, when going begging on his alms round, receives offerings with the attitude of disgust of one who eats the flesh of his own son in the days of a famine. If carnal desire asserts itself, quickly discard such a thought. All such is the teaching of the Buddha's Sutras in Vinaya. One following what Mara says is the kindred of Mara, one who follows what the Buddha says is a bodhisattva. Or a person might say, stand on one leg, remain silent and say nothing, throw yourself into deep water or into fire, or jump from a high precipice, not fearing the steepness, take poison. Fast, lie down on ashes, bind your legs, kill beings, and tell fortunes by directions in the way a person takes. Or a person might say, the Tathagata allows Kandalas, rootless persons, hermaphrodites, indefinables, the decrepit to become ordained and to accomplish the way. Such are the words of Mara. Or a person might say, the Buddha has already permitted us to consume the 5 tastes of milk from the cow, oil, and honey, except silken clothing and leather footwear, etc. Or a person might say, the Buddha has already permitted the putting on of the Maharanga, also the storing of all kinds of seeds. But all grass and trees have life. The Buddha, having spoken thus, enters nirvana. Should any sutra in Vinaya say thus, know that such is what Mara says. I also do not permit one leg to be held up, i.e. standing on one leg, in the manner of some fakirs. For Dharma, all such postures as walking, standing, sitting and reclining are permitted. Also, someone might say, take poison, fast, burn the body with fire, bind your hands and feet, kill people, divine directions and ways, make leather footgear decorated with white horseshoe shell and ivory. The Buddha has permitted the storing up of seeds. Grass and plants have life. He has permitted the putting on of the Maharanga. If a person says that the world-honored one has said this, such a person is the kindred of the Tirthakas. Any person such as this is not my disciple. I have only permitted the 5 tastes of the cow, oil, honey, and also silken cloth. I say that the 4 great elements earth, air, fire, and water do not have life. Should any sutra or Vinaya say thus, such is what the Buddha has said. Any person who acts in accordance with the word of the Buddha is, one should know, my disciple. Any person who does not follow the word, of the Buddha is a kindred of Mara. Any person who acts in accordance with the Buddha's sutras and Vinaya is, one should know, a great bodhisattva. O good man! I have now extensively, for your sake, thus spoken about the difference between what Mara says and what the Buddha says. Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! I have now come to know the difference between the word of Mara and that of the Buddha. In consequence, I shall be able to fathom the depths of the Buddhist teaching. Then the Buddha praised Kashyapa and said, well said, O good man! You have now clearly gained the meaning. You are clever and wise. Chapter 10, On the Four Truths. The Buddha also said to Kashyapa, Noble son! It is not appropriate to term suffering as the noble truth of suffering. Why is that? If one were to term suffering the noble truth of suffering, then cattle, sheep, donkeys, horses and the denizens of hell would also have the noble truth of suffering. Noble son! Whoever thinks that the extremely profound Gambhira domain sphere realm Visaya of the Tathagata, the eternal, untransforming Dharmakaya body of truth, is a body nourished by food, such a person does not know of the virtues and power which the Tathagata possesses. This i.e. such ignorance of the true nature of the Buddha is suffering. Why so? Due to ignorance. A person views Dharma as non-Dharma, and non-Dharma as Dharma. Know that this person will fall into the unfortunate realms and repeat birth and death. This will increase the bonds of illusion and worry will grow. If he comes to know that the Tathagata is eternal, one with whom there comes about no change, or if he hears the word 82 eternal, he will obtain birth in heaven. And on gaining emancipation, he will actually see that the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging. When this is well seen, he will say, I heard about this in the past. Now that I am emancipated, I know this. As I was ignorant regarding the ultimate, I have been repeating birth and death to no end. Today, I am enlightened as regards true knowledge. If knowledge reaches this stage, this is truly practicing suffering. There is much to profit from. One may well practice this, but if one does not know things to be thus, no profit will result. This is what is called knowing suffering. This is the noble truth of suffering. If one does not practice thus, this is suffering and not the noble truth of suffering. We say truth of the cause of suffering. A person does not truly know the wonderful Dharma and receives what is impure. This is the case of menials. Non-Dharma is called wonderful Dharma. A person annuls what is right and won't allow it to live. On account of this, that person does not know Dharmata essence of reality. Not knowing this, he repeats birth and death and suffers greatly. He does not get born in heaven and gain right emancipation. If a person has deep wisdom and does not transgress against wonderful Dharma, he will in consequence be born in heaven and attain right emancipation. If a person does not know where suffering arises and says that there cannot be any wonderful Dharma or what is eternal, and that all turns to nothingness, that person, in consequence, will repeat transmigration for innumerable kalpas to come, suffering all kinds of sorrow. If a person says that Dharma is eternal and that there is no change, this is knowing the cause, and this is the noble truth of the cause of suffering. If one does not so practice, this is the cause of suffering and not the noble truth of the cause. We say truth of the extinction of suffering. If a person practices many things teachings and the way of nothingness, this is non-good. Why so? Because this annuls all laws and breaks the true storehouse of the Tathagata. Any practice of this category is the practicing of nothingness. One who practices the extinction of suffering acts against what all Tirthakas do. If the practice of nothingness is the truth of extinction, there are Tirthakas who also practice the teaching of nothingness. We must say that they too possess the truth of extinction. A person says, there is the Tathagatagarbha Buddha womb, the pristine mind under cover of illusion. One cannot see this. But if one does away with all illusions, one may indeed enter. It is thus. By the raising of such a mind, i.e. by cultivating such an attitude of mind, one gains freedom in all things. If a person practices the way of the hidden storehouse, selflessness and emptiness, such a person repeats birth and death for innumerable ages to come and suffers from sorrow. A person who does not do such practices may certainly, even though he might have illusion, soon do away with it. Why so? Because he well knows the undisclosed secret, hidden storehouse of the Tathagata. This is the noble truth of the extinction of suffering. Any person who practices extinction in such a way is my disciple. A person not practicing the way thus is one who practices emptiness. This is not the noble truth of extinction. We say noble truth of the way. This is none but the treasures of Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, and right emancipation. All people say with an upside-down mind, there is no Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, or right emancipation. Birth and death are like phantoms. They hold such views. As a result, they repeat birth and death through the three worlds of desire, form, and formlessness, suffering there greatly for a long time to come. If the person awakens and comes to see that the Tathagata is eternal, that no change comes to him, and that the same applies to Dharma, Sangha, and emancipation, by this one thought the person obtains unmolested, unrestricted freedom for innumerable ages to come, and he may enjoy it as he wills. Why? Because once in the past, due to the four inversions, I took non-dharma as dharma and was met by innumerable karmic consequences. When I had made away with such a view, I attained true awakening to Buddhahood. This is the noble truth of the way. Any person who says that the three treasures are non-eternal and holds this view of life, then this is a false way of practice, and is not the noble truth of the way. If a person practices the way thus and sees it as eternal, such a person is my disciple. He abides in the true view of life and practices the teaching of the Four Noble Truths. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, I now, for the first time, ate 3 know and practice the great depths of the Four Noble Truths. Chapter 11, On the Four Inversions. The Buddha said to Kasyapa, we speak of the four inversions. Inversion is spoken of when we entertain the idea of suffering where there is no suffering. Non-suffering is the Tathagata. The idea of suffering arises when a person thinks that all Tathagatas are non-eternal, and that they change. If a person says that the Tathagata changes, this is the concept of suffering and constitutes a great sin. If a person says that the Tathagata relinquishes this body of suffering and enters nirvana, and that this is like fuel being all burned up, as a result of which the fire dies out, this is having the idea of suffering vis-a-vis non-suffering. This is an inversion of the truth. A person might say, saying that the Tathagata is eternal is a self-centered view. From this self-centered view arise innumerable sins. Thus, one should say that the Tathagata is non-eternal, and by saying this I shall gain bliss. The Tathagatas being non-eternal would entail suffering. If there is suffering, how could one expect to find bliss therein? When the idea of bliss occurs in such a connection, we say inversion. This is said because the thought of suffering arises in what truly is bliss. Bliss is the Tathagata. Suffering is the non-eternal of the Tathagata. If a person says that the Tathagata is non-eternal, this is a thought of suffering in bliss. The Tathagatas being eternal is bliss. If I say that the Tathagata is eternal, how can I Enter Nirvana? If I say that the Tathagata is non-suffering, how could I cast away my body and enter Nirvana? When a person has the thought of suffering in bliss, we say that this is an inversion. This is the first inversion. The idea of the eternal vis-a-vis the non-eternal, and the idea of the non-eternal vis-a-vis the eternal, are inversions. The non-eternal is the non-practicing of the void. When one does not practice the void, life is shortened. If one says, not practicing the void and quietude, one attains eternal life, this is an inversion. This is the second inversion. The thought of self regarding non-self, and the thought of non-self regarding self, are inversions. The people of the world say that there is self, and within Buddhism, too, we say that there is self. The people of the world say that there is self, but there is no Buddha nature. This is having the idea of self in what is non-self. This is an inversion. The self spoken of in Buddhism is the Buddha nature. The people of the world say that there is no self in Buddhism. This is the idea of the non-self in the self. It is definite that there is no self in the Buddhist teaching. That is why the Tathagata tells his disciples to practice selflessness. If such is said, this is an inversion. This is the third inversion. The non-pure in the pure, and the pure in the non-pure, are inversions. The pure relates to the eternal of the Tathagata. It is not a food-supported body, not a body of illusion. It is not a carnal body, not a body made up of sinews and bones. If one says that the Tathagata is non-eternal, a food-supported body, bound together by sinews and bones, and that Dharma, Sangha, and emancipation die out, this is an inversion. We say that the idea of the non-pure in the pure is an inversion. A person might say that there is not a whit of what is non-pure in his mind, that is, there is not a single thing that is not pure, he gets into a place which is pure, and that is the person practices the meditation of the non-pure which the Tathagata spoke about. Whatever was said above must be false. If a person speaks thus, this is an inversion. This is the fourth inversion. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, I have now for the first time gained the right view. O world-honored one, until now, all of us were those who abided in wrong thought. Chapter 12, On the Nature of the Tathagata. Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, is there self in the 25 existences or not? The Buddha said, O good man, self means Tathagatagarbha Buddha womb, Buddha embryo, Buddha nature. Every being has Buddha nature. This is the self. Such self, 8-4 has, from the very beginning, been under cover of innumerable defilements. That is why man cannot see it. O good man, imagine that there is a poor woman here. She has true gold concealed in her house. But none of the people of her house, whether big or small, know of it. But there is a stranger, who, through expediency, says to the poor woman, I shall employ you. You must now go and weed the land. The woman answers, I cannot do this now. If you let my son see where the gold is hidden, I will soon work for you. The man says, I know the way. I shall point it out to your son. The woman further says, nobody of my house, whether big or small, knows of this. How can you? The man says, I shall now make it clear. The woman says further, I desire to see. Pray let me. The man digs out the gold that had lain hidden. The woman sees it, is gladdened, and begins to respect that person. O good man! The case is the same with the Buddha nature which man has. Nobody can see it. This is analogous to the gold which the poor woman possessed and yet could not see. O good man! I now let persons see the Buddha nature that they possess, which is overspread by defilements. This is analogous to the poor woman who cannot see the gold, even though she possesses it. The Tathagata now reveals to all beings the storehouse of enlightenment, which is the Buddha nature, as it is called. If all beings see this, they are gladdened and will take refuge in the Tathagata. The good expedient is the Tathagata, and the poor woman is all the innumerable beings, and the cask of true gold is the Buddha nature. Also, next, O good man. As an example, a woman has a child who, while yet very young, is seized by illness. Worried by this, the woman seeks out a good doctor. The good doctor comes and compounds 3 medicines, which are butter, milk, and rock candy. This he gives her, to have it taken by the child. Then he says to the woman, when the child has taken the medicine, do not give any milk to the child for some time. When the medicine has worked its way out, you may then give milk. Then the woman applies a bitter substance to her nipple and says to the child, do not touch it, i.e. her nipple. My nipple is poisonous. The child is dying for the milk and wants to have it. But on hearing of the poison, it runs away. After the medicine has done its work, the mother washes her nipple, calls in her child and gives it her nipple. Although hungry, the child, having heard about the poison, will not come to it. The mother then says, I only put poison on my nipple so as to give you the medicine. As you have already taken the medicine, I have washed the poison off. Come. Take my nipple. It is not bitter any more. On hearing this, the child slowly comes back and takes it. O good man! The case is the same with the Tathagata. In order to save beings, he gives them the teaching of non-self. Having practiced the way thus, beings do away with the caste of mind that clings to self and gain nirvana. All of this is to do away with people's wrong concepts, to show them the way and cause them to stand above, to show them that they adhere to self, that what obtains in the world is all false and not true, and to make them practice non-self and purify themselves. This is similar to the woman's applying a bitter substance to her nipple out of love for her child. It is the same with the Tathagata. 4. Practicing the void, I say that all do not have the self. This is like the woman's cleaning her nipple and calling for her child to partake of her milk. The case is the same with me, too. I speak of the Tathagatagarbha. For this reason, the Bhikshus do not entertain fear. It is analogous to the child who hears its mother, slowly comes back and takes the milk. The situation is the same with the Bhikshus. They should know well that the Tathagata hides nothing. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Really, there cannot be any case in which there is self. Why not? When a child is born, it knows nothing. If there is a self, the child would have to have knowledge when it is born into the world. Hence we can know that there is no self. If a self definitely existed, there could not be any loss of knowing. If it were true that all beings eternally possessed Buddha nature, there could be no breaking away. If there is no destruction, how can there be the differences of Kshatriya, Brahmin, Vaishya, Sudra, Kandala, and animals? Now, the effects of karma are various, and differences exist in life. If there definitely is a self, there cannot be any victory or defeat with beings. From this, we can definitely know that the Buddha nature is eternal Dharma. If the Buddha nature is definitely eternal, why do we speak of such things as killing, stealing, lust, forked tongue, ill-speaking, 85 lying, flattering, greed, hatred, and wrong views? If there really is eternally the nature of self, why is it that a person becomes intoxicated or mad? If the nature of self is eternal, the blind should be able to see, the deaf hear, the dumb talk, and the lame walk. If the self is eternal, fire, great floods of water, poison, swords, evil persons, and animals need not be avoided. If the self is eternal, what has basically changed cannot be forgotten or lost. If forgotten, how can a person say, I have seen this person somewhere before? If the self is eternal, there cannot be old age or youth, no ups or downs, no remembering of what has passed away. If the self is eternal, where does it abide or live? Is it the case that tears, spittle, blue, yellow, red, and white are to remain in all things? If the self is eternal, it will fill the body as in the case of sesame seed, in which there is no space left in between. When the body is cut up into small pieces, the self, too, would have to be cut up. The Buddha said to Kasyapa, O good man, as an analogy, there is in the household of a kingly great wrestler. He has an adamantine bead on his brow. This man wrestles with other wrestlers. When once the head of another person touches his brow, the bead goes into the wrestler's flesh, and there is no knowing where it is. A boil comes up there. A good doctor is called in to cure it. At that time, there is a good doctor with a bright mind. He knows well how to diagnose and prescribe medicine. Now, he sees that this boil has appeared due to the beads having got into the wrestler's body. He realizes that this bead has entered the flesh and remains there. Then, the good doctor asks the wrestler, where is that bead that was on your brow? The wrestler is surprised and answers, O great teacher and doctor, has not the bead on my brow got lost? Where could the bead be now? Is this not a miracle that you know about it? He is worried and weeps. Then the doctor pacifies the wrestler, do not be over-concerned. When you fought, the gem entered your body. It is now under your skin and can be seen, looming up. As you fought, the poison of anger so burned that the gem got into your body and you did not feel it. But the wrestler does not believe the doctor's words. If it is under my skin, how is it that it does not come out because of the impure pus and blood? If it is in my sinews, we cannot possibly see it. Why do you mean to cheat me? Then, the doctor takes up a mirror and holds it in front of the wrestler's face. The gem appears clearly in the mirror. The wrestler sees it, is surprised and is all wonder. It is like that. O good man! The case is the same with all beings. They do not come near to a good teacher of the way. So, they cannot see the Buddha nature which is within, even though they possess it. And they are reigned over by greed, lust, anger, and ignorance. So they fall into the realms of hell, animals, hungry ghosts, asuras, kandalas, and get born in such various houses as Kshatriya, Brahmin, Vaishya, and Sudra. The karma generated by the mind leads a person, though born a human, into such lives as a cripple, lame, deaf, blind or dumb person, and to the 25 existences, where such as greed, lust, anger, and ignorance reign over the mind, and the person is unable to know of the presence of the Buddha nature. The wrestler says that the gem has gone away, even though it is actually in his body. The same with beings, too. Not having come into contact with a good teacher of the way, they do not know the Tathagata's hidden treasure and do not study selflessness. For example, even when a person is told of the unholy self, he cannot know the true quality of the self. The same is true of my disciples. As they do not befriend a good teacher of the way, they practice non-self and do not know where itself is. They do not know the true nature of selflessness. How, then, could they know the true nature of the self itself? Thus, O good man, the Tathagata says that all beings possess the Buddha nature. This is like the good doctors making the wrestler see where the adamantine jewel rests. All these beings are reigned over by innumerable defilements and thus do not know the whereabouts of the Buddha nature. When illusion is dispelled, there arises knowledge and brightness. This is like the wrestlers seeing the gem in the mirror. O good man! It is thus the case that what rests undisclosed latent in the Tathagata is innumerable and is difficult for beings to think about. Also, O good man! As an example, there is a medicine in the Himalayas called pleasing taste. It tastes very sweet. It grows hidden under a deep growth of plants, and we cannot easily see it. But from its scent, one can come to know the whereabouts of this medicine. In days gone by, there was a Chakravartin who, placing wooden tubes here and there in the Himalayas, collected 86 this medicine. When it had ripened, it flowed out and entered the tubes. It tasted truly right. When the king died, this medicine became sour, salty, sweet, bitter, or hot, or light. Thus, what is 1. Tastes differently according to the different places. The true taste of the medicine remains in the mountains. It is like the full moon. Any common mortal, sterile in virtue, may work hard, dig, and try, but cannot get it. Only a Chakravartin, high in virtue, appearing in the world can arrive at the true value of this medicine because of happy circumstantial concatenations. The same is the case here. O good man! The taste of the hidden store of the Tathagata is also like this. Overspread by all the growths of defilement, the beings clad in ignorance cannot hope to see it. We speak of the one taste. This applies, for instance, to the Buddha nature. On account of the presence of defilement, several tastes appear, such as the realms of hell, animals, hungry, pretas, devas, human beings, men, women, non-men, non-women, kshatriya, brahmin, vaishya, and sudra. The Buddha nature is strong and vigorous. It is hard to destroy. Therefore, there is nothing that can kill it. If there were something that could indeed kill it, Buddha nature would die. But nothing can ever destroy such Buddha nature. Nothing of this nature can ever be cut. The nature of self is nothing other than the hidden storehouse of the Tathagata. Such a storehouse can never be smashed, set on fire, or done away with. Although it is not possible to destroy or see it, one can know of it when one attains unsurpassed enlightenment. Hence, there is indeed nothing that can kill it. Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, if nothing can kill it, no karmic consequences would ensue from evil actions. The Buddha said to Kashyapa, there truly is such a thing as killing. How? O good man! The Buddha nature of beings rests within the 5 skandhas. If the 5 skandhas are destroyed, this is killing of those skandhas. If one harms a living thing, one gains the unfortunate realms. Through the working of karma, one transmigrates through such realms as kshatriya, brahmin, vaishya, sudra, kandala, or man, woman, non-man, non-woman, and the 25 variegated existences. A person who has not reached the holy stage of a sage is waywardly bound up by attachment to self. All such phases modes of existence, whether big or small, are like barnyard grass, like rice, or a bean, or like the thumb. Thus do they, i.e. ignorant beings, loosely imagine things. There can be no true shape in wild fancies. The shape of self that seeks to flee from the world is Buddha nature. This is the best way of conceiving of the self. And next, O good man! As an analogy, there is a man here who knows well what is hidden under the ground. He takes a sharp hoe, digs into the ground and hits upon such things as stones and gravel. All goes through and nothing hinders, i.e. the hoe digs through everything, without being obstructed. Only when the diamond comes in its way, can the hoe not dig through. Now, no sword or hatchet can destroy a diamond. O good man! The Buddha nature of beings is like this. It is something that all those people who discuss things, Marupapiyas, all men and devas cannot destroy. What characterizes the 5 skandhas is the phenomenon of what occurs and what is done. Whatever occurs and is done can certainly be destroyed, like stones and sand. The true self of the Buddha nature is like the diamond, which cannot be crushed. Hence, we call the destroying of the 5 skandhas the killing of life. O good man! Know well, most definitely, that the Buddhist teaching is not within the boundaries of conceiving. O good man! The Vaipulya Sutras are like amrita, ambrosia, nectar, and poison. Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, "Why, O Tathagata, do you say that the Vaipulya Sutras are both amrita and poison?" The Buddha said, "O good man! Do you desire to be informed about the hidden storehouse of the Tathagata?" Kashyapa said to the Buddha, "I now really do desire to learn the signification of the hidden store of the Tathagata." Then the Tathagata said in a gatha, "There is a person who takes amrita, ambrosia, nectar, harms life, and dies early. Or another, who takes amrita and gains a long life. Or one who takes poison and gains life. Or another who takes poison and dies." 87. Unhindered unobstructed wisdom, which is amrita, is none other than the Mahayana Sutras. And such Mahayana Sutras are what also contain poison. It is like butter, sarpermanda, or rock candy, which, when taken and digested, act as medicine. If not digested, then they are nothing but poison. It is the same with the Vaipulya Sutras. The wise make of them amrita, and the ignorant, not knowing the value of the Buddha nature, make of them poison. Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas make of the Mahayana amrita. This is like milk, which is foremost in taste. Those who work thus and make progress, ride in the Mahayana, gain the shore of nirvana, and become elephant kings of men. Such beings know of the Buddha nature, as with Kashyapa. This superb amrita is birthlessness and deathlessness. O Kashyapa! You howled, now analyze the 3 refuges. Just as is the intrinsic being svabhava of the 3 refuges, so indeed is my intrinsic being svabhava. If a person is able truly to discern that his her intrinsic being possesses the Buddhata Buddha nature, then you should know that such a person will enter into the secret matrix, the Tathagatagarbha. That person who knows the self-Atman and what belongs to the self-Atmaya has already transcended the mundane world. The nature of the 3 jewels, the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha, is supreme and most worthy of respect. As in the verse which I have uttered, the meaning of its nature is thus. Then, Kashyapa said in a gatha, "I do not know how to take refuge in the 3 treasures, how to take refuge in unsurpassed fearlessness. Knowing not the place of the 3 treasures, how can one gain fearlessness? How can one who takes refuge in the Buddha gain peace? How can one take refuge in Dharma? Condescend to tell me of this. How does one gain unmolestedness, and how non-unmolestedness? How does one take refuge in the Sangha and thereby attain unsurpassed benefit? How does one gain true sermons? How Buddhahood in the days to come? If one does not attain it in the days to come, how can one take refuge in the 3 treasures? I have nothing to foresee, I shall work my way up step by step. Without conceiving, can a person think of having a child? If it is definitely in embryo, we can indeed say that we have a child. If the child is in the womb, it will not be long before it emerges. This is the meaning vis a child. The same pertains to the karma of man. The ignorant cannot know what the Buddha says. By ignorance, the wheel of birth and death turns. One who is an upasaka in name only cannot know the true meaning. 88 Condescend to explain matters to me and cut away the web of doubt. Oh, the great wisdom of the Tathagata! Have pity and explain. I pray, open the closed door of the treasure house of the Tathagata. O Kasyapa! I will now for your sake open the closed door of the storehouse and uproot your doubt. Give ear to what I say with all your heart. You, all you Bodhisattvas, and the seventh Buddha i.e. Buddha Kasyapa, have the same name. One who takes refuge in the Buddha is a true upasaka. He no longer takes refuge in all the other gods. One who takes refuge in Dharma cuts himself away from harming others. One who takes refuge in the Holy Sangha does not take refuge in Tirthakas. Thus taking refuge in the three treasures, one attains fearlessness. Kasyapa said to the Buddha, I take refuge in the three treasures. This is the right path, and this is the world of all Buddhas. The fact that the two treasures are equal possesses always the nature of great wisdom. The nature of the self and the Buddha nature do not differ. This is the path the Buddha praises. This is where man rightly steps forwards. And when one abides in peace, this is true enlightenment. This is Buddhahood. I, too, am a Shugata well-gone one Buddha, and am on the way to unsurpassed enlightenment praised by all. This is the best Amrita. This is where there is no samsaric existence to name. Then, the Buddha said to Kasyapa, O good man! Do not view the three treasures as all Sravakas and common mortals do. In this Mahayana, there is no distinction between the three treasures. Why not? The Buddha nature contains within it the Dharma and Sangha. To teach Sravakas and common mortals, discrimination is resorted to and the three different aspects are spoken of regarding the three treasures. Following the way of the world, distinction is talked about regarding the three treasures. O good man! The Bodhisattva will think, this I now takes refuge in the Buddha. If this I attains enlightenment and Buddhahood, I shall not pay respect, worship, or make offerings to all the Buddhas. Why not? For all Buddhas are all equal. They are all taken refuge in by all beings. If one desires to pay respect to the Dharma body and the Sharira relics, one should also pay respect to the stupas of all Buddhas. Why? To guide in all beings. It also makes beings conceive in me a thought of the stupa, to make them worship and make offerings. Such beings make my Dharma body the place wherein they take refuge. All beings are grounded upon what is not true and what is false. I shall now, step by step, reveal true Dharma. If there are people who take refuge in monks who are not of the right caliber, I shall become the true refuge for them. If there are those who see the three refuges as distinct, I shall become a single place wherein they can take refuge. So there cannot be any distinction between the three refuges. To one born blind, I shall be his eyes, and to Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas I shall become the true refuge. O good man! Such bodhisattvas enact the works of the Buddha for the sake of innumerable evil beings and all wise people. O good man! There is, as an example, a person here who goes to the battlefield and thinks, I am the first of all, the first of all. Of these, all soldiers depend on me. Also, it is like the prince who thinks, I shall conquer all. 890 princes, succeed to the works of a great emperor, gain unmolested unrestricted power, and make all other princes pay homage to me. So, let me not entertain a whit of thought of self. Surrender. As with the prince of the king, so too with the minister. O good man! The case is the same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, and he thinks, how do the three become one with me? O good man! I make it in my teaching that the three things are nirvana. The Tathagata is the unsurpassed one. For example, the head is the highest part of a man's body, not the other limbs or the hands and legs. The same is the case with the Buddha. He is the most respected, not Dharma or the Sangha. In order to teach the world, he manifests himself diversely. It is like going up a ladder. This being the case, do not regard the three refuges as different, as do common mortals and the ignorant. Abide in the Mahayana as bravely and decisively as a sharp sword. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, I ask about what I know, not what I do not know. I ask about untainted pure actions for the sake of the greatly courageous bodhisattvas, so that the Tathagata will, for the sake of the bodhisattvas, proclaim what is wonderful and expound it. And thus the bodhisattvas will desire to praise the Mahayana Vaipulya Sutras. The Tathagata, the great compassionate one, now speaks. I too shall peacefully abide in it. The pure actions of the Bodhisattva are well proclaimed in the great Nirvana Sutra. O world-honored one! I shall now, for the sake of all beings, disseminate the undisclosed store of the Tathagata. Also, I shall now well attest to, and know, the three refuges. If any being believes strongly in the teaching of the great Nirvana Sutra, such a being will all naturally clearly attain the three refuges. Why? Because the close-guarded store of the Tathagata possesses the Buddha nature. Any person who disseminates this sutra says that one possesses the Buddha nature within one's body. Any such person does not, far out, take refuge in the three treasures. Why not? Because one in the life to come perfects the three treasures. Because of this, Sravakas, Pratyekabuddhas, and all others come, worship and pay homage to me. O good man! Because of this, learn Mahayana Sutras. Kasyapa further said, Buddha nature thus cannot be known. The 32 signs of perfection and the 80 minor marks of excellence are also of wonder. Then the Buddha praised Bodhisattva Kasyapa, well said, O good man! You have accomplished the deepest and sharpest of wisdom. I shall now tell you how one enters the Tathagatagarbha. If self lives, this is the teaching of is. It does not part from suffering. If self does not exist, there can be no benefit, even if one practices pure actions. If one says that all things do not possess self, this is but the not is theory akadikadristi, i.e. the world view of the total negation of any existence, which is the theory of sheer emptiness. If one says that self exists, this is the ever is theory sasvatadristi, an erroneous view of life which takes existence as concrete and changeless. If one says that all things are non-eternal, this is the not is view. If one says that all things exist, this is the ever is view. If one says that all is suffering, this is the not is. If one says that all things are bliss, this is the ever is. If a person practices the way of the ever is of all things, such a person falls into the heresy of not is. A person who practices the way according to which all things become extinct falls into ever is. This is like the measuring worm, which carries its hind legs forward by the action of its front legs. It is the same with the person who practices the ever is and the not is. The not is stands on, depends on, is based on the ever is. Because of this, those of other teachings who practice suffering are called not good. Those of other teachings who practice bliss are called good. Those of other teachings who practice non-self are those of illusion. Those of other teachings who practice the ever is say that the Tathagata secretly stores truths away. So called nirvana does not have any grotto or house to live in. Those of other teachings who practice the not is refers to property, those of other teachings who practice the ever is refers to Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, and right emancipation. Know that the middle path of the Buddha negates the two planes and tells of true Dharma. Even common mortals and the dull abide in it, and have no doubt. It is as when the weak and the sick take butter, as a result of which they feel light in spirit. The nature of the two of is and not is not definite. For example, the natures of the four elements earth, water, fire, and wind are not the same. Each differs from the other. A good 90. Dr. Wells sees that each stands against in contradistinction to, in opposition to, in contrast with the other. He sees it through even by the one-sided phase of what takes place. O good man! It is the same with the Tathagata. He acts like a good doctor towards all beings. He knows the difference between the internal and external nature of illusion and crushes it out, and reveals the fact that the undisclosed store of the Tathagata is pure and that the Buddha nature is eternal and does not change. If a person says is, he must be on guard that his wisdom does not get tainted. If a person says not is, this is nothing but falsehood. If one says is, one cannot sit unsaid. Also, one could not play with words and dispute, only seek to know the true nature of all things. Common mortals play with words and dispute, betraying their own ignorance as to the Tathagata's undisclosed store. When it comes to the question of suffering, the ignorant say that the body is non-eternal and all is suffering. Also, they do not know that there is also the nature of bliss in the body. If the eternal is alluded to, common mortals say that all bodies are non-eternal. Like unfired tiles. One with wisdom discriminates things and does not say that all is non-eternal. Why not? Because man possesses the seed of the Buddha nature. When non-self is talked about, common mortals say that there cannot be self in the Buddhist teaching. One who is wise should know that non-self is a temporary existence and is not true. Knowing thus, one should not have any doubt. When the hidden Tathagatagarbha is stated as being empty and quiet, common mortals will think of ceasing and extinction. One who is wise knows that the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging. If emancipation is stated to be something like a phantom, common mortals say that the person who attains emancipation is one who wears away to nothingness. A person with wisdom thinks that he is a man-lion and that, though he comes and goes, he is eternal and does not change. If it is stated that ignorance resides in all things, common mortals hear this and think of two different existences, the bright and the non-bright. The wise man sees that the nature is not two and that the nature of the not two is the real nature, self-nature. If it is stated that things sit on depend on consciousness, common mortals say two, which are samskara volition, mental impulse and vijnana consciousness. But the wise know that its nature is not two and that the nature of the not two is the svabhavika own nature, self-nature. If we speak of the 10 good deeds and 10 evil deeds, of what can be made and what cannot be made, of good realms and evil realms, white teaching Sukladharma Sadharma wonderful Dharma and black teaching Krishnadharma Palikanhadhama, common mortals conceive of two things. But the wise know that the nature is not two and that the nature of the not two is the real nature. When it is stated that all things end in suffering, common mortals say that this is two. But the wise know that the nature is not two and that the nature of the not two is the real nature. If we state that all things made are non-eternal and that the undisclosed store of the Tathagata, two, is non-eternal, common mortals say two. But the wise know that the nature is not two and that not two is the real nature. If all things have no self and the undisclosed store of the Tathagata has no self, common mortals say that the nature is two. But the wise know that it is not two and that not two is the real nature. There cannot be the two things of self and non-self. This is what the undisclosed store of the Tathagata refers to. This is what is praised by uncountable, innumerable, boundless numbers of all Buddhas. I, now, in this all-perfect sutra, explain all There is the not. 2. In the nature and characteristics of self and non-self. You should take things thus. O good man! You should strongly uphold and think about such sutras. I have already stated in the Mahaprajnaparamita Sutra that there are not the two phases aspects, phenomena of self and non-self. The case is thus. From fresh milk we get cream, from cream fresh butter, from fresh butter clarified butter, and from clarified butter sarpermanda. Does the nature of the cream come from the milk itself, or from without? And the same is the case with sarpermanda. If it comes from without, it is something made by another and not something come out of the milk itself. If it does not come out of the milk has nothing to do with its coming about. If it comes out of the milk itself, it cannot come out in a similar way and continuously. If it comes out continuously, it cannot come out together. If it does not come out together, the 5 tastes cannot be for once only. Though not for once only, it cannot definitely come about from other places. 9.1 Know that in milk there is already the phase element, aspect of cream. As it possesses much sweetness, it cannot change. The same with sarpermanda. When the cow feeds on the grass of watery places, its blood changes and we get milk. If the cow feeds on sweet grass, the milk becomes sweet, and if on bitter grass, the milk becomes bitter. In the Himalayas, there is a type of grass called peanutney. If the cow feeds on this, it will produce pure sarpermanda and there will be no such color as blue, yellow, red, white or black. The grass and cereals work upon affect the color and taste of the milk. 2 aspects come out of all beings by the karmic relations of brightness and ignorance. When the gloom changes, brightness comes about. The case is the same with the good and not good of all things. There can be no 2 aspects. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! You, the Buddha, say that there is cream in milk. What does this mean? O world-honored one! If there definitely is cream in milk and if it is true that it cannot be seen because of the minuteness of its size, how can we say that cream comes about through the causal relations of milk? When things originally have no root element, we can say that a thing is born. If it exists already, how can we say that life comes about? It is the case that there definitely is cream in milk, there must be milk in all grass. Likewise, there must be grass in milk, too. If the situation is that there definitely is no cream in milk, how can cream come out of the milk? If there is no root element but it later comes about, how could it be that grass cannot grow in milk? O good man! Do not say that there definitely is cream in milk or that there is not cream in milk. Also, do not say that it comes from outside. If there is definitely cream in milk, how can it be that thing and taste differ? That is why you should not say there definitely is cream in milk. If there definitely is no cream in milk, why is it that something different does not come about in the milk? If poison is put into milk, the cream will kill a person. That is why you should not say that there definitely is no cream in the milk. Further, if we say that cream comes from outside, why is it that cream does not come about in water? Because of this, do not say that cream comes from anywhere else. O good man! As the cow feeds on grass, its blood changes into white. Grass and blood die out and the power of virtue of beings changes and we gain milk. This milk comes out of grass and blood, but we cannot say that there are the 2. All we can say is that conditions so bring it about. This we can say. From cream up to sarpermanda, things go thus. The case here is the same. Because of this, we can rightly say that there is the taste of the cow. This milk dies away, and in consequence there comes about cream. What is the condition? It is sour or warm. Because of this, we can say that it comes from conditions. The situation is the same with the others, up to Sarpermanda. Because of this, we cannot say that there definitely is no cream in milk. If it comes from elsewhere, it must exist separately from the milk. This cannot be. O good man! The same is the case with brightness and ignorance. Of that which is bound up by all illusions, we say ignorant. If linked to all good things, there can be brightness. That is why we say that there can be no two things. So, I said, there is a grass in the Himalayas called peanutni, which, if eaten by the cow, produces Sarpermanda. The same is the case with the Buddha nature. O good man! Beings are sterile in fortune and do not come across this grass. The same applies to the Buddha nature. As defilement overspreads them, beings cannot see. For example, the water of the great ocean tastes salty all the same, but it contains in it the best of water, as in the case of milk. Also, the Himalayas are perfect in various virtues and produce various medicines. But there are also poisonous herbs. It is the same with the bodies of all beings. There are the 4 poisonous serpents, but there is also present the great king of all wonderful medicine. So-called Buddha nature is not something that has been made. Only, it is overspread by defilement. Only a person who thoroughly cuts it away, whether he be a Kshatriya, Brahmin, Vaishya, or Sudra, sees the Buddha nature and attains unsurpassed enlightenment. For example, should the thunder roll in the sky, the clouds disperse and all the tusks of the elephant will be covered with flower petals. If there is no thunder, the flowers do not come about. Also, this is as in the case where there is no denotative name. The same is also the case with the Buddha nature of all beings. It is always overspread by various defilements and is not seen. That is why I say that beings do not possess the self. If one is blessed with hearing the all-wonderful Mahaparinirvana Sutra, 1.9.2 ses the Buddha nature. This is as in the case of the flowers on the tusks of the elephant. 1 may hear all about the samadhis of the sutras. But if one does not hear this sutra, one cannot get to the wonderful form of the Tathagata. If is as when there is no thunder, when one no longer sees flowers on the tusks of the elephant. On hearing this sutra, one comes to know of the undisclosed latent Buddha nature, about which the Tathagata speaks. This is like seeing the flowers on the tusks of the elephant. On hearing this sutra, all innumerable beings come to know that this is the Buddha nature. Because of this, I speak about great nirvana and say that I expand the Dharma body, the undisclosed store of the Tathagata. This is as with the thunder, when flowers fall upon the tusks of the elephant. As this long upholds and nurtures the great meaning, this is called Mahaparinirvana. If any good man or woman learns this all wonderful sutra of great nirvana, they should know that they are doing a work of thanksgiving and are true disciples of the Buddha. Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, "It is exceptionally wonderful, O world-honored 1. The so-called Buddha nature is profound to know, it is hard to see and attain. Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas cannot hope to partake of it." The Buddha sighed, "O good man! It is thus, it is thus. It is just as you praise it, it does not differ from what I say." Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, "O world-honored one! To what extent is the Buddha nature profound and how difficult is it to perceive and get into?" O good man! As an analogy, 100 blind persons consult a good doctor for a cure. With that, the doctor opens up the membrane of the eye with a golden barb blade and then, holding up one finger, asks, "Can you see this?" The blind person says, "I cannot see it yet." Then, the doctor holds up 2 fingers, and 3 fingers. Then, the person says that he can see to some extent. "O good man! When this wonderful Sutra of great Nirvana is one that has as yet not been delivered by the Tathagata, the same is the case. Although innumerable bodhisattvas may well perfectly practice the paramitas, spiritual perfections, they might only reach the stage of the 10 abodes Bodhis and yet may not be able to see the Buddha nature. If the Tathagata speaks, they may see to some extent. When these bodhisattvas have seen all, they will say, 'Oh, wonderful, O world-honored one! We have been repeating birth and death and have been worried by selflessness. O good man!' Such bodhisattvas may well reach the stage of the 10 soils Bodhis, stages of bodhisattva development, and yet they cannot clearly see the Buddha nature. How could Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas well see it? Also, next, O good man! For example, one sees geese flying far off in the sky and wonders if they really are geese or the sky. One looks carefully and sees this indistinctly. The case of the bodhisattvas may also be like this, they see but a small part of the nature of the Tathagata. How could Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas well see it? O good man! The same is the case with an intoxicated man who has a long way to walk, but can only see the way indistinctly. This is the case with the bodhisattvas at the stage of the 10 abodes Bodhis who can only see a small part of the nature of the Tathagata. O good man! There is a thirsty person who has to travel a long way through the wilderness. Thirst presses down upon him so much that he looks for water everywhere. Then, he sees the foliage of a tree with a white crane on it. Having lost his capacity to judge, the person cannot tell if this is a tree or water. He tries hard to see. Then he sees that it is a white crane and the foliage of a tree. It is similar to the bodhisattvas of the stage of the 10 abodes, who sees but a small part of the nature of the Tathagata. O good man! For example, there is here a man who is in the middle of a great ocean. Far out, an innumerable 100,000 yojanas away, he sees a great galleon, the rudder tower and storied building parts of the ship. He looks and thinks to himself, is this a rudder tower or is it the sky? He looks for a long time and his mind becomes fixed, and he comes to know that it is a rudder tower. The same is the case with the bodhisattva of the stage of the 10 Bodhis, who sees within himself the nature of the Tathagata. For example, there is here a prince who is weak in physique and who passes the night in playing, and it is now dawn. He tries but cannot see clearly. The case is like this. The 93 Bodhisattva of the stage of the 10 Bodhis thus sees the nature of the Tathagata within himself. And, likewise, what he sees is not clear. Also, next, O good man! For example, a government official, driven by routine work of this kind, comes home late in the evening. There is a flash of lightning for a moment, and he sees a group of cows. Then he thinks, is this a group of cows, or a cloud, or a house? He looks for a good while and comes to the conclusion that they are cows. And yet, he cannot be too sure. The Bodhisattva of the stage of the 10 Bodhis sees the nature of the Tathagata within himself, and yet he cannot see it clearly. The situation is like this. Also, next, O good man! A bhiksu who upholds the precepts looks at some water in which there are no worms. And yet, he sees a worm, and thinks to himself, is the thing that moves in the water a worm or a bit of dust? He stares at it for a good while. Even after he has realized that it is a piece of dust, he is not quite sure. It seems so. The same is the case with the Bodhisattva of the stage of the 10 Bodhis, who thus sees within himself the nature of the Tathagata. Nothing is very clear. Also, next, O good man. For example, a man sees a child in the darkness, far off. He thinks, is this a cow, a man, or a bird? He keeps gazing at it for a goodly while. He now sees that it is a child, and yet he does not see it very clearly. It is thus. The same applies to the Bodhisattva who is at the stage of the 10 Bodhis and who sees within himself the nature of the Tathagata. Nothing is completely clear. Also, next, O good man. There is a person who, in the darkness of the night, sees the image of a Bodhisattva and thinks, can this be the image of a Bodhisattva, of Mahesvara, of great Brahma, or of someone in monastic garb? The person gazes at it a good while and comes to think that it is the form of a Bodhisattva, and yet, he does not see it very clearly. It is the same with the Bodhisattva of the 10 Bodhis who sees within himself the nature of the Tathagata. Nothing seems to be very clear. O good man! The Buddha nature that one has is the deepest and the most difficult thing to see. Only the Buddha can know it well. It is not within the reach of Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. O good man! The wise should see thus and know of the nature of the Tathagata. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! The Buddha nature is very delicate and difficult to know. How can one perceive it well with the fleshly eye? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, O good man! Even thoughtlessness, non-thoughtlessness, heaven is also not within reach of the two vehicles. When one accords with the sutras, one can well see it by dint of the power of faith. O good man! The same is the case with Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas who accord with the Nirvana Sutra and who see in themselves the nature of the Tathagata. O good man! Because of this, one should make effort and learn the great Nirvana Sutra. O good man! The Buddha nature as such can only be known by the Buddha alone and is not within the reach of Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Unholy common mortals possess the nature of common mortals and yet say that they possess self. The Buddha said, as an example of this, two persons are friends. One is a prince, and the other a poor man. They associate with each other. Then the poor man, on seeing that the prince possesses a very bright sword, covets it. The prince later flees to other countries, taking the sword with him. The poor man later puts up at the house of another person and, in his sleep, cries out, the sword! The sword! A person nearby hears this and goes to the king. The king says, You said sword. Tell me where it is. The person tells of it in detail. O king! You can cut up my body and cut off my feet, and yet you will not be able to get the sword. I was once on close terms with the prince. Before, we were together, and I saw it. But I did not touch it. And how could I take it? The king asks further, What was the sword like which you say you saw? The man answers, O great king! It was like a ewe's horn. The king, on hearing this, smiles in amusement and says, Don't worry. In all my storehouse, we do not have any such sword. How could you have seen it? With the prince? Then the king asks all his ministers, Have you ever seen a sword of this? 94kind? So speaking, he dies. Then another prince ascends the throne. He also asks the ministers, Have you ever seen in the governmental storehouse any sword of this kind? All the ministers say, We once saw it. What was the sword like? They replied, It was like a ewe's horn. How could there be any such sword in my storehouse? 4 kings, one after the other, ask and check, but they cannot gain it. Some time later, the prince who has fled the country returns and becomes king. On ascending the throne, he asks the ministers, "Have you ever seen the sword?" They reply, "O great king! Its color was pure, and it was like an Utpala lotus." They also answer, "It was like the horn of a ram." They further reply, "It was red and like a fireball." They answer too, "It was like a black serpent." Then the king laughs, "All of you have not, in truth, seen my sword. Noble son! A Bodhisattva Mahasattva is also like that, he appears in the world and expounds the true nature of the self. After he has expounded it, he departs, as for example like the prince who takes the wondrous sword and flees to another country. Foolish ordinary people say, "Everybody has self. Everybody has self," like the poor man who, lodging at another's house, cries out, "The sword! The sword!" Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas ask people, "What attributes does the self have?" To which they reply, "I have seen the attributes of the self, it is the size of a thumb," or they say, "It is like a grain of rice," or "It is like a grain of millet," or there are some who say, "It is the self's attribute to abide within the heart, burning like the sun." In this manner, people do not know the nature of the self, just as, for example, the various ministers do not know the nature of the sword. While a bodhisattva discourses thus about the quality of the self, ordinary people do not but impute various false concepts to the self, just as when asked about the attributes of the sword the ministers reply that it is like the horn of a ram. These ordinary people generate false views in succession from one on to the other. In order to eliminate such false views, the Tathagata reveals and discourses on the non-existence of a self, just as when the prince tells his various ministers that there is no such sword in his treasury. Noble son, the true self that the Tathagata expounds today is called the Buddhadhatu Buddha nature. This manner of Buddhadhatu is shown in the Buddhadharma with the example of the real sword. Noble son, should there be any ordinary person who is able well to expound this, then he speaks in accordance with unsurpassed Buddhadharma. Should there be anyone who is well able to distinguish this in accordance with what has been expounded regarding it, then you should know that he has the nature of a bodhisattva. Chapter 13, On Letters. The Buddha said to Bodhisattva Kashyapa, "All such different opinions, fortune-telling, language, and letters are what the Buddha spoke and not what was said by Tirthakas." Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, "O world-honored one! How do you, the Tathagata, tell of the root concept of letters?" The Buddha said, "O good man! First, the half-letter i.e. the phonic alphabet of Sanskrit is taught and is made the root concept. This holds good for all written things, fortune-telling, sentences, all elements and realities. Common mortals learn the foundation of letters. Later, they come to know what is right and what is not." Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, "O world-honored one! What is the meaning of the letter? O good man! It stands on 14 phonic bases, which constitute the meanings. The so-called letter is nirvana. Being eternal, it does not flow away. What does not flow away knows no end. What knows no end is the adamantine body of the Tathagata. These 14 constitute the foundation of letters. A is so called because it does not get destroyed. What is indestructible is the 3 treasures. For example, this is like the diamond. It is also so called because it does not flow away. What does not flow away is the Tathagata. In the 9 holes, i.e. outlets of the body, 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, mouth, 2 outlets for excretion of the Tathagata, there is nothing that flows away. So, it is the unflowing anusrava, non-defilement. And there are 9 holes. Hence, it is non-flowing. Non-flowing is the eternal, the eternal is the Tathagata. The Tathagata is not that. 95Which has been created. Hence, he is non-flowing. Also, A is virtue. Virtue is the three treasures. For this reason, we say A. Next, A stands for Akariya. What does Akariya mean? In worldly life, we can call him a holy person. Why do we say holy person? Holy means non-attached. It means of little desire and feeling contented. Also, it is called pure. It thoroughly passes beings across the great sea of the three worlds of birth and death. That is why we say holy. Also, A means institution implementation, which is to act in accordance with the pure precepts and observe deportment. Also, A means to depend upon a holy person. This is to learn his comings and goings and all that he does. The three holy ones are given offerings, respected and worshipped. One faithfully serves one's parents and studies the Mahayana. Good men and women uphold the prohibitions. And all bodhisattvas are called holy ones. A also means order. It says, come and do this. You should not do it like that. So do things go. One who checks and suppresses non-deportment is a holy one. That is why we say A. I is the Buddhist teaching. Pure action is extensive, pure, and untainted. It is, for example, like the full moon. Do thus, not like that, this is right, that is not right, this is a sermon of the Buddha, and this is what Mara says. Hence, we say I. We say A. The meaning of the Buddhist teaching is wonderful and profound. It is as when we call the laws dharmas of Mahesvara and Brahma unmolested unlimited. Well upheld, it. Buddhist teaching is the protection of Dharma. Also, unmolestedness, unlimitedness, unrestrictedness is called the four protections of the world. As these four are unmolested, one well takes in and protects the great Nirvana Sutra, and one unmolestedly expounds and disseminates it. Also, next, A stands for the unmolested, unhindered, unstinting dissemination of Dharma to beings. Also, next, Ace the unmolested, unconstrained. It asks and says what is right. This is nothing other than the learning of the Vaipulya Sutras. Also, next, A stands for the crushing out of jealousy. When the barnyard grass has been thoroughly weeded out, everything changes into what is auspicious. So we say A. U stands for Great Nirvana, the highest, the most superb, the pinnacle of pinnacles of all sutras. Also, next, U stands for the nature of the Tathagata, which no Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas hear about. This is like Uttarakuru being the best of all places. If any bodhisattva indeed hears this sutra, he is the highest and most superb. Hence, we say U. A is, for example, like cow's milk, which is the best of all tastes. The nature of the Tathagata is also like that. Of all sutras, this is the holiest and best. Anyone who slanders it is none but a cow. Also, next, A is called not wise. A person thoroughly slanders the delicate and hidden storehouse of the Tathagata. Know that this person is most to be pitied. Parting from the hidden storehouse of the Tathagata, he speaks about no self. Henk, we say A. E is the Dharmata and Nirvana of all Buddhas. Hence, we say E. AI means Tathagata. Also, AI refers to the goings and comings, bendings and stretchings, and the deeds of the Tathagata, by which not one amongst all beings is not benefited. Hence, AI. O stands for illusion. Illusion is ashrava defilement. The Tathagata is eternally free from illusion. Hence, O. O means Mahayana. It stands for the utmost of all the 14 sounds. The case of the Mahayana Sutras is also like this. They are the ultimate of all sutras and shastras. Hence, O.A.M. makes away with all impurities. In the Buddhist teachings, all gold, silver, and treasures are abandoned. Hence, A means superb vehicle. Why? This Mahayana Sutra, this great Nirvana Sutra, is the most superlative of all sutras. Hence, 96Ka calls forth great compassion towards all beings. The thought of a sun arises, as towards Rahula. It means wonderfully good. Hence, Ka. Ka stands for non-good friend. Non-good friend means mixed and defiled. He does not believe in the hidden store of the Tathagata. Hence, Ka. Ga means store. Store means the undisclosed store of the Tathagata. All beings have the Buddha nature. Hence, Ga. Ga is the eternal sound of the Tathagata. What is the eternal sound of the Tathagata? The so-called Tathagata is eternal and does not suffer change. Hence, Ga. Na represents the breaking destructible, impermanent characteristics of all beings. Hence, Na. Ca means to practice. As it subdues all beings, we say practice. Cha means Tathagata, who houses shades, protects all beings, as in the case of a great parasol. Hence, Cha. Ja means right true emancipation. There arises in this no aging. Hence, Ja. Ja stands for the great proliferation of defilements, as in the case of a great forest. Hence, Ja. Na means wisdom. It means true dharmata. Hence, Na. Ta signifies speech delivered about dharmas in Jambudvipa, showing a half-body, as in the case of the half-moon. Hence, Ta. Tha represents the perfection of the dharma body, as in the case of the full moon. Hence, Tha. Da represents an ignorant bhiksu who does not know the eternal and the non-eternal, as in the case of a child. Hence, Da. Dha represents a person who feels no obligation towards his teacher, as in the case of a ram. Hence, Dha. Na represents lack of knowledge of the meaning of what is holy, as in the case of a Tirthaka. Hence, Na. Ta represents the Tathagata, who says to all bhiksus, come away from fright and fear. I shall now deliver sermons on wonderful dharma. Hence, Ta. Tha means ignorance. Beings repeat birth and death and bind themselves, as in the case of a silkworm or dung beetle. Hence, Dha. Da means great giving. This is the so-called Mahayana. Hence, Da. Dha praises virtue. It is as in the case of the three treasures, which are like Mount Sumeru. Soaring up, grand, extensive and, yet, not inclining to one side. Hence, Dha. Na alludes to the three treasures, which stand peacefully rooted, not inclining to one side or moving, like the threshold of a gate. Hence, Na. Pa means inverted. If a person says that the three treasures expire, this shows that that person himself entertains doubt. Hence, Pa. Fa refers to the ill fortune of the world. If a person says that when ill fortune arises in the world, the three treasures also expire, this indicates that that person is ignorant, that he has no knowledge, and that he acts against the holy will. Hence, Fa. Ba refers to the 10 powers of the Buddha. Hence, Ba. Bha refers to the shouldering of what is heavy. It can stand bearing the heaviness of wonderful dharma. Know that such a person is a great bodhisattva. Hence, Bha. Ma refers to all bodhisattvas who strictly uphold all the institution's rules. This is so called Mahayana Parinirvana. Hence, Ma. Ya alludes to all those bodhisattvas who, for the benefit of beings, preach the Mahayana. doctrine in all places. Hence, Yea. Ra crushes out greed, anger, and ignorance, and disseminates wonderful Dharma. Hence, Ra. Law relates to the Sravaka vehicle, which moves, changes, and has no place to live in, i.e. no permanent abode. Mahayana is safe and firm, and there is no inclining or moving with it. Abandoning the Sravaka vehicle, one makes effort and practices the unsurpassed Mahayana. 9.7 Hence, Law. Va means that the world-honored one is he who showers down upon all beings the great rain of the Dharma. He is, as it were, a so-called fortune-telling sutra. Hence, Va. A means to part from the three arrows, the three barbs of greed, malevolence, and ignorance. Hence, A. Sa means perfection. If one truly hears this great Nirvana Sutra, one already hears and upholds all about Mahayana Sutras. Hence, Sa. Sa means that wonderful Dharma is expounded to all beings, so that people feel blessed. Hence, Sa. Ha bespeaks the mind's state of gladness. How wonderful is it that the world-honored one departs from all actions, strange is it that the Tathagata enters Parinirvana. Hence, Ha. Lam signifies Mara. Innumerable Maras are unable to destroy the hidden storehouse of the Tathagata. Hence, Lam. The four letters, RR, L, L, have four meanings. These are Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, and Abhidharma. Abhidharma relates to what obtains in the world. It shows that Devadatta destroys the Sangha. He transforms himself into various forms, faces, and concrete forms. The case is like this. All this is to establish Vinaya. The wise should clearly see through this and not entertain any fear. This is following what obtains in the world. Hence, RRLL. The inhalation of breath is the sound which one gets when the tongue accords with the nose. We gain the meaning by the long, short, or the one that supersedes the sound. All differ according to the actions of tongue and teeth. All such meanings of the letters well enable beings to purify their verbal actions. The Buddha nature of beings does not first become pure when assisted by letters. Why not? Because that nature is originally pure. Also, while coexisting with the 5 skandhas, the 18 realms and the 12 spheres of the senses, the Buddha nature is not one with the 5 skandhas, the 18 realms and the 12 spheres. Because of this, all beings should take refuge in the bodhisattvas and others. Because of the existence of the Buddha nature within them, beings are viewed with equal, non-discriminating eyes, and there is no difference. Hence, the half-letters form the basis of all sutras, all written material, and sentences. Also, the meaning of the half-letters refers to the root of all defilements. So they are called half-letters. The full letters are the root of all good dharmas and speech. For example, those of the world who do evil are called half-letters, and those who do good full letters. Thus, all sutras and the Abhidharmas are based upon the half-letters. People may say that the Tathagata and true emancipation fall under the category of the half-letters. But this is not so. Why not? Because these two part from, i.e. are separate from letters. Because of this, the Tathagata is unmolested, unconstrained, unattached, and fully emancipated in all things. How do we arrive at the meaning of the letters? If one comes to think that the Tathagata appears in the world and does away with the half-letters, this is understanding the meaning of the letters. Any person who follows the meaning of the half-letters is one who does not know the nature of the Tathagata. What is the meaning of the letterless? One who associates with those who practice the teaching of evil belongs to the letterless. Also, although a person may associate with those who do good, if he does not know the difference between the eternal and the non-eternal, the constant and the non-constant of the Tathagata, and the two treasures of Dharma and Sangha. Between Vinaya and non-Vinaya, sutras and non-sutras, the words of Mara and those of the Buddha, such a person is one who is letterless. This do I state regarding how one is letterless. O good man! For this reason, you should part from the half-letter and arrive at the meaning of the complete letters. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! I shall now thoroughly learn the number of letters. I have encountered the unsurpassed teacher. I have now received the kindly injunctions of the Tathagata. The Buddha praised Kasyapa and said, well said, well said. A person who is intent upon wonderful Dharma should learn things thus. 98. Chapter 14, on the parable of the birds. The Buddha said further to Kasyapa, O good man! There are two species of birds, one the Kakalindakaka and the other the mandarin duck. In playing or stopping resting, they always act together, they do not separate. The same is the case with suffering, the non-eternal, and non-self. They do not separate. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! In what way do things obtain with suffering, the non-eternal, and non-self as with the mandarin duck and the Kakalindakaka? The Buddha said, O good man! What is contrary to Dharma is suffering, and what is contrary to Dharma is bliss. What is contrary to Dharma is the eternal, and what is contrary to Dharma is the non-eternal. What is contrary to Dharma is self, and what is contrary to Dharma is non-self. For example, it is as in the case in which rice differs from hemp and wheat, and hemp and wheat from beans, millet, and sugar cane. With all of these, the non-eternal are the buds, flowers and leaves. When the fruit ripens and when man uses it, we say eternal. Why? Because the nature is true. Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! If these are eternal, are they equal to the Tathagata? O good man! Do not speak in such a way. Why not? If one says that the Tathagata is like Mount Sumeru, does this imply that he will break up, as Sumeru must break up when the time comes for it to disintegrate? O good man! Do not view things thus. O good man! With all things, excepting nirvana, not one thing is eternal. Merely to conform with the ways of secular truth, we say that the fruit is eternal. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! It is good, it is good. It is as the Buddha says. The Buddha said to Kasyapa, It is thus, it is thus, O good man! A person may be true to what the sutras say or may have practiced all the samadhis, but until he has learned Parinirvana, he will say that all is non-eternal. When a person has learned this sutra, he may have illusion, but he is, so to speak, without illusion. It learning this sutra well benefits man in heaven. Why? Because one clearly sees that one's own body has the Buddha nature within. This is the eternal. Also, next, O good man! It is like the case of the mango tree. When its flower first appears, what there is at that time is the changing phase. When it bears fruit and when it bestows much benefit, we speak of the eternal. O good man! A person may thus be true to all the sutras or may have practiced samadhis, but when he has not yet given ear to this great Nirvana Sutra, all is based on the non-eternal. When a person gives ear to this sutra, although still possessing illusion, it is as though he had no illusion. That is to say that it benefits both man and heaven. How? Because that person clearly knows that he has the Buddha nature within. This is the eternal. Also, next, O good man! When an ingot of gold melts, this is the phase of the non-eternal. Once molten, it becomes gold. When it greatly benefits a person, we say eternal. The case is like this. Thus, O good man, a person may be true to all sutras or may have practiced all samadhis, but if he has not yet given ear to this great Nirvana Sutra, all is non-eternal. When a person has given ear to this sutra, he may well have illusion, but it is as though he did not. It thus benefits all men and gods. Why? Because the person clearly comes to know that he has the Buddha nature within. This is the eternal. Also, next, O good man, sesame, for example, when not yet pressed, is non-eternal. Once the pressing has been done and the oil has been extracted, the sesame gives great benefit. This is the eternal. O good man, a person may be true to all sutras or may have practiced samadhis, but not yet having heard of great nirvana, all is non-eternal for that person. Having heard this sutra, though yet bound by illusion, a person is equivalent to possessing no illusion. Benefits accrue to any human or god. Why? Because that person realizes that he has the Buddha nature within him. This is the eternal. Also, next, O good man, it is as in the case in which all rivers drain into the sea. All sutras and samadhis flow into the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. How so? Because it ultimately expounds the Buddha nature. That is why I say, some dharmas are eternal, some dharmas are non-99 eternal with non-self, 2, things amount to the same. It is thus that I say. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, the Tathagata is already segregated from the poisonous arrows of apprehension and suffering. Apprehension and suffering are heaven devas, the Tathagata is no heaven deva. Apprehension and suffering are human, the Tathagata is no human. Apprehension and suffering are the 25 existences. Hence, there can exist no apprehension or suffering with the Tathagata. How could one say that the Tathagata is apprehension and suffering? O good man! In no thought heaven avra, what obtains is thoughtlessness. If thoughtless, there can be no life. If there is no life, how can there be the 5 skandhas, the 18 realms and 12 spheres? Hence, we cannot say that the life of no thought heaven has any place to exist. O good man! For example, the god of a tree lives in the tree. We cannot definitely say that he lives in the branch, the knot, the trunk, or the leaf. Though we cannot name the place, we cannot say that he does not exist. The life of no thought heaven is also like that. O good man! The case of Buddha-dharma is likewise thus. It is very deep and unfathomable. The Tathagata has no apprehension, suffering or worry. Yet, he evinces great compassion towards beings, has apprehension and sorrow, and views them as he views Rahula. Also, next, the life of no thought heaven can only be known by the Buddha. It is beyond the ken of others. Also, the same applies to thoughtlessness non-thoughtlessness heaven. O Kasyapa! The nature of the Tathagata is pure and untainted, and is like a transformed body. How can there be any apprehension, suffering or worry? If the Tathagata has no apprehension or suffering, how can he bestow benefit upon beings and disseminate the Buddhist teaching? If no, how can we say that he sees beings as he sees Rahula? If he does not see beings as he sees his Rahula, any such statement can only be false. Hence, O good man, the Buddha is inconceivable, Dharma is inconceivable, the nature of beings is inconceivable, and the life of no thought heaven is inconceivable. Whether the Tathagata has any apprehension or not is for the world of the Buddha to know. It is not what Sravakas or Pratyeka Buddhas can fathom out. O good man! For example, a house cannot stand in the air as it is for a moment. If one says that A house cannot remain in the air, this is not something that can be said. For this reason, one should not say, a house in the air can stand or not. A common mortal may say that a house stands in the air. But there is no place in the air where it can remain. Why not? Because, by nature, it has no place to stay. O good man! The same is the case with the mind. Do not say that its abode is in the 5 skandhas, the 18 realms, or the 12 spheres. The same with the life of no thought heaven. Regarding any apprehension and sorrow of the Tathagata, it is also like this. If he has no apprehension and sorrow, how can we say that he views all beings with an all equal eye, as though viewing Rahula? A person might well say that he has apprehension and sorrow. Yet how then can one say that his nature is like the void? O good man! As an example, a magician may conjure up such diverse things as a palace, killing, long life, binding or undoing, gold, silver, beryl, treasures, forests, and trees. But these have no place where they exist. The same with the Tathagata. Following the way of the world, he displays apprehension and sorrow. There can be in actuality no such forms, i.e. no such things as these with him. O good man! The Tathagata has already entered Parinirvana. How could there be any apprehension, sorrow, or worry? Now the Tathagata enters Nirvana. If anyone says that this is the non-eternal, know that this person has apprehension and sorrow. No one can truly know whether the Tathagata has apprehension or not. Also, next, O good man! As an example, a person who lives in a low social sphere can certainly know what obtains in the lower sphere of life. But he cannot know what obtains in the middle or upper spheres of life. A person of the middle sphere knows what obtains in the middle sphere, but not in the upper. A person of the upper sphere knows about that upper sphere, but not about the middle or lower spheres. It is the same with Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. Likewise, a person only knows what is of his own sphere. It is not thus with the Tathagata. He knows his own sphere, as well as those of others. That is why we say that the Tathagata is unhindered. He manifests phantoms and follows the ways of the world. The fleshly eyes of common mortals see 100. This. They say that it is true. They may desire to know the unhindered and unsurpassed wisdom of the Tathagata, but this never comes about. Only the Buddha knows what is apprehension and what is not. Hence, different things possess the self and different things do not possess the self. This is what we mean when we say that things obtain, as in the case of the mandarin duck and the Kakalindakaka. Also, next, O good man! The Buddhist teaching is like the mandarin duck and Kakalindakaka, who go about together. The mandarin duck and the Kakalindakaka seek out uplands in midsummer when the water is high and deposit their young there. This is to raise them. Later, they play as they originally ought to. The same with the appearance of the Tathagata. He teaches innumerable beings and enables them to abide in wonderful Dharma. This is like the mandarin duck and the Kakalindakaka seeking out uplands and safely depositing their young ones there. The same with the Tathagata. He enables beings to act as they ought to act and enables them to enter Mahaparinirvana. O good man! That is to say that suffering is one teaching. Dharma and bliss is a different one Dharma. All created things are sorrow, Nirvana is bliss. It is most wonderful and destroys created things, i.e. lifts one beyond the created sphere. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! How do beings attain Nirvana and gain the preeminent bliss? The Buddha said, O good man! As stated, the fusion of composites is age and death. If strict in one's way of life and not indolent, This is Amrita the deathless, ambrosia. To be indolent and not strict in one's way of life is death. Non-indolence gains one the deathless place. Indolence always leads one to death. Indolence is of the created, the foremost of suffering. Non-indolence is nirvana, the foremost of amrita and bliss. The created is a place of death, the foremost of suffering. Nirvana is deathlessness, the most wonderful bliss. Indolence calls in, i.e. is generative of the created. This too is spoken of, eternal bliss, deathlessness, and the body indestructible. What is indolence and what is not? The unholy common mortal, i.e. Atirthika, is of indolence and eternal death. The world-fleeing holy one Tramana belongs to the class of non-indolence, in whom age and death has no abode. Why not? He gains the foremost of eternal bliss and nirvana. The holy persons of the supramundane stage have no indolence, and there exists for them no age and death. Why not? They enter into the foremost stage of eternal nirvana. Hence, suffering and bliss are two different things, self and non-self are two different things. A man stands on the ground and looks up at the sky, where he can see no trace of where the birds have flown. The same is the case here. O good man! The same is the case with beings. They do not possess the heavenly eye. Immersed in illusion, they cannot see the nature of the Tathagata, which they possess. For this reason, I now expound the hitherto undisclosed teaching on selflessness. Why? A person who lacks the heavenly eye does not know the true self, because he estimates self in the wrong way. All things created by illusion are non-eternal. That is why I say that the eternal and the non-eternal are two different things. If one with effort and courage gains the summit of a mountain, one sees the plains, the expanse of the fields and all beings. As one gains the great palace of wisdom, and the seat that is topless, topmost and wonderful, one already makes away with apprehension and suffering, and sees the apprehension of beings. 101 The Tathagata cuts off innumerable illusions, lives in the mountain of wisdom, and sees beings who live amidst innumerable billions of illusions. Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Things are not as stated in the Gatha. Why not? One who enters nirvana has no apprehension or joy. How can such a person gain the palace of wisdom? Moreover, living on the summit of the mountain, how can one see beings? The Buddha said, O good man! The palace of wisdom is nirvana. The person with no apprehension is the Tathagata, the person who has apprehension is the common mortal. The common mortal has apprehension and the Tathagata has not. The summit of Mount Sumeru is true emancipation. One who incessantly makes effort is like Mount Sumeru, which knows of no shaking. The earth is a thing created. All common mortals live peacefully on the earth and do all manner of things. Wisdom is true awakening. A person away from existence is one eternal. This is the Tathagata. The Tathagata has pity for the innumerable beings who are exposed to the poisonous arrows of all existences. That is why we say that the Tathagata has apprehension. Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! If the Tathagata has apprehension and sorrow, he could not be the all-enlightened one. The Buddha said to Kashyapa, all depends on the circumstances. As he sees that his presence is called for to save beings, the Tathagata manifests himself. Though manifesting himself in life, there is yet here truly no life. That is why we call the Tathagata one who is eternal. The case is like that of the Kakalindakaka and the Mandarin duck. Chapter 15, on the parable of the moon. The Buddha said to Kashyapa, as an example, there is a man here who, as he sees that the moon is not yet out, says that the moon has departed, and entertains the thought that the moon has sunk down. But this moon, by its nature, does not sink down. When it appears on the other side of the world, the people of the other side say that the moon is out. Why? Since Mount Sumeru obstructs vision, the moon cannot reveal itself. The moon is always out. It has, by nature, no coming out or sinking down. The same is the case with the Tathagata, the alms-deserving, the all-enlightened one. He manifests himself in the 3,000 great thousand worlds, or he gives the semblance of having parents in Jambudvipa or of entering nirvana in Jambudvipa. The Tathagata, by nature, does not enter nirvana. But all beings say that he truly enters Parinirvana. The case is analogous to the sinking of the moon. O good man! The Tathagata, by nature, does not possess the nature of birth and death. To succor beings, he manifests his birth and death. O good man! On the other side of this full moon, we have the half moon, on this side, we have the half moon, and on the other side, the full moon is seen. The people of Jambudvipa, when they see the first moon, say that it is the first day, and have in mind the idea of a new month. Seeing the full moon, they say that it is the 15th day of the month and entertain the notion of the full moon. But this moon has, truth to tell, no waxing or waning with it. Only due to Mount Sumeru does it show a semblance of waxing and waning. O good man! The same is the case with the Tathagata. In Jambudvipa, he manifests birth and enters nirvana. His first coming out appearance in the world is the first of the month. Everybody says that this boy is firstborn. He strides 7 paces. This is like the moon on the second day. Or he shows himself studying. This is like the moon on the third day. He displays renunciation. This is like the moon of the 8th day. He emits the all-wonderful light of wisdom and subdues an innumerable number of beings. And the army of Mara. This may be likened to the full moon of the 15th day. Or he manifests the 32 signs of perfection and the 80 minor marks of excellence. He thus adorns himself and manifests nirvana. He is like the eclipse of the moon. Thus, what beings see is not the same. Some see a half moon, others a full moon, and still others an eclipse. But this moon, by its nature, knows of no waxing or eclipsing. It is always the full moon. The body of the Tathagata is like this. For this reason, we say eternal and unchanging. Also, next, O good man! For example, by the full moon, everything comes out appears. In all places as in towns, hamlets, mountains, swamps, underwater, wells or ponds, and in water. 102 utensils, the moon manifests itself. Beings may be traveling 100 or 100,000 yojanas, and the moon always accompanies them. Common mortals and the ignorant think loosely and say, I see all such in the castle town, in the house, and here in the swampy ground. Is it the true moon? Or not the true one? Each person thinks about the size of the moon and says, it is like the mouth of a kettle. Or a person says, it is like a wheel. Or some may say, it is like 45 yojanas in size. All see the light of the moon. Some see it as round as a golden basin. The nature of this moon is one in itself, but different beings see it in different forms. O good man! The same is the case regarding the Tathagata. He appears in the world. Man and God might think, the Tathagata is now before us and lives. The deaf and dumb see the Tathagata as one deaf or dumb. Diverse are the languages which beings speak. Each thinks that the Tathagata speaks as he or she speaks, or thinks, at my house, the Tathagata received offerings. Or a person might see The size of the Tathagata as being very large and immeasurable, or someone might see him as very small, or a person might mistake him for a Sravaka, or a Pratyeka Buddha, or various Tithikas. Might think and say, the Tathagata is now in my line of thought, following my line of thought, and is practicing the way, or a person might think, the Tathagata has appeared for me alone. The true nature of the Tathagata is like that of the moon. That is to say that it is the Dharma body, the body of birthlessness, or that of expediency. He responds to the call of the world, being innumerable in his manifestations. The original karma manifests itself in accordance with the differing localities. This is as in the case of the moon. For this reason, the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging. Also, next, O good man, Rahula Ajuraraja covers the moon with his hands. The people of the world all then say that this is an eclipse of the moon. But Rahula Ajuraraja cannot cause any eclipse to the moon. He merely obstructs the light of the moon. The moon is round. There is no part that drops away. Only as a result of the obstruction is the full play of light checked. Once the hands are withdrawn, the people of the world say that the moon has regained its power. All say that this moon suffers a lot. But even 100,000 Asura kings cannot cause it suffering. The case is like this. The same is the case with the Tathagata. Beings give rise to evil thoughts about the Tathagata, cause blood to flow, commit the 5 deadly sins, and act as ikantakas. Things are shown in such a way. For the sake of the beings to come, such things are displayed as acting against the Sangha, transgressing Dharma, and causing hindrances. Maras as innumerable as 100,000 billion cannot hope to cause blood to flow from the body of the Buddha. Why not? Because the body of the Tathagata is not possessed of flesh, blood, sinews, marrow, or bones. The Tathagata truly has no worry of disintegration. Beings say, Dharma and Sangha have broken, disintegrated, dissolved, and the Tathagata is dead. But the Tathagata, by nature, is all true, and there is no change or dissolution with him. Following the way of the world, he manifests himself thus. Also, next, O good man, 2 people have a fight with a sword and staff, cause bodily injury, and draw blood, and death results. But if they had no thought intention of killing, the karmic consequence will be light, not heavy. The same is the case here. Even in relation to the Tathagata, if a person has no intention of killing him, the same applies to this action. It is light, and is not heavy. The same is the case with the Tathagata. To guide beings in the days to come, he displays karmic consequences. Also, next, O good man, this is like the doctor who makes effort and imparts basic medical knowledge to his son, saying that this is the root medicine, this is for taste, that is for color, etc., so as to enable his son to become familiarized with the various properties of medicines. The son pays heed to what his father says, makes effort, learns and comes to understand all the different types of medicine. The time comes when his father dies. The son yearns, cries, and says, Father taught me, saying that this is root medicine, this is of the stem, this the flower, and this fur color. It is the same with the Tathagata. In order to guide us, he gives beings restrictions. So one should try to act in accordance with those restrictions and not contrary to them. For those people of the 5 deadly sins, for those slandering wonderful Dharma, for the Ekantaka, and for those who may do such deeds in days to come, he manifests such. All this is 103 FOR the days after the Buddha's death, for the Bhikshus to know that these are important points in the sutras. These are the heavy and light aspects of the precepts, these the passages of the Abhidharma which are weighty and not weighty. This is to enable them, i.e. beings, to be like The doctor's son. Also, next, O good man. Humans see, once every 6 months, a lunar eclipse. And in the heavens above, just for a time, we see the lunar eclipse. Why? Because the days are longer there in the heavens and shorter in the human world. O good man! It is the same with the Tathagata. Both gods and humans say, the Tathagata's life is short. This is as with the beings of the heavens who see the eclipse of the moon often for a short time. The Tathagata, likewise, for a short time manifests 100,000 million billion nirvanas, crushing out the maras of illusion, of the skandhas, and of death. Hence, 100,000 million billion heavenly maras all know that the Tathagata enters nirvana. Also, he displays 100,000 innumerable karmas. All this comes from the fact that he follows the various natures of the world. Thus does it go with his manifestations. They are innumerable, boundless, and inconceivable. For this reason, the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging. Also, next, O good man! Beings take delight, for example, in seeing the bright moon. That is why we call the moon that which is pleasing to see. If beings possess greed, malevolence and ignorance, there can be no pleasure in such seeing. The same with the Tathagata. The Tathagata's nature is pure, good, clean, and undefiled. This is what is most pleasing to behold. Beings who are in harmony with Dharma will not shun such seeing, those with evil minds are not pleased by such seeing. Hence we say that the Tathagata is like the bright moon. Also, next, O good man! Regarding sunrise, there are 3 differences of time, which are spring, summer, and winter. In winter, the days are short, spring is in between, and summer is the longest. The same with the Tathagata. In the 3,000 great thousand worlds, to all those short-lived beings and Sravakas, he manifests a short life. Those seeing it all say, the Tathagata's life is short. This is comparable to a winter's day. To Bodhisattvas he manifests a medium length life. It may last for a kalpa or less. This is similar to a spring day. Only the Buddha can know the life of the Buddha. This, for example, is like a summer's day. O good man! The Tathagata's delicate and undisclosed teaching of Mahayana Vaipulya is given to the world like a great downpour of Dharma. If any person in the days to come upholds, reveals, understands such teachings and benefits beings, know that such a person is a true bodhisattva. This is the sweet rain of heaven that falls in the summer. If Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas hear the hidden teaching of the Buddha Tathagata, this is like encountering great cold on a winter's day. If a bodhisattva hears the hidden teaching, i.e. that the Tathagata is eternal and unchanging, this is like the burgeoning that comes about in spring. And the Tathagata's nature is neither long nor short, he only manifests himself for the sake of the world. This is the true nature of all Buddhas. Also, next, O good man! For example, stars are not seen in the daytime. But everybody says the stars die out in the daytime. But actually they do not die. The reason that they are not seen arises from the fact that the sun is shining brightly. The same with the Tathagata. The Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas cannot see. This is as in the case of the stars that cannot be seen in the daytime. Also, next, O good man! For example, in the gloom of the night, sun and moon are not seen. The ignorant say, the sun and the moon have died. But, in truth, the sun and moon are not lost. The case is like this. At the time when the Tathagata's wonderful Dharma dies out, the 3 treasures are also not seen. This is the analogous situation. It is not that they have eternally gone. Hence, one should know indeed that the Tathagata is eternal and that he does not change. Why not? Because the true nature of the three treasures does not get tainted by any illusions. Also, next, O good man! For example, in the dark half of the month, a comet may appear at night, shining brightly like a flame. And soon it will die away. Beings see this and say that it foreshadows ill fortune. The case is analogous to all Pratyeka Buddhas, too. Coming out in the Buddha-less days, beings see and say, the Tathagata has truly died. And they entertain thoughts of apprehension and sorrow. But, truth to tell, the Tathagata has not died. It is as with 104 The sun and moon, which know of no extinction. Also, next, O good man! For example, when the sun rises, all the mist disperses. The situation is the same regarding this great Nirvana Sutra. If one should once give ear to it, all ill and the karma of avicii hell will die out. Nobody can fathom what obtains in this great Nirvana, which expounds the hidden store of the nature of the Tathagata. For this reason, good men and women entertain the thought that the Tathagata is eternal, that he does not change, that Dharma does not cease to be, and that the Sangha treasure does not die out. Hence, we should employ means, make effort, and learn this sutra. Such a person, in the course of time, will attain unsurpassed enlightenment. That is why this sutra is said to contain innumerable virtues, and is also called one that knows no end of enlightenment. Because of this endlessness, we can say Mahaparinirvana. The light of good shines as in the sun's days. As it is boundless, we say great Nirvana. Chapter 16, on the Bodhisattva. Also, next, O good man! Of all lights, the light of the sun and the moon is unsurpassed. No other lights are their equal. The same with the light of great Nirvana, which is the most wonderful of all the lights of the sutras and samadhis. It is one which cannot be reached by any of the lights of any of the sutras and samadhis. Why not? Because the light of great Nirvana thoroughly gets into the pores of the skin. Though beings may not possess bodhicitta, it yet causes bodhi. That is why we say Mahaparinirvana. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! You say that the light of great Nirvana penetrates the pores of the skin of all beings and that it calls forth the bodhi mind. If beings do not have it, this is not so. Why not? If that is so, what difference can there be between those who have performed the 4 grave offences, those who have committed the 5 deadly sins, and the Ekantikas, and those who uphold the pure precepts and practice every good deed, if it is the case that the light penetrates the pores of the skin and causes bodhi enlightenment to come about? If there exists no difference, how is it that the Tathagata speaks about the significations of the 4 things to stand rely upon Katvari Pratisaranani? O world-honored one! In contradiction of the fact that, as you the Buddha say, if one once hears great Nirvana, all defilements will be annihilated, you, the Tathagata, stated before that even if a person gives rise to bodhicitta resolve to gain enlightenment at the place of Buddhas as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, there are yet those who do not gain the meaning of great Nirvana. How could a person make away with the root of defilement without gaining the meaning? The Buddha said, O good man! All people, other than the Ekantikas, gain the cause of enlightenment as soon as they hear this sutra. If the voice of Dharma and the light of great Nirvana penetrate the pores of their skin, they such people will unfailingly attain unsurpassed enlightenment. Why so? If anybody truly makes offerings and pays homage to all the Buddhas, they will surely gain occasion to hear the great Nirvana Sutra. Persons not endowed with good fortune will not be blessed with hearing this sutra. Why not? A person of great virtue will indeed be able to give ear to something as important as this. Common mortals and those less in grade cannot easily give ear to it. What is that which is great? It is nothing other than the hidden store of all Buddhas, which is the Tathagata nature. That is why we say important. Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! How can a person who has not yet given rise to Bodhicitta hope for the cause of enlightenment? The Buddha said to Kashyapa, if anyone who has heard this great Nirvana Sutra says that he will never give rise to Bodhicitta and thus commits slander, such a person will see a Rakshasa in a dream and feel afraid. And the Rakshasa will say, Hey, O good man! If no Bodhicitta comes about in you, I shall assuredly take your life. Feeling afraid and awakening from his dream, the person will aspire to Bodhi. After death, that person will be born in the three evil realms or in the world of humans or gods, and he will think about Bodhicitta. Know that this person is a great bodhisattva. Thus the great divine power of this Nirvana Sutra well enables a 105 person who has not aspired to enlightenment to attain the cause of enlightenment. O good man! This is how a bodhisattva aspires to Bodhi. It is not that there is no cause. Thus, the wonderful Mahayana Sutras are what the Buddha spoke. Also, next, O good man! A great rain cloud gathers in the sky, and the rain falls upon the earth. The water does not remain on the dead trees, rocky mountains, plateaus, and hills. But as it flows down to the paddy fields down below, all the ponds become full, benefiting innumerable people. The case is the same with this great Nirvana Sutra. It pours down the great rain of Dharma, benefiting beings. Only the Ekantaka does not aspire to enlightenment. Also, next, O good man! For example, a burnt seed will not call forth buds, even if the rain falls on it for a period of 100,000 million kalpas. There can never be a situation in which this seed will bring forth buds. The same with the Ekantaka. No bud of enlightenment springs forth. Even if the Ekantaka gives ear to this all-wonderful great Nirvana Sutra, such can never happen. Why not? Because such a person has totally annihilated the root of good. As with the burnt seed, no root or bud of Bodhicitta will shoot forth. Also, next, O good man! For example, we deposit a bright gem in muddy water. But by virtue of the gem, the water of itself becomes clear. But even this, if placed in mud, cannot make the mud clear. The same with this all-wonderful great Nirvana Sutra. If placed in the defiled water of people guilty of the 5 deadly sins and those who have committed the 4 grave offences, 2, it can indeed still call forth Bodhicitta. But in the mud of the Ekantaka, even after 100,000 million years, the water cannot become clear and it cannot call forth Bodhicitta. Why not? Because this Ekantaka has totally annihilated the root of good and is not worth that much. The man could listen to this great Nirvana Sutra for 100,000 million years, and yet there could be no giving rise to the Bodhicitta inside him. Why not? Because he has no good mind. Also, next, O good man! For example, there is a medicinal tree, whose name is King of Medicines. Of all medicines, this is the best. It can well be mixed with milk, cream, honey, butter, water, or juice, or it can be made into powder or pills, or one can apply it to wounds, or cauterize the body with it, or apply it to the eyes, or one can look at it or smell it. It cures all illnesses and diseases of beings. This medicine tree does not say to itself, if beings take my root, they should not take the leaves, if they take the leaves, they should not take the root, if they take the wood, they should not take the bark, if they take the bark, they should not take the wood. Although the tree does not think in this way, it nevertheless can cure all illnesses and diseases. The case is similar. O good man! The same is also the case with this Nirvana Sutra. It can thoroughly make away with all evil actions, the 4 grave offenses and the 5 deadly sins, and any such evil actions in and out of thought, word, or deed. Any person who has not yet aspired to Bodhicitta, will indeed come to aspire to it. How so? Because this all-wonderful sutra is the king of all sutras, as the medicine tree is the king of all medicines. There may be those who have learnt this great Nirvana Sutra or those who have not. Or they may have heard the name of this sutra and, on hearing it, may entertain respect and believe in it. And through this, all the great illnesses of defilement will be annulled. Only the Ekantaka cannot hope to attain unsurpassed enlightenment, as in the case of the all-wonderful medicine, which, though it does indeed cure all illnesses and diseases, cannot cure those persons who are on the brink of death. Also, next, O good man! One may have a wound in one's hand. If one pours poison into it, this poison will get in. If there is no wound, the poison will not get in. The same with the Ekantaka. There is no cause for Bodhicitta. It is like one who has no wound in his hand. So there can be no entry. The so-called wound is the cause of unsurpassed enlightenment, the poison is the unsurpassed wonderful medicine. The one who has no wound is an Ekantaka. Also, next, O good man! A diamond is something which no one indeed can break. It truly cuts all things, excepting tortoise shell and goat's horn. The same with this sutra. It indeed places all beings safely on the path to enlightenment. Only, it cannot make the Ekantaka class of people gain the cause of enlightenment. Also, next, O good man! One may well cut off the branch or stem of the ursuline, sal, or niskara trees, but the branches will grow back, just as before, but with the tala fan palm tree, when a 106 branch is cut off, no branch can grow back in its place. The case is analogous. If one hears this great Nirvana Sutra, even those people of the 4 grave offenses and the 5 deadly sins can still indeed cultivate the cause of Bodhicitta. With the Ekantaka, things cannot be thus. Even on hearing this beautiful sutra, he cannot arrive at the cause of enlightenment. Also, next, O good man! The same is the case with Katara Acacia Katachu and Tintoka Diospiros. Embryoteres, which when once their branches are cut off, never put forth shoots again. It is the same with the Ekantaka. He may hear this great Nirvana Sutra, but no cause of Bodhicitta will ensue. Also, next, O good man! It is as in the case of the great rain that never remains in the sky. The same with this all-wonderful great Nirvana Sutra. This sutra rains down the rain of Dharma. It does not stay upon the Ekantaka. The whole body of the Ekantaka is so minutely made as might well be compared to a diamond, which never allows other things to get in. The same is the case here. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, just as you say in your Gatha. A person does not see or do good. What he does is evil. This is much to be dreaded, as in the case of a road that is steep and hard to pass. O world-honored one! What is the meaning of this? The Buddha said, O good man! We say that we do not see, which means that we do not see the Buddha nature. Good refers to unsurpassed enlightenment. We say that we do not do, which means to say that we do not come near a good friend, good teacher of Buddhism. We but see means to say that we see things as having no causal relations. By evil is meant slandering the Vaipulya Mahayana Sutras. To do corresponds to the Ekantaka's saying that there cannot be any Vaipulya. Because of this, there is no occasion for the Ekantaka's mind to turn to what is pure and good. What is good? Dharma, It is nirvana. One who walks along the way to nirvana indeed practices what is wise and good. With the ekantaka, there is nothing that is wise and good. As a result, there can be no turning towards nirvana. That one should dread means the dread of slandering wonderful Dharma. Whom do we fear? It is the wise. Why? Because a person who slanders, possesses no good mind and no expedience. The way that is hard-going alludes to all practices. Kasyapa said further, you, the Tathagata, say. How do we see what is done? How do we get to good Dharma? And where is the place that knows no dread? It is as with the flat kingly road. What does this mean? The Buddha said, O good man! To see what is done is simply laying bare all evils done. When all the evils done since the beginning of birth and death have once been laid bare, one gains a place where there is nowhere further to go. As a result, what there is here is fearlessness. For example, this is as in the case of the royal road from which all robbers hide. Thus bared, evils all become annihilated, and there remains nothing behind. Also, next, not to see what one does means that the ekantaka does not see all that he does. This ekantaka, out of arrogance, does many an evil deed. And in doing so, he has no fear. As a result, he cannot gain nirvana. For example, this is as in the case of a monkey that tries to grab at the moon reflected in a watery surface. O good man! Even if all innumerable beings attain unsurpassed enlightenment at one time, eventually, none of the Tathagatas sees the ekantaka attaining enlightenment. For this reason, we say that what is done is not seen. Also, whose action is not seen? It is that of the Tathagata. The Buddha, for the sake of beings, says that there is the Buddha nature. The ekantaka, repeating lives, cannot know or see the Buddha nature. That is why we say that one does not see what the Tathagata does. Also, the ekantaka 107 thinks that the Tathagata enters nirvana for good, saying that all is transient, just as, when the flame goes out, the oil too is spent. Why? Because this person's evil actions have not come to an end. If there is here a bodhisattva who transfers the merit of all the good deeds he has done towards unsurpassed enlightenment, those of the ekantaka class commit slander and do not believe. Despite even this, all bodhisattvas carry on giving as ever and desire to attain enlightenment. Why? This is how things proceed with the laws dharmas of all Buddhas. Evil is done, but the result does not appear at once. It appears like cream that comes from milk. This is as when ash is placed over a fire, and the ignorant carelessly step on it. The ekantika is the eyeless. So he does not see the path of arhatship, the path along which the arhat does not take the steep and arduous path of life and death. Being eyeless, he slanders the vapulya and does not desire to practice the way, like the arhat who tries to learn compassion. Likewise, the ekantaka does not practice the vapulya. There may be a person who says, I do not believe in the sutras of the Sravaka. I believe in Mahayana, recite the sutras and expound them. So I am now a bodhisattva. All beings possess the Buddha nature. Because of the Buddha nature, beings possess within themselves the 10 powers, the 32 signs of perfection, and the 80 minor marks of excellence. What I say does not differ from what the Buddha says. You now destroy, together with me, a countless number of defilements, just as in the case where one breaks a water pot. By destroying the bond of defilement, I can now see unsurpassed enlightenment. The person may say this. Although he speaks in this way, he does not believe that people have within them the Tathagata nature. Just for the sake of profit, this person speaks. In this way, following what is written, one who so talks is one evil. Such an evil person will not gain the result, as of milk becoming cream. For example, a king's emissary talks well and deftly, practices expedients and has duties in foreign lands. Even if it means his life, he does not leave unsaid, to the end, what he has to say on behalf of the king. The same with the wise man, too. He does not care much about his own safety, but always talks about the hidden doctrine of Mahayana Vaipulya and says that all beings possess the Buddha nature. O good man! There is an Ekantaka, who impersonates an arhat and lives in a quiet place, slandering the Vaipulya Mahayana Sutras. Everybody, on seeing him, says that he is a true arhat, a great bodhisattva. This Ekantaka, an evil bhiksu, lives in a quiet place and breaks the law of such a quiet place. Seeing others obtaining benefit, he experiences jealousy and says, all the Vaipulya Mahayana Sutras are what Marapapiyas speaks. Or he might say, the Tathagata is non-eternal. He transgresses against wonderful dharma and causes disruption in the Sangha. Such words as these are those of Mara and not a doctrine that is good and meek. Such is what is evil. This person does evil, but the consequences of those evil actions do not manifest immediately, as cream does not immediately arise from milk, or when ashes are placed over a fire, the ignorant make light of it and step on it. The Ekantaka is such a person. Hence, we should know that the all-wonderful Vaipulya Sutras of Mahayana are definitely pure. This is as in the case of the Mani jewel, gem which, when placed in muddy water, makes the water clean and transparent. It is the same with the Mahayana Sutras, also. Further, O good man! For example, it is as in the case of a lotus bud, which, when the sun shines upon it, does not fail to open. The same is the case with beings. Should one encounter the Son of Great Nirvana, anyone unacquainted with enlightenment will aspire to it and sow the seed of enlightenment. That is why I say, when the light of Great Nirvana penetrates the pores of the skin, this immediately begets the wonderful cause of enlightenment. The Ekantaka possesses the Buddha nature, but overspread by innumerable defilements, he cannot hope to get out of his cocoon of defilements, analogous to the silkworm. For this reason, he cannot gain the all-wonderful cause of enlightenment, but repeats birth and death unendingly. 108 ALSO. Next, O good man! For example, it is as with the Utpala, Padma, Kumuda, or Pundarika lotuses, which even though born in the mud, do not get tainted by the mud. With any person who studies the all-wonderful Great Nirvana Sutra, the same is the case. The person has defilement, yet is not tainted by it. Why not? Because of the power which knows the nature of the Tathagata. For example, O good man! There is a land where there is a great deal of cool wind. If it comes into contact with the body and the pores of being's skin, it well makes away with all the worry, irritation, unpleasantness of suppressed dampness. The same with this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. It enters the pores of being's skin and engenders the delicate causal relations of enlightenment. However, the situation is otherwise with the Ekantaka. Why? Because he is no vessel of Dharma. Also, next, O good man! For example, a good doctor knows 8 kinds of medicine and cures illnesses, excepting the asadhya illness which is incurable. The same is the situation with all sutras, dhyanas, and samadhis. These cure all the defilements of greed, ill will, and ignorance, and indeed extract the poisonous arrows, but cannot cure the 4 grave offences and the 5 deadly sins. O good man! Also, there is a good doctor who knows more than 8 treatments, by which he thoroughly cures all beings' illnesses. Only the asadhyaya he is unable to cure. The same is the case with this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. It truly cures the worries of beings and allows them to rest in peace in the Tathagata's all-wonderful cause, that cause which makes one become a Tathagata, and makes those aspire to enlightenment who have not yet aspired to enlightenment. Except for the Ekantaka, who is sure to die. Also, next, O good man! A good doctor can indeed cure the blind with wonderful medicines. And the blind can see all the forms of the sun, moon, and the constellations. Only those congenitally blind, he cannot cure. The case is like this. The same with this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. It well opens the eyes of Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas and bestows on them the eye of wisdom and enables them to rest in peace in the innumerably large number of Mahayana Sutras. Even those who have not aspired to enlightenment, such as those who have committed the 4 grave offences and the 5 deadly sins, may also aspire to enlightenment, excepting the congenitally blind Ekantakas. Also, next, O good man! For example, a good doctor knows 8 types of treatment and cures all illnesses and pains of beings. Various kinds of treatment and medicine are prescribed according to the illness. In the case of vomiting and loose bowels, medicine is smeared over the body and sprinkled on the nose, or cauterization or cleansing medicine is used, or given in pills and powders. Medicine is given in all such ways. Yet the poor and ignorant do not wish to take it. Pitying them, the good doctor takes them to his own house and presses the medicine upon them. Due to the power of the medicine, the illnesses disappear. There is a female patient, whose navel cord umbilical cord does not come out. After the medicine has been taken, it comes out at once and makes the child feel easy. The same with this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. Wherever it may go, if it be in the home of any being, all worries get extracted, such as those of the 4 grave offences and the 5 deadly sins, and those not yet aspiring to enlightenment are made to awaken to it, except the Ekantaka. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! The 4 grave offences and the 5 deadly sins are the gravest of all ill deeds. It is like cutting a branch off the tala tree, as a result of which no new branch will appear. How can the mind with no aspiration for enlightenment harbor the cause of enlightenment? The Buddha said, O good man! For example, these people have dreams in which they fall into hell and suffer pain there and repent, saying, Oh, this pain! We have invited this upon ourselves. If we can only get out of this, we shall certainly care about enlightenment. What we have is the worst of suffering. On awakening from their dream, they come to see the great recompense of wonderful Dharma awaiting them. It is like the child who gradually grows up and thinks, this is the doctor, who knows best about prescriptions and medicines. When I was still in the womb, he gave my mother medicine. As a consequence of this, she was in peace, and by reason of these circumstantial 109 factors, I was out of danger. Oh, how dreadful that my mother had to undergo great pain. For 10 months she guarded and carried me. After my birth, she took care that I should not be too dry or too damp, and saw to my excretions. She gave me milk and fed me. For all of this, I must pay her back what I owe her, see to her feelings, be obedient to her and serve her. A person may have committed the 4 grave offences and the 5 deadly sins. But if at the moment of passing away from this world he thinks of this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra, this will engender the cause of enlightenment, even if a person may be in hell, or born as an animal, hungry ghost, or be born in heaven or as a human, except the Ekantaka. Also, next, O good man! For example, a good doctor and his son know a great deal and far surpass others. They know wonderful charms and antidotes to poisons. The case may be as that of deadly snake venom, naga, or adder, but there the doctor and his son's medicinal charms effect release. This good medicine is smeared on a leather boot, and if the boot touches the insect poison, the poison loses its virulence, except for that of the Mahanaga. The same with the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. Those beings who have committed the 4 grave offenses or the 5 deadly sins all get detoxified and attain enlightenment. This is analogous to the detoxified leather footgear. A person who has no bodhicitta gains it and awakens to unsurpassed enlightenment. All this comes about through the working of the divine medicine of the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. All beings are deposited in peace, except the Mahanaga and the Ekantaka. Also, next, O good man! A man may have invented a new poison and smeared it on a drum, which, when it is beaten in a crowd, lets the sound come by lets out a great sound. No one wishes to hear it. But anyone who does hear it dies, except for him who is immune to death. The same is the case with this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. Any person of any place or profession, on hearing this sound, makes away with all such defilements as greed, ill will, and ignorance. There may be those who do not think about it, yet, because of the great power generated by the Great Nirvana Sutra, defilement disappears and the bond breaks. Even those of the 4 grave offenses and the 5 deadly sins, when they hear this sutra, engender the cause of unsurpassed enlightenment and, by degrees, cut off the bonds of defilement, except for the Ekantaka, who is immune to dying. Also, next, O good man! For example, as twilight falls, all stop work. A person whose work is not completed always waits till sunrise. Those who practice Mahayana practice all kinds of sutras and samadhis, but they always wait till for the sunrise of the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. On hearing this undisclosed teaching of the Tathagata, they give rise to actions for enlightenment, and then abide in wonderful Dharma. This is as in the case of the rain that falls from the sky upon all things, gives moisture, benefits, and increases work, so that it does away with famine, and a rich harvest results. The same is the case with the innumerable amount of undisclosed rain of the Dharma of the Tathagata. It indeed makes away with fevers. The appearance in the world of this sutra is like fruit which benefits and makes all happy, enabling beings to see the Tathagata nature. Of all the flowers of Dharma, 8,000 Sravakas get blessed with their prophecy to Buddhahood and accomplish the great fruition. In autumn, harvesting is done and in winter storing, and there is nothing more to do. The same with the Ekantaka. With all good laws dharmas, there is nothing more to do. Also, next, O good man! There is a doctor, who hears that the son of a certain person has been taken possessed by a demon. So he sends a messenger with a wonderful medicine, saying to him, take this medicine and give it to the person. If the person encounters various demons of evil design, the virtue of this medicine will drive such away. Should you be late in going, I shall go myself. I will not have this boy die. If the person who is ill sees the messenger and this virtue of mine, all worries will disappear and there will be peace. The same is the case with this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. If all Bhiksus, Bhiksunis, Upasakas, Upasikas, and even Tirthakas hold this sutra, read, grasp and expound it to other persons, or copy, or have others copy it, all such actions will become the cause of enlightenment. Even those who have committed the 4 grave offenses and the 5 deadly sins, or those who are caught by wicked demons or poison or 110 evil, as soon as they hear this sutra, will do away with all evil. This is just as in the case of that doctor, on seeing whom all devils flee. Know that this person is a true bodhisattva. Why? Because he has been able to hear the great Nirvana Sutra even for a little while, also, because he thinks of the eternal nature of the Tathagata. Anyone who has it, i.e. this sutra even for a little while, gains such benefit. How could this not be all the more the case when one copies, upholds, and reads it? Other than the Ekantaka, all of the above are bodhisattvas. Also, next, O good man, it is as in the case of a deaf person, who cannot hear. The same is the case with the Ekantaka. Also, he may desire to hear the teaching of this wonderful sutra, yet he cannot. Why not? Because he has not sown the seed for it. Also, next, O good man. For example, a good doctor knows all about medicine and prescription. In addition, he has extensive knowledge of innumerable charms. This doctor, received an audience by the king, said, O king, you have an illness that will take your life. The king replied, You have not seen inside me. How can you say that I have an illness that will assuredly take my life? The doctor said further, If you don't believe me, please take this purgative. Once the purgative has been taken, you, king, can look into it your body yourself. And the king deliberately did not take the purgative. The good doctor, through charms, effected means to show that, in the normally hidden parts of the king's body, poxes and pimples came out, and also whites came out, mixed up with worms and blood. Seeing this, the king became greatly frightened and praised the skill of the doctor. Well done, well done. I did not take up, accept, implement what you said before. I now know that you do great things for me. He then respected the doctor like his own parent. The same with this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. From all beings, whether greedy or not greedy, this sutra extracts defilements. All these beings see this sutra even in their dreams, respect it, and make offerings to it. This is similar to the king, who respects the skillful doctor. This great skillful doctor does not diagnose a person who is sure to die. The same is the case with this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. The exception is the Ekantaka, he has no means of being cured. Also, next, O good man. A good doctor knows 8 ways of treatment and cures all illnesses. But he cannot cure a person who is on the brink of death. The same with all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. They cure all sinful persons. Only a person on the brink of death, i.e. the Ekantaka, cannot be cured. Also, next, O good man. For example, a good doctor is versed in all sutras and arts. His knowledge is so extensive that it goes beyond the 8 types of medicine. He teaches what he knows to his son. He makes his son become acquainted with all medicinal herbs of watery places, lands, mountains, and valleys. He teaches him by degrees, expounding the 8 kinds. And then, he further makes him acquainted with the supreme arts. The same is the case with the Tathagata, the alms-deserving and all-enlightened one. First, he resorts to an expedient end. Makes his children, i.e. his bhikshus, annihilate all defilements and learn to abide in the thought of the purity-impurity of the body and also in the thought of instability of all dharmas. We speak of watery places and mountain valleys. By water is meant that the suffering of the body is like watery foam, and by land the instability of the body, like that of the plant and tree. By mountain valley is meant one's practicing of selflessness, living as one does fully garbed in defilement. For this reason, the body is called selfless. The Tathagata thus, step by step, teaches his disciples the 9 types of sutra and makes them thoroughly understand these, and after this, he teaches the hidden dharma of the Tathagata. For the sake of his sons, he speaks about the eternal of the Tathagata. The Tathagata thus expounds the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. For the sake of both the aspirant and the non-aspirant, he makes it the cause of enlightenment. Accepting the Ekantaka. Thus, O good man, this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra is an unnamably, boundlessly, and all-wonderfully rare thing. Know that this is the unsurpassed Doctor, the most honored, the most superior king of all sutras. Also, next, O good man. An illustration. It is like the case of a big ship that sails from this shore to the other and from the other shore to this. The true enlightenment of the Tathagata is also like this. Riding in the Mahayana treasure ship of great nirvana, he sails and comes and goes back. 111 Saving all beings. In all places, wherever there are people qualified for being saved, he allows them to see the body of the Tathagata. Hence we call the Tathagata the unsurpassed master mariner. For example, a ship has a master mariner. If there is a master mariner, there are beings who can cross the great sea. Eternal is the Tathagata, who saves beings. Also, next, O good man. For example, there is a man who may desire to ride in the great sea in a big ship and cross that sea. If the wind is favorable, he can sail a distance of immeasurably long yojanas within a short period. If not, he has to stand and wait for a long time, never moving a whit from his former place. Or the ship may break up, and a person may have to drown in the water and die. Beings thus float on the great sea of life and death of ignorance. But if the ship of the created meets with the favorable wind of Mahaparinirvana, a person can well gain the further shore of unsurpassed enlightenment. If not, he will have to repeat innumerable births and deaths, and, at times, the ship may break up and he will have to fall into such realms as those of hell, animals, and hungry ghosts. Also, next, O good man. For example, there is a man who, not encountering the king of the wind, dwells for a long time upon the sea. He thinks, I shall meet with my death here. As he thinks this, he encounters a goodly wind and, by means of it, crosses the sea. Or he may think, this wind is good. It is a rare thing. We can now cross the sea safely, unbothered by any hardship. Thus, all beings, for a long time, live upon the sea of birth and death of ignorance. Fight poverty and hardship, not yet encountering such a great wind of nirvana as this, and think, we shall surely fall into such realms as hell, animals, and hungry ghosts. As these beings think this, they encounter the wind of the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra and, in the course of time, gain unsurpassed enlightenment, and arriving at truth, they abide in a rare thought and express praise. It is happy. I have, since of old, not once encountered or heard of such an undisclosed store of the Tathagata. And in this great Nirvana Sutra they gain pure faith. Also, next, O good man. Do you think that death comes or not to the serpent as it sloughs off its skin? No, O world-honored one. O good man. The same is the case with the Tathagata. He works out an expedient and manifests himself, and discards the non-eternal, poisoned body. Do you think that the Tathagata is non-eternal and dies away? No is the word, O world honored one. The Tathagata abandons his body in this Jambudvipa as an expedient. The case is like that of an adder that sloughs off its old skin. That is why we say that the Tathagata is eternal. Also, next, O good man. A goldsmith takes into his hand a piece of good gold and makes various things as he wills. The same is the case with the Tathagata. He manifests himself in the 25 existences, in various forms, and thus teaches beings and passes them across the sea of birth and death. That is why we say that the Tathagata is a boundless body. He thus manifests himself in various forms. But he is eternal, he does not change. Also, next, O good man, the mango and jambu trees change 3 times a year. At one time, the flowers come out and gloriously shine, at another, the leaves come out luxuriantly, and at yet another time, the leaves fall and all looks as though dead. O good man! What does this mean? Does this tree die? No, O world-honored one! It is the same case with the Tathagata. He manifests himself in the 3 worlds in the 3 kinds stages of the body. At one time, he is born, at another, he grows up, at yet another, he displays death. And yet the Tathagata's body is not non-eternal. Bodhisattva Kasyapa praised the Buddha and said, "Well said. Everything is as you, Holy One, say. The Tathagata is eternal, no change arises. O good man! What the Tathagata says in undisclosed terms is profound, not easy to grasp. It is like the case of a great king who orders his ministers to bring him Sainthava. The word, Sainthava, has 4 meanings. First, it means salt, secondly, utensil, thirdly, water, and fourthly, horse. Thus, 4 things have the same name. A wise minister knows the content of this word. When the king is washing and if he calls for Sainthava, he gives him water. When he is eating and calls for Sainthava, he gives him salt. When he has finished eating and desires to drink some juice and calls for Sainthava, he gives him a utensil goblet, vessel. When he desire to indulge in recreation, he gives him a 112 Thus, the wise minister well grasps the meaning of the great king's words. The same is the situation with this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. There are 4 non-eternals. The wise minister of Mahayana should know them well. If the Buddha appears in the world and says that he is going to enter nirvana, the wise minister should know that the Tathagata is speaking of the non-eternal for those who adhere to is and desires to teach the bhikkhus to practice the non-eternal. Or he might say, wonderful Dharma is about to expire. The wise minister should know that the Tathagata is speaking of suffering to those whose mind adheres to bliss, and to make the bhikkhus abide in the thought of suffering. Or he might say, I am ill now and am in pain, all bhikkhus expire. The wise minister should know that the Tathagata is addressing those attached to self on the matter of selflessness and desires to make the bhikkhus practice the thought of selflessness. Or he might also say, the so-called void is true emancipation. The minister should know that the Tathagata then means to teach that there is no true emancipation in the 25 existences. This is for the bhikkhus to practice the void. Hence, right emancipation is the void. And, therefore, is immovable. Immovable means that in emancipation there is no suffering. Hence, immovable. This true emancipation is called formlessness. Formless means that there is no color, voice, smell, taste, or touch. Hence, no characteristics. Therefore, true emancipation is eternal and does not change. With this emancipation, there is no non-eternal, nothing hot, no worry, and no change. Hence, this emancipation is called eternal, unchanging, pure, and cool. Or, he may say, all beings possess the Buddha nature. The wise minister should well know that the Tathagata is speaking of eternal Dharma and desires the bhikkhus to practice the right aspect of eternal Dharma. Any bhiksu who thus practices the way may know that he is truly my disciple. He indeed fathoms the undisclosed store of the Tathagata, just as the minister well grasps the great king's mind. O good man! Thus does the great king also have the undisclosed law. O good man! How could it be that the Tathagata would not possess any such? Hence, it is hard to know the hidden teaching of the Tathagata. Only a wise man can reach the great depths of what I teach. This is what common mortals can well believe. Also, next, O good man! In a great drought, the Palasa Butia frondosa, Conica prina, Spinosa and Asoka serica indica flowers do not bear fruit, also, all things of watery places and on land die or grow weak in such a drought. Without moisture, nothing can grow. Even medicines may prove worthless. O good man! The same is the case with the Mahayana Nirvana Sutra. After my death, people will not show respect and there will be no dignity or virtue. Why not? These people do not know the hidden store of the Tathagata. Why not? Because these people are born with little will. Also, next, O good man! When the wonderful Dharma of the Tathagata is about to disappear, there may be many Bhikshus who do evil. They know nothing of the hidden store of the Tathagata, they are indolent and lazy and do not know how to read the sutras of wonderful Dharma, how to disseminate and understand them. This is like an ignorant robber abandoning true treasure and carrying grass and plants away on his shoulder. This comes from the fact that they do not understand the undisclosed store of the Tathagata. They are lazy and make no effort. In the sutras, how pitiful it is that there is great danger which this world is confronted with. This is much to be feared. How sorrowful it is that beings do not give ear to this Mahayana great Nirvana Sutra. Only all the Bodhisattvas see the true meaning of what this sutra states and do not become worried, made anxious by letters words. They obediently follow and do not transgress. And they speak for the sake of beings. Also, next, O good man! For example, a milking woman, intending to gain exorbitant profit, adds 20 water to the milk and sells it to another woman, who again adds 20 water and sells it to a woman living close to the castle town. This woman further adds 20 water and sells it to a woman living in the castle. This woman buys the milk and takes it to the market and sells it. At that time, there is a person who takes in a woman for the sake of his son. He chances to want to use good milk with which to serve his guest. He goes to the market and wants to buy some. The woman selling the milk demands the normal price. The man says, "This milk has a lot of water in it, so it is not worth the normal price. Today I have to treat a visitor, so I shall have it." 113 Taking this milk home, he cooks some porridge, but it has no milk flavor. Though it does not have any taste of milk, it is far better than any bitter thing, so it is 1,000 times better. Why? Because of all tastes, milk is the best. O good man! When I die, for 80 years when wonderful Dharma has not yet expired, this sutra will be widespread in Jambudvipa. At that time, there will be many Bhikshus of evil design who will cut this sutra into parts and simplify it, so that the color, flavor, beauty, and taste of wonderful Dharma will be lost. All these evil persons will read this sutra, despoil the profound and essential meaning of the Tathagata, enshrine insert merely grand, decorative and meaningless words that belong to the world. They will lop off the front part and add it to the back part of the sutra, or take off the back part and add it to the front, or they will put the front and back parts in the middle and the middle at the front and back. Know that such Bhikshus are friends of Mara. They will keep and store all impure things and say that the Tathagata gave permission for Bhikshus to do so. This is like the milking woman who adds water to the milk. It will be the same with these wicked Bhikshus. They will add words of worldly life and despoil the fixed and right words of the sutras, and obstruct beings from getting the right sermons, from making correct copies, having right understanding, honoring, praising, making offerings to, and respecting, the sutras. Because of their desire for seeking profit, such Pixis of evil design will not disseminate this sutra. The world where its benefits obtain will be so limited as not to be worth mentioning. This is as in the case of the poor milk woman who adds water to the milk and sells it on, so that the porridge that is later made has no milk flavor. The same is the case with this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. Its taste will gradually diminish and eventually no flavor will remain. The spirit will have gone, yet it will still be 1,000 times better than other sutras. It is as with the diluted milk, which is still 1,000 times better than any bitter thing. Why so? Because this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra is the best of all the Sravaka class of sutras. It is as with milk, which is the best of all tastes. Hence, we say Great Nirvana. Also, next, O good man. All good men and women desire to be born as a man. Why so? Because females are the nests of evil. Also, it is as in the case of the water of mosquitoes and sawflies, which cannot moisten this great earth. In addition, the sensual appetite of females cannot ever be satisfied. This is as though one were to make the great earth into a ball and then press it into a small pill. All such vast numbers of people may lustfully disport themselves with a female, and the female will not ever be satiated. Even if as many people as the sands of the river Ganges disport themselves with a woman, there will be no satisfaction on the part of the woman. O good man! As an example, it is as with the great sea, into which flow the raindrops from the heavens and the waters of rivers, and yet the sea water never indicates that it has had its fill. The same is the case with a woman. For example, even if all people were made male and had carnal sport with a woman, there would yet be no having had enough on the part of the woman. Also, next, O good man! The Asoka, Patala, and Kanaka put forth flowers in spring, when bees gather around the color, smell, and the delicate taste, and there is no satisfying of them. It is the same with a female who desires to have a male. O good man! For this reason, all men and women who hear the teaching of this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra should always shun the female form and seek the male. Why so? This Mahayana Sutra may be compared to a male. The point is that it has the Buddha nature. If one does not know the Buddha nature, one cannot be called a man. Why not? Because one does not realize that one has the Buddha nature within. Any person who does not realize that he has the Buddha nature is a woman. If he does so realize, he is a man. If any woman knows that she has the Buddha nature, she is a man. O good man! This Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra is replete with innumerable, boundless, and wonderful virtues. How so? Because it reveals the hidden store of the Tathagata. For this reason, O good men and women, if you desire swiftly to know of the hidden store of the Tathagata, you should devise means and study this sutra. Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! It is so, it is so. It is as you, the Buddha, say. I now have the characteristics of a man, because I have now entered the hidden store of the Tathagata. The Tathagata has awakened me. In consequence, I shall now surely pass in. The 114 Buddha said, well said, O good man! What you know of the unsurpassed taste of Dharma is profound and difficult to fathom. And yet, you know well. You act like the bee. Also. Next, O good man! It is as in the case of swamp water in which mosquitoes live and which is not able to wet this earth. The same will be the case in the future with the propagation of this sutra in the world. It is just like the swampy ground where the mosquitoes live. When wonderful Dharma becomes extinct, this sutra will become extinct in this land. Know that this is the declining fortune of this sutra. Also, next, O good man. For example, after summer comes autumn, when the autumnal rains fall one after another. The same with this Mahayana great Nirvana Sutra. For the sake of the Bodhisattvas of the south, dissemination will proceed widely. And there will be the rain of Dharma, which will fully moisten the land. When wonderful Dharma is about to become extinct, it goes to Kashmir and nothing lacks. It will get into the earth and become extinct. There may be a person who is faithful or a person who is not. The sweet taste of all such Mahayana Vaipulya Sutras then sinks into the ground. When the Sutra Mahaparinirvana dies out, all other Mahayana Sutras will die out too. If this sutra is perfect, this is none but the elephant king of men. All bodhisattvas should know that the unsurpassed wonderful Dharma of the Tathagata is about to die out before long. Then Manjushri said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Now, this Kunda has some doubt. Please, O Tathagata, explain things once more, and do away with his doubt. The Buddha said, O good man! What do you mean by a mind that doubts? Speak out. I shall explain matters. Manjushri said, Kunda has a doubt in his mind regarding the eternal nature of the Tathagata, because of the power that can well see the Buddha nature. If it is the case that there is the eternal when the Buddha nature is seen, there must be the non-eternal when it is not. If the basis is the non-eternal, this non-eternal will persist. Why? The law of the world is that a thing comes about which did not exist before. What existed before is not now, i.e. no longer is. All things that proceed thus are non-eternal. Hence, there can be no difference between the Buddha, Bodhisattva, Sravaka, and Pratyeka Buddha. Then the Buddha said in a Gatha, what originally was is now not. What originally was not is now. There can be no is obtaining in the three times. O good man! For this reason, there can be difference between the Buddha, Bodhisattva, Sravaka, and Pratyeka Buddha, and there can be no difference. Manjushri praised the Buddha and said, it is good, it is just as you, Holy One, say. I now, for the first time, have come to know that there are cases of difference between the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Sravakas, and Pratyeka Buddhas. Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! You, the Buddha, say that there is by nature no difference between the natures of the Buddha, Bodhisattva, Sravaka, and Pratyeka Buddha. Please, O Tathagata, condescend to tell of this in detail, explain it widely, and give benefit and peace to all beings. The Buddha said, O good man! Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I shall now explain it to you. As an example, there is here a rich man. He has many cows, which are of various colors. He always has a man take care of them and bring them up, raise them. This man, once on the occasion of a religious service, has all the cows milked and pours the milk into a container. The milk of all these cows is white. He sees this and is surprised. The color of these cows varies. How is it that the color of the milk is white, all the same? The man thinks and comes to realize that because of past karma and being's causal relations, the color of the milk becomes one and the same. O good man! It is the same with all Sravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas. That all of these possess the same Buddha nature is as with milk. Why so? The reason is that all Ashravas defilements, taints, influxes of unwholesome thoughts and emotions are done away with. And yet, there are differences between the Buddha, Sravaka, Pratyeka Buddha, and Bodhisattva. Yet all Sravakas and common mortals doubt and say, how could it be that there can be no difference between the three? 115 vehicles? All these beings, after a long time, come to understand that all three vehicles equally have the Buddha nature. The case is similar to that of the milk, which appears as it does because of past karma. Also, next, O good man. For example, when gold is treated smelted in a furnace, the dregs scum are discarded. Smelted again, gold appears and its price becomes inestimable. O good man. It is the same with Sravakas, Pratyekabuddhas, and Bodhisattvas. All can arrive at the same Buddha nature. Why? Because the defilements have been done away with. It is like doing away with the scum from gold ingots. Hence, all beings have the same Buddha nature. And when one first hears of the hidden store of the Tathagata and when one later attains Buddhahood, one, in the course of time, comes to know this fact. This is as in the case of the milk of the rich man, in which the oneness of the quality of the milk becomes apparent. Why this dawning of awareness? Because innumerable billions of defilements have been done away with. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! If all beings have the Buddha nature, what difference is there between the Buddha and other beings? If things are explained in such a way, misgivings can arise. If beings all have Buddha nature, how is it that Sariputra enters Parinirvana with only a small-sized nirvana, the Pratyekabuddha passes away into a middle-sized nirvana, and the Bodhisattva passes away into great nirvana? If they have the same Buddha nature, how could it be that they do not enter nirvana as in the case of the Tathagata? O good man! The nirvana attained by the all-Buddha world-honored one is not that which Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas attain. That is why we say that Mahaparinirvana is a good existence. Even if there is no Buddha in the world, it is not the case that the two vehicles do not gain two nirvanas. Kasyapa said further, what might this mean? The Buddha said, innumerable boundless asamkhyas of kalpas ago, there was a Buddha who appeared in the world and displayed the three teachings of the three vehicles. O good man! As to there being no difference between the Bodhisattvas and the two vehicles, about which you ask, I may say that I have already explained this when I spoke of the great nirvana of the hidden store of the Tathagata. All arhats have no element of good. Why? Because they are those who gain the great nirvana. For this reason, there is after all bliss in Mahaparinirvana. That is why we say Mahaparinirvana. Kasyapa said, as you the Buddha have taught me, I now, for the first time, have realized the points of difference and non-difference. How? Because all Bodhisattvas, Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas will attain Mahaparinirvana in the future. This is as with all rivers draining into the great sea. That is why we say that those Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas are eternal and not non-eternal. Because of this, there is difference and there is no difference. Kasyapa said, how is it that there is a difference in the nature of nirvana? The Buddha said, O good man! The Sravaka is like milk, the Pratyekabuddha like cream, the Bodhisattva like butter, and the all-Buddha world-honored one like Sarpermanda. That is why we say that there are four kinds of different nature in great nirvana. Kasyapa spoke again, what are the characteristics of the nature of all beings? The Buddha said, O good man! It is as in the case of a cow that is newly born and there is no difference between milk and blood. The same is the case with the nature of beings, which contains in it all defilements. Kasyapa said further, at Kusinagara castle, there was a Kandala called Joy. When this person aspired to enlightenment, the Buddha prophesied that this person would attain unsurpassed enlightenment while living in this eon of 1000 Buddhas. Why is it that the Buddha does not make a prophecy and say that the Venerable Sariputra and Maudgalyayana will attain Enlightenment at once? The Buddha said, O good man! The Sravakas, Pratyekabuddhas and Bodhisattvas may take vows, I shall for eternal kalpas uphold wonderful Dharma and shall then attain Buddhahood. When they have taken their vows, I give them their prophecy to Buddhahood instantly. Also, next, O good man! As an example, a merchant possesses a priceless treasure. He takes it to the market and sells it. The ignorant, not knowing what it is, laugh at it. The owner of the treasure says, this treasure is priceless. On hearing this, they laugh again. The people, not knowing the value of this treasure, say that it is merely a piece of 116 crystal. It is the same with the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. If they receive an instant prophecy, they will become indolent, will laugh and regard things lightly. This is analogous to the ignorant people who do not know the value of the true treasure. In days to come, there will certainly be many Bhikshus who won't make effort and practice the way. They will be poor and in difficult circumstances, and they will suffer from hunger. In consequence, they will get ordained and live. Their minds will be rash and they will be impudent, they will live in the wrong way, flatter and tell lies. When they hear that the Tathagata gives Sravakas their prophecy of instant attainment to enlightenment, they will laugh it off, behave arrogantly, and even commit slander. This is nothing other than an infringement of the precepts. They will say that they have attained what others cannot. For this reason, enlightenment is prophesied as soon as the vows are taken. To say that there will be instant attainment of enlightenment. And to those who protect wonderful Dharma, a prophecy is given for the days to come. Bodhisattva Kasyapa further said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! How can a Bodhisattva avoid breaking relations with his kindred? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, all Bodhisattvas try to make effort and protect wonderful Dharma. As a result, there can be no breaking of relations with those who are one's relatives. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said further to the Buddha, O world-honored one! In what circumstances do beings come to have their mouth dried up? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, if a person does not know that there always exist the three treasures, in consequence his mouth will dry up and burn. Because of this, the human mouth turns the wrong way and that person is unable to distinguish the six tastes of what is sweet, bitter, pungent, sour, salty, and light. All beings are ignorant, have no intellect, and do not know that there are the three treasures. Hence, we say, lips and mouth get dried up and burn. Also, next, O good man! Any person who does not know that the Tathagata is eternal, such a person is one congenitally blind. Any person who knows that the Tathagata is eternal, though he is of fleshly eyes, is one with the heavenly eye. Also, next, O good man! Any person who knows that the Tathagata is eternal has long studied sutras of this kind. I also say that such a person is also of the class of people possessing the heavenly eye. Though possessing it, if a person does not know that the Tathagata is eternal, such a person belongs to the class of those possessed merely of the fleshly eye. This type of person does not know his own hands and limbs, nor how to enable other to know, either. For this reason, he is of the fleshly eye. Also, next, O good man! The Tathagata becomes the parent to all beings. How? All beings and various living things possess 2 feet humans, 4 feet animals, multiple feet insects, and no feet fish. The Buddha talks about Dharma in one voice, and all such understand, utter praise, and say, the Tathagata spoke to me alone of Dharma. For this reason, we say parent. Also, next, O good man! A person gives birth to a child. After 16 months, it speaks, but the words it speaks cannot be understood. The parents teach the child words, first repeating the same sound. Step by step, things progress. It is thus. Is it the case that the parents' words might be incorrect? No, O world-honored one. The same is the case with the Buddha. Tathagata. He teaches Dharma in accordance with the various sounds of beings. In order to have them rest peacefully in the wonderful Dharma of the Buddha, he manifests himself in various forms. The Tathagata speaks with the same tongue. Can this possibly proceed in an incorrect way? No, O world-honored one. Why not? Because the Tathagata's speech is like the roar of a lion. Following the sounds of the world, he speaks about Dharma for being's sake. Chapter 17, on the questions raised by the crowd. Then, the world-honored one emitted lights of such diverse colors as blue, red, white, crimson and purple, which shone over Kunda. Kunda, having been bathed in light, took up all the fine dishes with his kindred and carried them to where the Buddha was and offered them to the Tathagata and the Bhiksus, desiring to make the final offerings. Taking these in various full-up vessels, they brought them to where the Buddha was. At that time, there was a deva of great virtue who came there and obstructed the way and, standing around, said, O Kunda! Wait for a 117 time, do not offer yet. Then the Tathagata again shot forth innumerable boundless diverse lights. All the devas, encountering these lights, allowed Kunda to go forward and offer things to the Buddha, and prostrating themselves on the ground said, O Tathagata! Allow all the Bhiksus to accept our offerings. The Bhiksus, knowing that it was now time, took up their robes and bowls and, holding them, stood still in one mind with the same concentrated mind. Then Kunda set down various kinds of jewel-bedecked lions' thrones for the Buddha and the Bhiksus, hung up silken banners and parasols, and carried in, along with these, incense, flowers, and garlands. At that time, the grandeur of the 3,000 great thousand worlds was similar to the Western Buddha paradise of peace and happiness. Then Kunda, who was before the Buddha, sad and worried, said again to the Buddha, O Tathagata! Please take pity and stay and live with us for a kalpa or even less. The Buddha said to Kunda, if you desire to have me stay long in this world, make the final perfect offerings. Then, all the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, Devas and all others said in one voice, Oh, it is wonderful, Kunda, that you have accomplished the greatest of virtues. You have done so well that the Tathagata has accepted from you the final offerings. We lack virtue, so that what we do ends in no good. Then the world-honored one, in order to satisfy the people, put forth from each pore of his skin a Buddha. Each Buddha had a retinue of innumerable Bhiksus. All of these Buddhas and Bhiksus partook of all the offerings which had been made. Tathagata Shakya himself took what Kunda presented to him. At that time, all the rice bran, all the well-cooked food, the 8 koku unit of measurement for cereals and liquids of cereals that could well satisfy the people of all Magadha state were, through the divine power of the Buddha, served to all those who were congregated there. On seeing this, Kunda was overjoyed, his joy was inexpressible. The hearts of all those congregated there felt the same. Then all those congregated there, in accordance with the wish of the Buddha, thought in this manner, the Tathagata now accepts our offerings. Before long, he will enter nirvana. Thinking thus, they were both glad and sad. By the divine power of the Buddha, in a space the size of the point of a needle, there were gathered together an innumerable number of all Buddhas and their retinues, who all sat and ate. What they ate was all equal, all the same, with nothing differing. Then the Devas, Asuras, and others all wept and were sad. They said, the Tathagata has received our final offerings. Having received them, he will enter nirvana. To whom can we now make offerings? Now, with the unsurpassed trainer parted from us, we are all like blind men. Then the world-honored one, in order to console all those gathered there, spoke in a gatha. Do not weep, the dharma of all Buddhas is thus. It is now innumerable kalpas since I entered nirvana. I have always received the best of bliss, and rested myself forever in peace. Now, listen with all your heart. I shall now speak about nirvana. I am now segregated from the sense of taking food. I now feel no thirst. I shall now, for your sake, speak about the vow step by step, and cause all to be blessed with peace. Listen well and practice the eternal dharma of all Buddhas. If crows and owls live in a tree, and make friends with one another like brothers, I shall now gain nirvana for eternity. The Tathagata views all beings as he does Rahula. I shall always be the most honored one to all beings. How could I enter nirvana for all eternity? If snakes, rats and wolves live in a hole, 118 and become friends with one another like brothers, I shall enter nirvana for all eternity. The Tathagata views all beings as he views Rahula. He always becomes the one honored by beings. How can he stay long in nirvana? If Saptaparna, a bitter plant, changes into Varsika jasmine, if Karu gentian changes into Tindoka Dios pyros embryo teres, then I might well enter nirvana. The Tathagata views all as he views Rahula. How could he abandon compassion and enter nirvana for a long time? If an Ekantaka could, in his present body, attain enlightenment and first-grade bliss, then I would certainly enter nirvana. The Tathagata views all as he views Rahula. How could he abandon compassion and enter nirvana for a long time? If people all at once attain enlightenment and abandon all evil, I shall certainly attain nirvana. The Tathagata views all as he views Rahula. How could he abandon compassion and enter nirvana for a long time? If the water of mosquitoes and sawflies could indeed wet the whole earth, and fill the rivers, valleys, and seas, I would enter nirvana. My compassionate heart views all as I do Rahula. I am ever the honored one of all beings. And how could I be long in nirvana? For this reason, seek deeply for wonderful dharma. Do not be overmuch concerned, nor cry, nor weep. If you desire to act rightly, practice the eternal of the Tathagata. Harbor the thought that such dharma lives long, and that there is no change. Also, be mindful of the fact that the three treasures are all eternal. This will beget great protection. It is as in the case of a dead tree, which, as a result of magic charms, brings forth fruit. Such are the three treasures. All of you, the four classes of people, give ear well. On listening well, joy will arise and bodhicitta will come about. If the three treasures come about as eternal, and are as paramartha satya ultimate reality, that is the utmost of vows of all Buddhas. If any Bhiksu, Upasaka, or Upasika aspires to the highest vow of the Tathagata, know that such will have no ignorance and is worthy of receiving offerings. By dint of the power of the vow, the virtues and fruits of that person's actions will, in the world, be like those of an arhat. Anyone who cannot meditate on the eternal of the three treasures is a kandala. If a person can indeed realize the eternal of the three treasures, such a person will part from the suffering that arises out of the causality of existence and will attain peace, and there will be no luring, tempting, hindering, and worrying trouble that will remain behind. Then, humans, devas, the great crowd, and asuras, having heard this sermon, were gladdened and inexpressibly overjoyed. Their minds were softened, with all hindrances done away with, and no ups and downs were felt in their minds. Their great virtue was pure. Their faces looked glad, and 119 knew the eternal nature of the Buddha. Because of this, the devas made heavenly offerings, and strew flowers of several kinds, with powder and smearing incense and with heavenly music. They made offerings to the Buddha. Then the Buddha said to Bodhisattva Kasyapa, "Do you see the rare things done by these people?" Kasyapa answered, "I have already seen them, O world-honored one. I see that the number of Tathagatas is innumerable, boundless, and uncountable. I see that they have received the offerings of all people, humans, and devas. Also, they see the adornments of the great bodies of all Buddhas, and see that though the place where they sit is just the size of a needle point, a great number of people stand around and do not jostle one another, that the people who are gathered together all take vows, deliver sermons in 13 gathas, that the great crowd are praying in their minds and are saying, 'The Tathagata now accepts my offerings.' Even if the food offered by Kunda were made into dust motes and a mote was offered to each Buddha, it could by no means suffice. But the divine power of the Buddha has so contrived things as to enable all the people gathered here to receive their share. Only the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, they Prince of Dharma, Manjushri, and others knew that this rare thing was the action of the Tathagata. All were expedients of the Tathagata that were thus manifested. The great crowd of Sravakas and Asuras now all knew that the Tathagata was one eternal. Then the world-honored one said to Kunda, "Are not the things you see rare?" "Yes, indeed. O world-honored one! The innumerable Buddhas that I saw all had the 32 signs of perfection, and the 80 minor marks of excellence. They were thus adorned. All are bodhisattvas big in size, all wonderful, and their visages are incomparable. Thus do I see. Only the body of the Buddha is like that of a medicine tree, surrounded by all bodhisattvas." The Buddha said to Kunda, "All the Buddhas that you saw before you were the transformation Buddhas, i.e. projections of my own self. It was to benefit all beings and make them happy. All such bodhisattva mahasattvas here have innumerable things to practice. They all do what the innumerable Buddhas do. O Kunda! You have now accomplished what bodhisattvas do and are perfect in what the bodhisattva of the 10 Bodhisattvas do." Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, "O world-honored one! All is as you say. All is as the Buddha says. The works of a bodhisattva which Kunda has accomplished gladden me. Now the Tathagata, for the benefit of innumerable beings of the future, desires to perform a great work, and you have now delivered this sermon of the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. O world-honored one! Do the sutras contain more than what is stated? O good man! What I state has and has not more than what I state." Kunda said to the Buddha, "As you, the Buddha, say, what I have I give to all. Only praise, but do not despoil. O world-honored one! What does this mean? What difference is there between the upholding and breaking of the precepts?" The Buddha said, "Except for one, give to all other people. Praise all." Kunda asked, "Who is that one person who is to be accepted? For example, the person who breaks the precepts stated in this sutra?" Kunda said further, "I do not completely understand. Please be good enough to explain." The Buddha said to Kunda, "To break the precepts refers to the ekantaka. Giving things to all others should be highly regarded. This will result in great fruition." Kunda asked further, "What does ekantaka mean?" The Buddha said to Kunda, "Should any bhiksu, bhiksunai, upasaka, or upasika who speaks ill of wonderful dharma and commits grave offences not repent and in his or her mind not think that it, i.e. what was done was bad, such a person will inevitably be one who is taking the path of an ekantaka. Any person who has committed grave sins such as the 4 grave offences and the 5 deadly sins, and who, knowing that he has transgressed, never fears or repents and does not say out confess, who is not minded to protect, feel love for, and build up, the Buddha's wonderful dharma, but speaks ill of it, belittles it, and points out things that are supposedly wrong is a person who is taking the path of an ekantaka. Also, a person who says that there are 120 no such things as the three treasures is a person who is taking the path of an ekantaka. Except for such, you may indeed give. And this is laudable. Then Kunda said further to the Buddha, what is the transgressing of the precepts? The Buddha said to Kunda, a person who commits the 4 grave offences, the 5 deadly sins, and 1 who slanders wonderful dharma, is transgressing the precepts. Kunda asked further, can such a person, who has transgressed the precepts, be saved at all? The Buddha said to Kunda, if circumstantial factors combine, such a person can indeed be saved. If a person, donning the Buddhist robe, does not discard it, and his mind always repents, and fears and is not gone far away, he will reproach himself, saying, what a fool I was to commit such grave sins. How strange that I should engender this karma. He greatly repents. He becomes minded to protect wonderful dharma and build it up. I shall certainly make offerings to anyone who protects dharma. To anyone who recites the Mahayana Sutras, I shall pose questions, uphold and recite those sutras. If I understand them well, I shall speak of them widely to others. I say that such a person is not one who has broken the precepts. Ymot. Oh, good man! For example, when the sun rises, all gloom clears away. The same applies to the appearance into the world of this all-wonderful great Nirvana Sutra. This annihilates all the sins committed over innumerable kalpas past. That is why this sutra says that if wonderful dharma is gained, great fruition ensues, and this saves the person who has broken the precepts. A person may transgress, but if he repents and returns to dharma, he will think, all the evils one performs are like doing evil against one's own self. Fear arises and he repents. There can be no help other than this wonderful dharma. For this reason, I shall turn back and take refuge in wonderful dharma. If things proceed thus in taking refuge, a person may make offerings to such a one, and there will be no end of good fruition arising from this. Also, we can say that such a person is one worthy of offerings from all the world. There may be a person who does evil, as stated above, and after a month or 15 days, does not take refuge or confess. If someone makes offerings to such a person, there will be very little merit arising therefrom. The same with one who has committed the 5 deadly sins. If he repents and feels ashamed in his mind and says to himself that what he has done until now was all evil deeds and the cause of great suffering, and that henceforth he will do all he can to protect wonderful dharma, such a person does not come within the category of the 5 deadly sins. Should offerings be made to such a person, this will call forth an inexpressible amount of blessings. Were one to make offerings to a person who has committed the deadly sins and in whom no thought arises of protecting dharma and taking refuge, the blessings which might ensue would not be much to talk about. Also, O good man, any person who has committed evil deeds should now listen to me clearly. I shall now expound expansively. Think in this way, wonderful dharma is the hidden store of the Tathagata. Therefore, I shall protect and build it up. Anyone who makes offerings to such a person will be blessed with supreme virtue. O good man! A woman conceives a child. When she is about to give birth, there arises turmoil in the land and she flees abroad. There is a shrine where she gives birth to her child. Later, she hears of the return of peace to her home country and of a bountiful harvest. She takes her child and wishes to return to her homeland. On the way, there is the Ganges, where the water is high and swiftly flowing. Having the child with her, she cannot cross the river. She prays in her mind, I will not cross the river on my own, even if I die. I shall not part from my child. Saying this, she throws herself into the water. She dies and is later born in heaven, on account of her compassionate heart in wanting to protect the child. Even so, this woman was bad at heart. But because of her love for her son, she was born in heaven. It is the same with those who have committed the 4 grave offenses and the 5 deadly sins. Although having done evil before, because of the protection of Dharma, a person becomes the best field of merit to the world, i.e. good done to such a person will yield happy karmic results. A person who protects Dharma will meet with such an inexpressible reward. Kunda further said, O world-honored one! An ekantaka may repent, respect and make offerings to the 3 treasures. If one makes offerings to such a person, will that generate great returns? The Buddha said, O good man! Do not ask such a thing. For example, there is a man 121 who partakes of a mango. He takes out the stone. Later he thinks, there may be something sweet in this stone. Then he takes it up and cracks it, and chews it. It tastes extremely bitter, and he regrets his action. Thinking that he might lose the seed, he takes it back and plants it. He carefully nourishes it at times with butter, oil, and milk. What does this signify? Do you think that a plant will come about? No, O world-honored one! Even if heaven were to rain down sweet rain, there could be no chance of a plant coming about. The same is the case with this ekantaka. The root of good has been burnt out. How can he expiate his sin? O good man! If a good mind mental state or thought arises, we do not speak of an ekantaka. O good man! For this reason, it is not true that whatever is given has no difference in its results. Why not? The thing given to a Sravaka is different, so too is what is given to a Pratyeka Buddha. Only what is given to a Tathagata calls forth unsurpassed fruition. That is why I say that it is not true that there is no difference in the results of the offerings made. Kunda said further, why is it that the Tathagata delivered this gatha? The Buddha sighed too. Kunda, when there is reason for it, I deliver such a sermon. In Rajagriha, there was once an Upasaka who had no faith and served a Nirgrantha. And yet, he came to me and asked about the meaning of offerings. That is why I delivered this sermon. Also, for the sake of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, I speak of the hidden doctrine. What is the meaning of this gatha? I say all. But this all refers to the all which is only little. Know that the Bodhisattva Mahasattva is the man of men. He upholds the precepts and gives away what results from that. He abandons transgressing against the precepts and weeds out the barnyard grass, i.e. defilements. Aso, next, O good man! It is as with the gatha, in which I said in days gone by. All rivers have bends. All forests have trees. All women flatter. All freedom calls forth peace. Then Bodhisattva Manjushri stood up from his seat, bared his right shoulder, knelt down on his right knee, advanced and touched the Buddha's feet, and said in a gatha. It is not the case that all rivers have bends. And that all woods are trees. All women are flatterers. All freedom is peace. What the Buddha says in this gatha has more to it. Please condescend to tell us the detail. Why? O world-honored one! In the 3,000 great thousand worlds, there is a country called Godaniya. There is, in that land, a river which is straight. The river is named Shabaya. It is like a straight rope and flows into the sea in the west. The Buddha has not yet spoken of this in other sutras. Please, O Tathagata, condescend to expound within the compass of the Vaipulya Agama Sutras what has been left out from the explanations, to enable bodhisattvas to have deep faith and understanding. O world-honored one! For example, there is here a man who may first know of a gold ingot, but not of the gold. The same with the Tathagata. He knows all dharmas and yet still has parts left out to speak, i.e. has not said all he knows. The Tathagata gives such talks. And yet we may well come to understand what the intended meaning is. All forests surely have trees, and there are also other things in them. Why? Several other things such as gold, silver, and beryl are there. Gem trees are also called trees. We say that all women are flatterers, and yet they are more than that. Why? Because there are women who uphold the precepts and are perfect in virtue, having a great compassionate heart. All freedom is surely bliss, but there is still more. Why? One who has freedom is a Chakravartin. The Dharmaraja Dharma King Tathagata does not belong to Yama, the ruler of the hells. He cannot die. Brahma and Chakra are unmolested, unimpeded, unrestricted, and yet they are non-eternal. That which is eternal and unchanging is 122 called unmolested. This is the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. The Buddha said, O good man! You now talk well. Stop and listen to me for a while. O Manjushri! As an example, a rich man falls ill and suffers. A good doctor sees this and prepares some medicine. The sick man is greedy and takes too much. The doctor says, if your body can stand it, you may indeed take as much as you please. But your body is weak now. Do not take too much. Know well that this is amrita, but at the same time a poison. If taken in excess, and if not digested, it becomes poisonous. O good man! Now, do not say that what this doctor says is a transgression and that the medicine does not work. O good man! The same is the case with the Tathagata. All is done for the king, queen, crown prince, and minister. They, prince and queen of King Prasenajit, were arrogant. To teach them, fear was appropriate. Especially to such as the Dr. Agatha, such as this is delivered. All rivers have bends. All forests have trees. All women are flatterers. All freedom surely gains one piece. O Manjushri! Know that what the Tathagata says has no lapses, inconsistencies, shortcomings. The earth may turn upside down, but what the Tathagata says has no lapses. Because of this, what the Tathagata says has the unsaid behind it. Then the Buddha praised Manjushri and said, well said, O good man! You have already long known all such things. You have pity for beings, and to allow them to arrive at wisdom you widely put such questions to the Tathagata, referring to the Gatha. Then, the Dharmaraja Putra Manjushri said in a Gatha before the Buddha, I follow what others say, and do not speak against them. And I do not look at others to see if they do or do not do according to Dharma. I only look back upon the good or not good of what I do. O world-honored one! I talk about the medicine of Dharma thus. I do not say that what I say is right. I say what others say and do not transgress. Condescend, O Tathagata, to tell me of this. The world-honored one always says, all Tirthakas of the 95 kinds go to the unfortunate realms and all Sravakas face the right path. They uphold the precepts and deportment and guard their sense organs. All such people care for great Dharma and take the path that is good. O Tathagata! Why is it that in the 9 types of sutra you give reproof when there is a person who breaks others, transgresses? What could the meaning of such a gatha be? The Buddha said to Manjushri, O good man! I delivered this gatha. It is not for beings in general. It was for none But King Ajatasattu, the all-Buddha world-honored one, does not unsay what has been said. If there is no reason for doing so, when there is reason, he so speaks. O good man! King Ajatasattu, after having killed his father, came to me, and to prevail on me he put this question to me: how, O world-honored one, can you be all knowledge, or are you not? Devadatta had for innumerable ages past an evil intent and thought of following and harming the Tathagata. Why is it that you allowed him to become ordained? O good man! Because of this, I delivered this gatha for that king. I follow what others say, and do not speak against them. And I do not look at others to see if they do or do not do. 1, 2, 3 I only look back upon the good or not good of what I do. I, the Buddha, said to the great king, you have now killed your father. The deadly sin has already been committed. It is the greatest of sins, the consequence of which is life in Avicii hell. Confess and cleanse yourself. Why do you look to the ill of others? O good man! For this reason, I delivered this sermon in a gatha just for his sake. Also, next, O good man! I also deliver this sermon for those who strictly uphold the precepts, who do not transgress, who are perfect in deportment, and who see well what ill deeds others perform. Any person who is rightly guided by others, who keeps away from all evil deeds, and who teaches others and makes them keep away from evil is none other than my disciple. Then, the world-honored one, for Manjushri's sake, spoke in a gatha. All fear the sword and staff. There is none who does not love life. Put your own self into the parable equation. Do not kill, do not use the staff. Then, Manjushri spoke this gatha before the Buddha. It is not that all fear the staff. Put your own self into the parable. Try your best to devise the best expedients. The Tathagata spoke this gatha, which is not complete. Why not? The Arhat, Chakravartin. Beautiful women, elephants, horses, treasurers, and ministers cannot be harmed by devas and asuras with sharp swords in their hands. Valiant soldiers, brave women, kings of horses, kings of beasts, Pixies who uphold the precepts do not feel fear, even when attacked. For this reason, we can say that the Tathagata's gatha also has elements not explained. You may say, put your own self into the parable. But this contains more than is said. Why? If an arhat is made the object of the parable, there cannot be the thought of self and life. If there is the thought of self and life, we need protection. Common mortals will also think that the arhat is a person who practices the way. Such is a perverted view. If one holds a perverted view, one will, after one's death, fall into Avicii hell. And to think that an arhat has a mind to harm a common mortal is not possible. And none of the innumerable beings, either, can harm an arhat. The Buddha said, O good man! The thought of self relates to a thought which is very compassionate to beings and which does not even think of harming them. This is the all-equal mind of the arhat. Do not unreasonably say what speaks against, i.e. what is untrue. In days gone by, there was in this Rajagriha a great hunter. He killed a good number of stags and invited me to eat. I then accepted his invitation. But I have a compassionate feeling towards all beings, just as I have towards my own Rahula. I said in a gatha, let yourself be blessed with long life, and live long, uphold non-harming, and life will be as that of all Buddhas. For this reason, I say in this gatha, all fear the sword and staff. There is none who does not love life. Put your own self into the parable. Do not kill, do not use the staff. The Buddha said, well said, O Manjushri. For the sake of all Bodhisattva. 124 Mahasattvas, you put such questions regarding the undisclosed teaching of the Tathagata. Then Manjushri spoke in Agatha. How do we respect father and mother? How are we obedient, and how do we pay homage? How do we practice dharma? And gain avicii hell? Then the Tathagata answered in Agatha. Should one make greedy love, i.e. craving one's mother, ignorance one's father, and follow and respect these, one gains avicii hell. Then the Tathagata said again to Manjushri in Agatha. All that belongs to others is suffering. All that stands on one's own side is what is unmolested and peace. The force of arrogance is extremely stormy and devilish. One who is wise and good is loved by all. Then Bodhisattva Mahasattva Manjushri said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! What the Tathagata says is not concluded. Condescend, O Tathagata, to tell me the reason. Why? The son of a rich man studies, following a teacher. Does he belong to the teacher or not? If he belongs to the teacher, the meaning does not fit well. If not, it does not fit well either. Even if one gains unmolestedness, it also does not. Hence, what the Tathagata says still has more to say. Also. Next, O world-honored one! The prince does not learn, things do not come about when anything happens. This is unmolestedness, and yet he has ignorance, darkness, and suffering. Always. If such a prince is regarded as unmolested, the meaning does not fit well. If one says that one belongs to others, the meaning fails again. Because of this, we say that what the Buddha says still has more to tell. Because of this, even when one depends on others, suffering does not necessarily result. Not all unmolestednesses necessarily end in bliss. We say that the power of arrogance is demoniac. This, again, still has more to say. O world-honored one! All brave women, out of arrogance, become ordained and learn things, they uphold the precepts and are accomplished in deportment. All their sense organs are well guarded, and no lapses can be seen. For this reason, we see that all the defilements of arrogance are not necessarily devilish. They, wise and good, are not loved by all. Even here, there is yet more to say. A person commits the 4 grave offences in his mind, and one does not throw the priestly robe away and uphold the deportment rigidly. The case is like this. One who loves Dharma sees and does not love. Such a person, after death, will unfailingly fall into hell. A good person commits the grave offences, and those who protect Dharma see this and drive such a man away, and defrock him and turn him back to worldly life. In consequence of this, we may well say that not even all the wise are necessarily loved. Then the Buddha said to Manjushri, when there is reason, the Tathagata says what still has more to be said. And in certain circumstances, the all-Buddha Tathagata talks about this Dharma. At one time, there was in Rajagriha a woman called Subhadra. She came back to her parents' house, came to me and took refuge in me, in Dharma and Sangha. She said, all women have no free span of power, all men are unmolested and unhindered. Then, at that time, I fathomed the woman's mind and spoke in such a gatha. O Manjushri! It is good, it is good. You now put such a question to the Tathagata regarding the undisclosed words for the sake of all beings. Then Manjushri said in a gatha. All beings live on food. 125 all people with power have no jealousy envy. From all things eaten does one gain the cause of illness. From good actions does one gain peace and bliss. O world-honored one! You now receive the food offered by Kunda. Do you, O Tathagata, have no fear in you or not? Then the world-honored one said in Agatha to Manjushri. It is not that all beings live on food only. It is not that all those who have power have no jealousy envy in their hearts. It is not that all the food taken must call forth illness. It is not that all pure actions necessarily give one peace and bliss. O Manjushri! If you become ill, I too become ill. Why? All Arhats, Pratyeka Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Tathagatas do not take food. In order to guide people, they accept and take food. Innumerable people bring in things. They the saintly ones let them accomplish Dhanaparamita and succor them from lives in hell, the animal realm and the hungry Preta realm. The Tathagata spends 6 years in penance, and his body becomes emaciated and lean, but actually nothing of the sort takes place. The all-Buddha world-honored one is independent of all things and is not the same as a common mortal. How could it be possible for his body to grow weak? The all-Buddha world-honored one has made effort, practiced the way and attained the adamantine mind. He is not of the body of the weak-constituted common mortal. The same with my disciples. All this cannot be thought of. They do not depend on food. We say that those who have great power have no jealousy envy. This still has more to say. Some people of the world do not, throughout their life, have any jealousy. They seem to lack great power, too. We say that all illnesses arise out of food. This too needs qualification. There are illnesses that spring from external causes such as thorns, swords, and halberds. We say that all pure actions call forth peace. This, too, has more to it that needs to be said. We see in the world Tirthakas practicing pure actions and undergoing pain and worry. Because of this, all that the Tathagata says has yet more to say. Because of this, it is not the case that the Tathagata speaks in this Gatha without reason. He says as there is reason for so saying. In days gone by, in this Ujjayani, there was a Brahmin called Kudiyatoku. He came to me and desired to receive, from the fourth, the precepts on the 8 pure actions Astanga Samanvagatapavasa. I, at that time, spoke this Gatha. Then Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, what could be the thing that has no further left over or part? What does all mean? O good man! All denotes wonderful dharma of eternal bliss, other than what assists attainment to enlightenment. This can be called all, or what has no remaining part. All other things, too, can be what have parts to tell or also what have no more part to tell. It is to let all those who take pleasure in Dharma know the meaning of what yet has parts left to tell and what has no more part to tell. Bodhisattva Kashyapa felt extremely and inexpressibly glad. He stepped towards the Buddha and said, this is all wonderful. The Tathagata views all as though he were viewing his Rahula. Then the Buddha praised Kashyapa and said, well said, well said. What you see is all wonderful. Bodhisattva Kashyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Please condescend to expound to me the virtue which this Mahayana Nirvana Sutra has. The Buddha said to Kashyapa, O good man! Anyone who hears the name of this sutra gains virtue, which is so great that Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas cannot well tell of it. The Buddha alone well knows. Why? Because the world of the Buddha is inconceivable. And how much greater will it, i.e. virtue, merit be if one possesses, recites, understands, and copies it this sutra? Then all the devas and people of the world and asuras said in a Gatha. The world of the Buddha is inconceivable. 126 So2 are those of Dharma and Sangha. This being the case, we beg that you will stay somewhat longer. The Venerable Mahakashyapa and Ananda, the 2 of the Sangha, will soon be here. Also, the great King Ajatasattu, King of Magadha, who very much respects the Buddha, the world-honored one, is not here. Have a little pity and stay a while. And be with us, the great congregation, and clear away our doubts. Then, the Tathagata, for the benefit of the great crowd, spoke in a gatha. The eldest of my sons is Mahakasyapa. Ananda well makes effort and can well clear away your doubts. Be satisfied with that. Ananda is one who has heard much. He will understand in a natural way the eternal and the non-eternal. Because of this, do not be much aggrieved. Then the great crowd offered many things to the Buddha. Their offerings made, they all aspired to unsurpassed enlightenment. All the bodhisattvas, who were as numerous as the grains of sand of innumerable Ganges, all attained the first Bhumi stage of bodhisattvic development. Then the world-honored one gave prophecies to Manjushri, Bodhisattva Kasyapa and Kunda. The prophecies given, he said, all good men, straighten your minds. Be wary and not indolent. I now have pain in my back and my whole body. I now desire to lie down. And thus he does. Like any child or one who is sick. O Manjushri! All of you! Disseminate great dharma amongst the four classes castes of people. I now entrust this sutra to you. Also, when Kasyapa and Ananda have arrived, entrust wonderful dharma to them, too. Then, the Tathagata, having spoken thus, laid himself down on his right side, like any child ill in bed, all to disseminate dharma to all beings. Chapter 18, on actual illness. Then, Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! The Tathagata is already far removed from all illness. Defilement and pain already done away with, no fear remains behind. O world-honored one! All beings have four poisonous arrows, which become the cause of illness. What are the four? They are greed, ill will, ignorance and arrogance. When the cause is within, illnesses arise, such as cold, fever, consumption, dizziness, vomiting, paralysis of the body, madding mind, loose bowels, convulsions, loose urine, weak bladder, pain in the eyes and ears, swollen abdomen and back, craziness, dryings up, or being tormented by evil spirits. All such bodily ills cannot arise in the all-Buddha world-honored one. Why is it that the Tathagata looks back and says to Manjushri, I have pain in my back? All of you should teach the great congregation. Illnesses arise for two reasons. What are the two? First, it is having pity on all beings. Second, it is giving medicine to those who are ill. The Tathagata, already an innumerable million billion kalpas ago, when the Tathagata was practicing the way of a Bodhisattva, always had words of love. He benefited beings and extracted the root of worry. He gave various medicines to all who were ill. Why is it that today, now, he should have an illness? O world-honored one! What applies in the world is that a sick person sits or reclines and has no time to rest. He calls for food, gives injunctions to his family, or tells them to work. Why is it that the Tathagata sits silently? Why is it that you do not teach your disciples and Sravakas the right practices of Shilaparamita and Dhyanaparamita? Why is it that you do not deliver Mahayana sutras that have deep meaning? Why is it that, using innumerable expedients, you do not teach Mahakasyapa, the great elephant among men, and the great persons, so that they will not 127 retrogress from unsurpassed enlightenment? Why is it that you do not teach all evil-doing Pixis who receive and store up impure things? O world-honored one! You have no illness. Why do you recline on your right side? All bodhisattvas give medicines to patients, and whatever merits arise from giving are all bestowed upon all beings and transferred to all knowledge. This is to extract the hindrances of defilement, the hindrances of karma, and those of karmic results. The hindrances of defilement are greed, hatred, ignorance, and anger at what is disagreeable. Illusion that overshadows the mind, hindering thereby good from shooting out its buds. The hindrances are also burning worry, jealousy, stinginess, cheating, flattery, not feeling ashamed of one's own self, not feeling ashamed of others, pride, simulative pride, pride of self-conceit, pride of self, twisted pride, arrogance, indolence, self-importance, mutual resentment, arguing, wrong living, flattering, cheating using different appearances, pursuing profit by profit, seeking things through wrong channels, seeking a lot, lacking respect, not observing the injunctions, and associating with bad friends. There is no end of seeking profit, to entwine and bind one's own self so that all is difficult to understand. A person abides in evil desires and evil greed. A person is greedily intent upon heretical views of life regarding his carnal existence, the is and the not is views of life. A person heaves a groan or is pleased to drowse, lets out a yawn or is not pleased, or eats greedily, his mind is dim and he thinks of strange things, does evil with body and in speech, finds pleasure in talking overmuch, all his sense organs are dark, he talks excessively and is always overshadowed by such senses as greed, anger and harming. These are the hindrances of defilement. The hindrances which arise from deeds karma are the 5 deadly sins and the diseases of serious evil. The hindrances from karmic retribution give one life in the realms of hell, animals, and hungry pretas, and also the slandering of wonderful dharma, and the ekantaka. These are the hindrances from retribution. These 3 hindrances are the evils. Yet, the Bodhisattva, when practicing the way over innumerable kalpas, dispensed medicines for all illnesses and always vowed to release beings eternally from the grave illnesses of the 3 hindrances. Also, next, O world-honored one, when the Bodhisattva Mahasattva practiced the way, he gave medicine to all who were sick and always took the vows, let beings be eternally segregated from all ills and let them attain the adamantine body of the Tathagata. Also, let all the innumerable beings become all wonderful medicines and be able to cut off evil illnesses, let all beings gain the agata and, by the power of this medicine, do away with all the innumerable evil poisons, let not all beings regress from unsurpassed enlightenment, but let them swiftly accomplish the unsurpassed Buddha medicine and extract all the poisonous arrows, let all beings make effort, generate and accomplish the adamantine mind of the Tathagata, becoming this all wonderful medicine, cure all diseases, so that no disputatious mind can arise, let beings become a great tree of medicine and cure all serious illnesses of all beings, let one thoroughly extract the poisoned arrows of beings and accomplish the unsurpassed light of the Tathagata, let beings enter the Tathagata's hidden store of the Dharma of wisdom's great medicine and the close guarded store of Dharma. O world-honored one! The Bodhisattva, already innumerable 100,000 Nahutas of kalpas ago, took these vows and extracted all the ills from all beings. Why is it that the Tathagata today says that he has illness? Also, next, O world-honored one! There is in the world a person who is ill in bed, who cannot sit, get up, look up, walk or stand, and is not able to swallow any food or make liquid pass down his throat. He cannot teach and admonish his sons so that they can learn household work. His parents, wife, children, brothers, relatives, and friends are anxious, and they think that he will assuredly die. O world-honored one! The same is the case with the Tathagata today. You recline on your right-hand side and say nothing. All the ignorant of this Jambudvipa will think, the Tathagata, the all-enlightened one is going to enter nirvana. Why? They may think that you will cease to exist. But the nature of the Tathagata does not, to the end, enter nirvana. Why not? The Tathagata is eternal and does not change. For this reason, there can be no 128 saying, I have pain in my back. Also, next, O world-honored one. There is a person who is ill in bed and whose physique is broken, weakened, he lies with his face down or on his side, or on his bed. Then, people negatively think that death is not far off. The same is the case with the Tathagata. The 95 Tirthakas look down upon, and abide in, the thought of the non-eternal. They will certainly say, things in Buddhism are not as with our own doctrine, in which we base ourselves on self, nature, man, unmolestedness, time, mode prakriti, primal matter, and think that these are eternal and suffer no change. Shramana Gautama is now subject to change. This merely reveals the law of change. For this reason, O world-honored one, you should not be silent and recline on your right-hand side. Also, next, O world-honored one. There is in the world a man ill in bed. The four great elements increase or decrease, so that they do not work and mix well. His body is extremely weakened and emaciated. Because of this, he cannot sit or get up as he wills. So he remains in bed. With the Tathagata, not one of the four elements is out of harmony. You are perfect in your physical power, nothing is weak or diminished. O world-honored one! The little strength of 10 cows is not equal to that of a big cow, the strength of 10 big cows is not equal to that of a blue cow, the strength of 10 blue cows is not equal to that of a common elephant, the strength of 10 common elephants is not equal to that of a wild elephant, the strength of 10 wild elephants is not equal to that of a two-tusked elephant, the strength of 10 two-tusked elephants is not equal to that of a four-tusked elephant, the power of 10 four-tusked elephants is not equal to that of a white elephant of the Himalayas, the strength of 10 white elephants is not equal to that of a fragrant elephant, the strength of 10 fragrant elephants is not equal to that of a blue elephant, the strength of 10 blue elephants is not equal to that of a yellow elephant, the strength of 10 yellow elephants is not equal to a red elephant, the strength of 10 red elephants is not equal to a white elephant, the strength of 10 white elephants is not equal to that of a mountain elephant, the strength of 10 mountain elephants is not equal to an Utpala elephant, the strength of 10 Utpala elephants is not equal to that of a Kumuta elephant, the strength of 10 Kumuta elephants is not equal to that of a Pundarika elephant, the strength of 10 Pundarika elephants is not equal to that of a Malla wrestler of tremendous strength, the strength of 10 Mallas is not equal to that of a Pakhandan, that of 10 Pakhandans is not equal to that of one 8-armed Narayana, the strength of 10 8-armed Narayanas is not equal to that of one joint limb of a Bodhisattva of the 10 Bhumis. With common mortals, the mid-part of the body does not meet together, with the Mallas, the mid-part and the head meet together, with the Pakhandans, all the joints of the body meet together, with Narayana, the joints and the head can well hook together, with the Bodhisattvas of the 10 Bhumis, the bones of all joints separate or joined together as in the case of a coiling Naga serpent. Thus, the strength of the Bodhisattva is the greatest. When the world came into existence, the Vajrayana diamond throne was raised up from the Vajra diamond land, and then raised up to the Bodhimanda site of enlightenment, which appeared under the Bodhi tree. Having sat down, the mind of the Bodhisattva attained the 10 powers. O Tathagata! You should not be like any normal little child. No infant, child, ignorant or brainless person can expound things well. For this reason, although you lie with your face down and on one side, no one reproaches you. You, Tathagata, the world-honored one, have great wisdom and shine over all. You are the Naga of men, you possess great virtue and have divine powers, you are the unsurpassed Rishi, you have cut away the web of doubt and have extracted the arrow of poison. In peace you go and come, perfect in deportment, and armed with fearlessness. Why should you recline on your right-hand side and cause all heaven and humankind to sink into sorrow and worry? Then Kashyapa said in a gatha before the Buddha, O great holy one of the Gautama clan! Get up, I pray you, and speak to us about all wonderful Dharma. Do not recline on the bed like some child. 1290 are one who is sick. The trainer, the teacher of gods and humans, lies between the sal trees. The lowly and the ignorant may say that he will assuredly enter nirvana. They know nothing of the Vaipulya, or what the Buddha does. Like the blind, they do not see the hidden store of the Tathagata. Only all the Bodhisattvas and Manjushri well know the depths, like a good archer. All Buddhas of the 3 times past, present, and future rest upon great compassion. What is now the worth of such great compassion? With no compassion, the Buddha is no name, no one of any great preeminence. If the Buddha definitely enters nirvana, this is not the eternal, O unsurpassed one. Take pity on us, answer our prayers, bestow benefit upon beings, and subdue all Tirthakas. Then, the world-honored one, his mind of great compassion kindled, realized everything that each being wanted to have, desired to act in accordance with their wishes, to answer their prayers and bestow benefit, raised himself from his seat, and sat cross-legged. His visage was bright and soft like a molten ball of gold. His serene face and eyes shone like the full moon. His form was pure, without any blemishes. A great light filled the firmament. The light was as bright as that of more than 100,000 suns. It shone over the east, south, west and north, the 4 corners, the worlds above and below, and over all the Buddha lands. It gave beings the torch of wisdom, illuminated the gloom, and enabled 100,000 billion Nahudas of beings to live in the unretrogressive mind of Bodhi enlightenment. At that time, the Buddha's mind knew of no doubt, and he resembled a lion king. He was adorned with the 32 signs of a great man and the 80 minor marks of excellence. From each pore of his skin there appeared a lotus flower. The flowers were wonderful, each having 1,000 petals. The color was like that of pure gold. The stem was of beryl, the stamens of diamond, and the calyx of Turkestan dwarf. It was so big and round that it looked like a great wheel. All these lotus flowers sent out lights of various colors, such as blue, yellow, red, white, purple and crystal. And these lights filled all such hells as Avicii, Samjana, Kala Sutra, Sanghata, Raurava, Maharava, Tapana, and Mahatapana. In these 8 hells, all such afflictions as being burned, boiled, broiled, cut, thrust, having one's skin stripped off, depart. When a person is shone upon by this light, all such afflictions disappear. What there is peace, coolness, and unending joy. In this light, the undisclosed store of the Tathagata is proclaimed. All beings have the Buddha nature. The beings hear this, their life ends there and they are born into the worlds of humans and gods. There can further be the 8 kinds of hells of coldness, which are, Apapa, Atata, Arbuda, Ababa, Utpala, Kumuta, and Pundarika. The beings who are born there are always pressed upon by cold. What goes on there is puckering and rending of the body, smashing and breaking, mutual harming, all of which, on encountering this light, go away. What then arises? There is harmony and warmth, which please the body. This light, too, proclaims the undisclosed store of the Tathagata, saying, all beings possess the Buddha nature. The beings hear this. Their life ends, and they get born into the worlds of humans and gods. When this happens, herein this Jambudvipa and in all other worlds, the hells become empty and none do we see their being punished, except for the Ekantaka. Those of the realms of the hungry ghosts are oppressed by hunger. What they have on to cover their body is hair, and for a period of 100,000 years. They never once hear of liquid. But when they encounter this light, their hunger at once disappears. This light proclaims the undisclosed store of the Tathagata and says, all beings 130 possess the Buddha nature. When all of them hear this, their life ends and they are born into the worlds of humans and gods. The entire realm of hungry ghosts is empty, except for those who slander the Mahayana Vaipulya Sutras. The beings born in the realm of the animals harm and devour one another. On encountering this light, all hatred departs. The light also proclaims the undisclosed store of the Tathagata and says, all beings possess the Buddha nature. The beings hear this, their life ends, and they are born into the worlds of humans and gods. Then there are no more in the animal realm, except for those who slander wonderful Dharma. In each flower, there sits a Buddha. His halo is 6 feet crosswise, and the golden light shines brightly. It is wonderful and austere. It is unsurpassed and incomparable. The 32 signs of perfection and the 80 minor marks of excellence adorn each Buddha's body. Now, of these world-honored ones, some are sitting, some walking, some lying, some standing, and some are emitting the sound of thunder, some are raining down a flood of rain, some are flashing forth lightning, some fanning up a great wind, and others are sending out smoke and flames. Their body resembles a fireball. Some show conjure up the appearance of mountains, ponds, lakes, rivers, forests, and trees, all of gems. Also, they show lands, castle towns, hamlets, palaces, and houses of gems. Or they show elephants, horses, lions, tigers, wolves, peacocks, Chinese phoenixes, and all such birds. Or all of the people of Jambudvipa are permitted to see the realms of hell, animals, and hungry ghosts. Or the 6 heavens of the world of desire are displayed. Or there may be a world-honored one who speaks about all the evils and worries of everything that pertains to the 5 skandhas, 18 realms, and 12 spheres. Or the Dharma of the 4 noble truths is expounded, or one Buddha may speak about causal relations. Another may speak about the self and the not-self, or one may be talking about the pair of opposites, suffering and bliss, or one may be speaking about the eternal and the non-eternal. Or another may be speaking about the pure and the not pure. Or there might be a world-honored one who will speak for the sake of the bodhisattvas about the virtues which all bodhisattvas acquire. Or another one might be speaking about the virtues of the Sravakas. Or another may be speaking about the teaching of the one vehicle Akayana, the teaching in which all beings all equally attain the same enlightenment. Or another may be a world-honored one who emits water from the left hand side of his body and fire from the right hand side. Or another may display his birth renunciation, sitting on the Bodhimanda site of enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, his wonderful turning of the wheel, i.e. teaching Buddha-dharma, and his entering nirvana. Or there may be a world-honored one who lets out a lion's roar, enabling anyone who hears it to attain the stages from the first up to the second, third, and fourth, i.e. the Arya Marga, noble path, of the stream enterer, once returner, never returner, and the Arhat. Or there may be another Buddha who speaks about the innumerable causal relations by means of which one can get out of the life of birth and death. At that time, in this Jambudvipa, all beings encountered this light. The blind saw color, the deaf were able to hear, the dumb to talk, the crippled to walk. The greedy attained wealth, the stingy gave, the angry experienced a compassionate heart, and the unbelieving believed. Then, all the devas, nagas, pishacs kind of devil or goblin, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, Kimnaras, Mahoragas, Rakshasas, Skandas, Domitas, Apasmaras, humans and non-humans said with one voice, well said, O unsurpassed heaven-honored one! Great is the benefit you bestow. On saying this, they rejoiced and jumped for joy, some sang and some danced, and others moved about and rolled on the ground. They strew all kinds of flowers on the Buddha and the Sangha, such as heavenly Utpala, Kumuda, Padma, Pundarika, Mandara, Mahamandara, Manjusaka, Mahamanjasaka, Santanika, Mahasantanika, Rakana, Maharokana, Gandha, Mahagandha, Chaki, Dayachaki, Kamadrasti, Mahakamadristi, Vira, and Prathamavara. Also, all manner of incense was strewn about, such as agaru, tagara, sandalwood, saffron. Various types of mixed incense and that from the seaside. Also, the Buddha was given offerings of hanging ensigns, banners which had heavenly gems stitched into them, parasols, all kinds of music by the heavenly ones playing on the cheng, flute, reed organ, she and harp. And they also said in Agatha 131. I now bow to you, the great effort, the unsurpassed, the right enlightened, the two-footed honored one. Devas and humans do not know, but Gautama well knows. The world-honored one practiced penances for us in days gone by, innumerable kalpas past. How comes it that you forsake what you once vowed, and now desire to enter nirvana? All beings cannot now see the undisclosed store of the all-Buddha world-honored one. Because of this, it will be difficult to get out of this world, and we shall repeat birth and death and fall into the evil realms. As the Buddha says, all arhats enter nirvana. But how do lowly-born common mortals know well what the Buddha does with his deepest mind? He rains down amrita ambrosia on all beings to extract all defilements. If this amrita is partaken of, one will never again repeat birth, aging, illness, and death. The Tathagata world-honored one cures the diseases of 100,000 innumerable beings, and extracts serious diseases, and so contrives that none then remains. It is long since the world-honored one left behind all the pains of illness. That is why he can be called the seventh Buddha. We pray that the Buddha will rain down the rain of Dharma and give moisture to our seeds of virtue. All the great congregation, humans and gods, sit silently, as you see. When this Gatha was said, all the Buddhas seated in the lotuses went around from Jambudvipa up to Suddhavasa heaven, the highest of the heavens of the fourth Dhyana heaven of the Rupadatu, and all heard this. Then the Buddha said to Bodhisattva Kasyapa, well said, well said. You now possess extremely deep and delicate wisdom. You will not be destroyed by any Maras or Tirthakas. Oh, good man! You now abide in peace and will never get shaken by any evil. Oh good man! You have now perfected oratorical prowess, and you have already made offerings to all innumerable past Buddhas as countless as the sands of the Ganges. Because of this, you now put such a question to the Tathagata, the right enlightened one. O good man! Once, innumerable, boundless, Nayudas of 100,000 million kalpas ago, I already cut off the root of illness, and was already far removed from reclining on a bed. O Kasyapa! Innumerable asamkhyas past, there appeared a Buddha who was the unsurpassed superior Tathagata, the alms deserving, the all enlightened one, the all accomplished one, the well gone, the all-knower, the unsurpassed one, the best trainer, the teacher of heaven and earth, the Buddha world honored one. For the sake of all Sravakas, he delivered the sermon of this Mahayana great Nirvana Sutra, unfolded the doctrine, discriminated and expounded it. I, then, acted as a Sravaka, upheld the Mahayana Nirvana Sutra, recited, understood and copied it, and unfolded discriminated and explained its contents. I transferred the merit hereof to unsurpassed enlightenment. O good man! Ever since, I have never once had occasion to commit myself to the evil actions of defilement and evil karmic relations, or to slander wonderful dharma, to become an ikantika, to be born with imperfect genital organs, or no genital organs, or dual genital organs, to act against my parents, to kill an arhat, to break a stupa or the law of the Sangha, to 132 causc blood to flow from a Buddha's body, or to commit the 4 grace offences. Ever since that time, my body and mind have been in peace, and I experience no suffering or worry. O Kasyapa! I now, in truth, have no illness of any kind. Why not? Because the all-Buddha world honored one is far away from illnesses. O Kasyapa! The Tathagata is called a man-lion. And yet the Tathagata is not actually a lion. Any such is the Tathagata's undisclosed teaching. For example, it is as when we say that the Tathagata is a great Naga among men. And yet, already, countless kalpas past, I did away with action karma. O Kasyapa! It is as when we say that the Tathagata is a man as well as a deva. I am neither a Pishaka, Gandharva, Ashura, Garuda, Kimnara, nor Mahoraga. I am no self, no life, and not one who can be nourished with food. I am not one who feels, nor one who does not feel. I am no world-honored one, nor any Sravaka. I am not one who delivers sermons, nor one who does not. All such expressions are the undisclosed words of the Tathagata. O Kasyapa! It is as when we say that the Tathagata is the great sea King Mount Sumera Mahasamudra Sumera Parvataraja. And yet, the Tathagata is not on the same level as any saltish stone mountain. Know that this, too, is the undisclosed teaching of the Tathagata. O Kasyapa! It is as when we say that the Tathagata is like the Pundarika lotus. And yet, truth to tell, I am no Pundarika. All such is the undisclosed teaching of the Tathagata. O Kasyapa! It is as when we say that the Tathagata is like a parent. And yet, truth to tell, the Tathagata is not a parent. All such is also the undisclosed teaching of the Tathagata. O Kasyapa! It is as when we say that the Tathagata is like a great master mariner. And yet, truth to tell, the Tathagata is not a master mariner. And this is also the undisclosed teaching of the Tathagata. O Kasyapa! It is as when we say that the Tathagata is like a great merchant. And yet, truth to tell, the Tathagata is not a merchant. Such is also the undisclosed teaching of the Tathagata. O Kasyapa! It is as when we say that the Tathagata indeed subdues Mara. And yet, the Tathagata is, truth to tell, not one who subdues others with an evil mind. Such is also the undisclosed teaching of the Tathagata. O Kasyapa! It is as when we say that the Tathagata thoroughly cures carbuncles and the pox. But I am not one who cures carbuncles and the pox. Such is also the undisclosed teaching of the Tathagata. O Kasyapa! It is as we have said up to now. There are good men and women who guard their body, mouth, and mind well. When their life comes to an end, relatives come, take the corpse and burn it on the fire, or they may throw it into great water. Throw it amongst tombs, and foxes, wolves, and birds may come and eagerly devour it. Yet, the mind will find birth in a good realm. And the mind has no coming and going, and no place whither to go. The front and back resemble each other and continue, with no difference in outer appearances. Such is the undisclosed teaching of the Tathagata. O Kasyapa! I say that I am sick. The case is other than this. This is also the undisclosed Teaching of the Tathagata. That is why I said to Manjushri, I have pain in my back. You should teach well the 4 classes of beings. O Kasyapa! The Tathagata, the right enlightened one, does not recline sick on a bed on his right-hand side. Nor does he, to the end, enter nirvana. O Kasyapa! This great nirvana is the deepest dhyana meditation of all Buddhas. Such a dhyana is not what Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas can practice. O Kasyapa! You asked why it was that the Tathagata should lie in bed and not sit up, why he should not call for food, teach, and give injunctions to family people to work for a living. But, O Kasyapa! The void does not do anything such as sitting up, calling for food, giving injunctions to family people to work for a living. There is nothing of the kind such as going or coming, being born or dying, becoming old or being middle-aged, appearing or disappearing, being harmed or broken injured, being emancipated or being bound. Also, there is no talking of one's own accord or talking to others. Also, there is no understanding of my own accord or understanding others, there is no peace, no illness. O good man! The same is the case with the all-Buddha world-honored one. This is as of the void. How could there be any illness? O Kasyapa! There are 3 types of sick persons who are difficult to cure. These are, 1. A person who slanders Mahayana, 2. A person who has committed the 5 deadly sins, and 3. The Ekantaka. The 3 cited above are the gravest of all the sins in the world. These are not those which Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas can easily cure. O good man! For example, there is an 133 illness which unfailingly ends in death and is difficult to cure. There may be nursing, an attitude of compliance with the medical treatment, and medicine to apply, or there may be no nursing, no attitude of compliance, and no medicine to apply. Such an illness means certain death and cannot be cured. One should know that such a person will surely die. The same is the case with these 3 kinds of person. There may be Sravakas, Pratyekabuddhas, and Bodhisattvas who may speak about the doctrine or may not. There is no way to make such as these 3 sick persons aspire to unsurpassed enlightenment. O Kasyapa! There is a person who is ill. There is nursing of him, an attitude of compliance, and medicine. And the illness can be cured. If there are not 3 such, there is no way to cure the illness. The same is the case with the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. They listen to what the Buddha and Bodhisattvas say, and they indeed aspire to unsurpassed enlightenment. It is not that they do not listen to the teaching and aspire to enlightenment. O Kasyapa! A sick person is one regarding whom there may be nursing, an attitude of compliance and medicine, or there may not be such. All are cured. The same is the case with one of the single kind. A person may come across a Sravaka or he may not, a person may come across a Pratyekabuddha or he may not, or a person may come across a Bodhisattva or he may not, a person may come across a Tathagata or he may not, a person may have occasion to listen to the teaching or he may not. A person may all naturally attain unsurpassed enlightenment. Some, for their own sake, for that of others, out of fear, for profit, for reasons of flattery, or for cheating others, will hold or recite, make offerings to, respect, or deliver sermons to others on the Great Nirvana Sutra. O Kasyapa! There are 5 persons in this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra, the Tathagata excepted, who are ill, but have places to go to. Who are these 5? 1 is he who cuts off the 3 fetters Trinizamyojanani, i.e. Astri-mentara Shrotapana, who has done away with the first 3 of the 10 mental fetters, and attains the Shrotapana stage, thereby not falling into the three unfortunate realms of hell, animals, and hungry pretas. Such a person gains 7 more births and deaths in the worlds of humans and gods, eternally cuts off all kinds of suffering and enters nirvana. O Kasyapa! This is the first case of someone having an illness and still having a place to arrive at. This person, in the days to come, after 8,000 kalpas, will attain unsurpassed enlightenment. The second is he who cuts off the 3 fetters, having made light the weight of greed, anger, and ignorance, attaining the level of sacred agaman and, after one cycle of coming and going, being born and dying, eternally cuts off the bond of all suffering and attains nirvana. O Kasyapa! This is the second instance of one who has illness and still has a place where he will be born. This person, in the days to come, after 60,000 kalpas, will attain unsurpassed enlightenment. The third person is he who cuts off the 5 fetters of illusion Pangkavarabhaji Yasamaya Hanani that bind one to the Kamadata world of desire and attains the light of the Anagamin non-returner. This person never more gets reborn here in this world, eternally cuts off suffering and attains nirvana. This is the case of having an illness and gaining a place to be born in. This person, after 40,000 kalpas, attains unsurpassed enlightenment. O Kasyapa! The fourth person is he who eternally cuts off the defilements of greed, anger, and ignorance and gains arhatship and, having no more taints of defilement left, enters nirvana. Also, this is not a practice monopolized by the Pratyeka Buddha. This is the case of the fourth person who gains illness and a place to be born. This person, after 20,000 kalpas, attains unsurpassed enlightenment. O Kasyapa! The fifth person is he who has eternally cut off the defilements of greed, anger, and ignorance and, having gained the light of a Pratyeka Buddha, has no more illusions to cut off and enters nirvana. This is indeed the sole case of a Kiran name of a fabulous animal. This is the case of the fifth person who, having illness, gains a place to be born. This person, after 10,000 kalpas, will attain unsurpassed enlightenment. O Kasyapa! This is the case of the fifth person who, having illness, gains a place to be born. He is not a Tathagata. Chapter 19, On Holy Actions 1. Then, the Buddha said to Bodhisattva Kasyapa, O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva 134 should, in accordance with this Mahaparinirvana Sutra, meditate exclusively on the 5 kinds of action. What are the 5? They are, 1. Holy actions, 2. Pure actions, 3. Heavenly actions, 4. Childlike actions, 5. Actions of illness. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva should practice these 5 actions. Also, there is one action, which is the action of the Tathagata, the so-called Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. O Kasyapa! What are the holy actions which a Bodhisattva Mahasattva practices? The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, following a Sravaka or the Tathagata, hears the Great Nirvana Sutra. Having heard it, he gains faith and, on believing, thinks, the all Buddha world honored one has the unsurpassed way, the greatly wonderful Dharma, right action for the great congregation. Also, there are the Mahayana Vaipulya Sutras. As I now love and seek zealously after the Mahayana Sutras, I shall sever myself from my wife and children, whom I love, my relatives, the palace where I live, gold, silver and all rare jewelries, wonderful necklaces, incense, flowers, dancing and music, servants male and female, men and women, pages big and small, people, elephants, horses, vehicles, cows, sheep, hens, dogs, hogs and pigs. Also, he thinks, one's living quarters so bear down upon one that they resemble a prison house. All worries arise from this. When one's home has been abandoned, all is silent and open like the void. All good increases as a result of this. In one's home, one cannot, to the end, practice pure actions with a pure mind. I shall now shave off my hair, leave home, and practice the way. Also, he thinks, I shall now definitely leave home and practice the way of unsurpassed right and true enlightenment. When the Bodhisattva desires to renounce the world, Marapapiyas becomes greatly worried and says, now, this Bodhisattva will have a great battle with me. O good man! How would such a Bodhisattva fight with men? Then, the Bodhisattva goes at once to a Buddhist vihara and sees the Tathagata and his disciples there, who are all correct in their deportment and serene in their sense organs and soft and calm in their minds. So he goes there and seeks to get ordained. He shaves off his hair and puts on the 3 kinds of monastic robe. After having been ordained, he upholds the prohibitional precepts, and he is not lacking in deportment. His movements are peaceful, and nothing is violated. Even a small sin he fears, and his mind to be true. His truthful attitude of mind is strict and unbroken like a diamond. O good man! Here is a man who wants to cross the sea on a floating bag. Then there is a Rakshasa flesh-eating demon in the sea. He follows the man and begs the bag of him. Hearing this, the man thinks, if I give it him, I will certainly sink and die. He replies, O Rakshasa! You can kill me, but you cannot have the floating bag. The Rakshasa says, if you cannot give all of the bag to me, give me half. But still the man will not give him the bag. The Rakshasa says again, if you cannot give me half, give me 1/3. The man does not say yes. The Rakshasa continues, if you cannot, give me the bit where your hand rests, I shall be hard pressed by hunger and worry. Please give me just a bit. The man further says, what you seek to have is, indeed, not much. But I must cross the sea this very day. I don't know how far it is. If I give you any part, the air will gradually go out. How could I then hope to cross this difficult sea? If the air goes out, I shall sink and die halfway. O good man! The same is the case with the Bodhisattva who upholds the precepts. He is like the man who desires to cross the sea and who is very solicitous of guarding the floating bag and grudges giving it away. When the Bodhisattva thus cares to protect the precepts, there will always appear in his way the Rakshasas of all evil illusions, who will say to the Bodhisattva, believe me, I am not going to cheat you. Just commit the 4 grave offences and take care of the other precepts. For this, I will give you peace, and you will awaken in nirvana. The Bodhisattva will then say, I would rather uphold the precepts and gain avicii hell than break them and be born in heaven. The Rakshasa of illusion will say, if you cannot commit the 4 grave offences, commit the samgavesa. For this, I will make you attain nirvana easily. The Bodhisattva will not comply. The Rakshasa will again say, if you cannot commit the samgavesa, commit the scholatyaya. For this, you will have a peaceful nirvana. Again, the Bodhisattva will not comply. The Rakshasa will again say, if you cannot commit the scholatyaya, break the rules of the Naishargika Prayasiddhika. For this, you will have a peaceful nirvana. The Bodhisattva will again refuse to comply. Then the Rakshasa will say again, if you 135 cannot commit the Prayasiddhika, please commit the Duskrita. For this, you will have a peaceful nirvana. Then the Bodhisattva will say to himself, if I commit the Duskrita and do not confess before the assembly of monks, I may not be able to cross the sea of birth and death and attain nirvana. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is thus very strict in avoiding these very petty offences prohibited by the precepts, and his mind is like a diamond. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva respectfully and indifferently calmly observes the precept against the 4 grave offences and the Duskrita. If the Bodhisattva upholds the precepts thus, he is known to have observed the 5 kinds of Shila's obligations, moral precepts, which are 1. The precept for the purity of the Bodhisattvas. Basic actions. 2. The precept for the purity of the 4 unaft relative actions and others. 3. The precept for awakening to purity and not awakening to things of the evil categories. 4. The precept for protecting maintaining right mindfulness and for praying for purity. And 5. The precept for transferring merit to unsurpassed Bodhi. O Kasyapa. Now, there are 2 kinds of precept for the Bodhisattva. One relates to secular teaching, and the other is for attaining wonderful Dharma. If a Bodhisattva gains the precepts for wonderful Dharma, he does not do evil to the end. The secular precepts can be gained after the proceedings of the Janaptikatirtha, one of the ways of arriving at a decision in the Buddhist Sangha. Also, next, O good man, there are 2 kinds of precept. One set is the precepts against originally grave offences, and the other is those to stop the ill-speaking and hatred that obtain in secular life. The precepts against the originally grave offences are those regarding the 4 offences. We say precepts to stop the ill-speaking and hatred that obtain in secular life. That is, not cheating others during trade by making the weight of the scales less or making the measure smaller, i.e. not giving as much of the product as one should, or gaining wealth by taking advantage of another's circumstances, by binding others with ill will, by destroying another's success, by sleeping with the light on, by having one's own house and sowing seeds, and by not sticking to one's household duties, requirements, necessities in a shop when shopping. One does not keep an elephant, horse, vehicle, cow, sheep, camel, donkey, hen, dog, monkey, peacock, parrot, jivaka, kokila, jackal, wolf, cat, raccoon, wild boar, pig, or other bad beast, boy, girl, grown-up man or woman, slaves, male or female servant, boy servant, gold, silver, beryl, crystal, pearls, lapis lazuli, agate, coral, jade, horseshoe shell, or other gems, a bowl of copper alloy, solder, brass, the kusoi square mattress on which the emperor sits to pray or worship, and toto woolen carpet, or woolen clothing that fits in well with the body, that hugs the body, fits well. He never stores up cereal and rice, wheat and beans of any size, millet, Italian millet, rice, hemp, and the utensils for raw or cooked food. He receives food once a day, and never eats twice a day. His meal is what is gained from alms begging, or is that for the Sangha food donated to the Sangha. He always knows just how to slow down his steps, but never accepts a special invitation for himself alone. He does not eat meat or take intoxicating drinks, nor vegetables of the 5 kinds of astringent smell, including garlic, leeks, onions. Hence, no unpleasant smell comes about on the breath. He is always respected and given offerings, honored and praised by gods and humans. He receives only what will satisfy his appetite and does not stay waiting for food to be offered long. The clothes he receives are just to cover his body. In going and coming, what he has are the 3 kezayas robes and his begging bowl. He never parts from these, just as birds do not part from their wings. He never stores up any produce as of the categories of the root, stem, joint, knot or seed, such as radish, roots and bamboo shoots. He has no larder for food, no accessories for dressing, never sits or lies on high or big beds, on a golden bed of ivory, or possesses any kinds of knitted clothing of varying colors, no mattresses delicate and soft to the touch, he never sits on elephant or horse skins, nor does he recline on a bed spread across with delicately made, soft and beautiful bedclothes, or put a double pillow on the bedstead or keep a red-colored pillow, nor does he sleep on a yellow-colored pillow, nor does he enjoy himself looking at the fights of elephants, horses, vehicles, soldiers, men, women, cows, sheep, cocks, pheasants, parrots, etc., nor does he specially go and look at military camps, nor does he listen to the trumpet, shell, drum, horn. 136 Chin, sha, chong lutes, flute, harp, singing and crying, dance music of females, except on occasions when offerings are being made to the Buddha. He does not watch such games as the Kobo type of gambling, Go chess, Prasaka gambling game, nor the fights of lions and elephants, the Danki type of game, Rikohaku kind of gambling, ball game, throwing of stones and pots, running, the Hakudojiacho, nor any kinds of amusement. Throughout his life, he does not practice the likes of fortune-telling by looking at a person's hands, feet, face, or eyes. Nor does he use such things as the sokya used in fortune-telling, divining sticks, toothpicks, bowls, or carcasses, nor does he look up at the sky and the constellations, except when checking drowsiness. He will not become the messenger of a kingly house or say that to this person or this to that. He does not flatter or live by evil ways. Also, he does not talk about such as kings, ministers, robbers, fights, meals, land, famines, fear, good harvests, pleasure or ease. O good man! All such are the precepts for checking the rise of worldly rumors about a bodhisattva. Mahasattva. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva strongly upholds the prohibitational precepts. And this does not depart from the originally grave offences. O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva observes all these prohibitions, he takes such vows as these: I might well place my body into the burning fire of the deepest depths of hell, but I will not break the prohibitions of all the Buddhas of the past, future and present, and will not perform impure actions with females, kshatriyas, brahmins, and upasakas. Also, next, O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva vows, I would sooner bind myself with a piece of heated iron than receive clothing from the faithful, in a way that breaks the precepts. Also, next, O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva vows, I would sooner swallow a ball of heated iron than take a meal offered by the faithful, my mouth breaking the precepts. Also, next, O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva vows, I would sooner lie on a greatly heated iron bed than receive from the hands of the faithful such things as bedstead and bedding, myself breaking the precepts. Also, next, O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva vows, I would sooner have this body of mine thrust through with 300 spears than receive from the hands of the faithful medicine that causes me to break the precepts. Also, next, O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva vows, I would sooner throw myself upon a tripod trident than receive from the faithful a shed or house that causes me to break the precepts. Also, he vows, I would sooner have my head and legs crushed into motes with an iron hammer than have myself respected and worshipped by kshatriyas, brahmins, and upasakas who cause me to break the precepts. Also, next, O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva vows, I would sooner have my face cut off or both my eyes taken out than look upon the beauty of other persons with a defiled mind. Also, next, O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva vows, I would sooner have my ears thrust through from all sides with iron awls than give ear to beautiful sounds with a defiled mind. Also, next, O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva vows, I would sooner have my nose cut off with a sharp sword than enjoy any beautiful fragrances with a defiled mind. Also, next, O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva vows, I would sooner have my tongue torn into shreds with a sharp sword than greedily taste beautiful dishes with a defiled mind. Also, next, O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva vows, I would sooner have my body cut into pieces with a sharp hatchet than greedily covet with a defiled mind whatever is touchable. Why? Because all this carries those who practice the way into such realms as those of hell, the animals, and hungry ghosts. O Kasyapa! This is the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's guarding of the prohibitions. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva acts in accordance with the prohibitions mentioned above, he transfers all the merits hereof to all beings. He prays that, through this, they will be able to accomplish the precepts for purity, those for goodness, those for non-falling, those for non-breaking, the Mahayana precepts, the precepts for non-retrogression, those for obedience, those for the ultimate, those for the perfection and accomplishment of the paramitas perfections of virtue. O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva thus practices the precepts for purity, he first attains a state from which he never more moves away. Why do we call it being one who is immovable? When a Bodhisattva lives in this state, he is immovable, non-retrogressive, and non-137 dispersive. For example, it is like Mount Sumeru, which not even the sharpest wind Varamhaka can move, cause to blow over or move back. The same is the case with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva when he lives in this bhumi. He is not shaken by color, voice, smell, or taste. He does not fall into such realms as those of hell, beast, or hungry preta. He does not fall back to the state of Sravaka or Pratyekabuddha. He is not shaken by different views and evil wines, and he does not live the wrong life. Also, next, O good man! Immovable also means not being shaken by greed and anger. Not falling means not falling into the four grave offences. Not retrogressing means that one does not retrogress and come back home to worldly life. Not being dispersed means not being shaken or destroyed by those who act against the Mahayana. Also, next, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva is not beaten by the Mara of illusion, not shaken by the Mara of the five skandhas. Even though the king Mara is there under the shade of the Bodhi tree, he cannot cause the Bodhisattva to retrogress from attaining unsurpassed enlightenment. Also, the Bodhisattva does not get beaten by the Mara of death. O good man! This is how the Bodhisattva practices the holy way. O good man! Why do we say holy actions? It is so called because what is done is what the Buddha and Bodhisattvas do. Why do we call the Buddha and Bodhisattvas holy persons? They are so called because they always meditate on Dharmata, on the quietude of the void. For this reason, we say that they are holy persons. As they uphold the holy precepts, they are holy persons. As they have the holy dhyana and wisdom, they are holy persons. They possess the 7 holy properties, which are faith, precepts, repentance, rich hearing, wisdom, equanimity, and segregation. That is why they are called holy persons. As they possess the 7 holy awakenings, they are holy persons. For this reason, too, we say holy persons. Also, next, O good man! The holy actions of the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas are what they do in observing the body from head to foot. And these are hair, nails, teeth, impurities, dirt, skin, flesh, sinews, bones, spleen, kidneys, heart, lungs, liver, intestines and stomach, i.e. stomach and large intestines, feces, urine, spittle, tears, fat, membrane, marrow, pus, blood, skull, and all the veins. When the Bodhisattva thus observes things, who here can be the self, or to whom can the self belong? Where does it live and who can belong to the self? Also, he thinks, is the bone the self? Or is what is other than bone the self? The Bodhisattva then meditates, and excludes the skin and flesh. What he sees is white bone. He also thinks, the color of bone is various, blue, yellow, white, dove color. Thus what the bone displays is not I. Why not? Because the self is not blue, yellow, white or dove color. As the Bodhisattva meditates thus, with full mind, he is away from all desire for what is physical. Also, he thinks, such bone comes about from causal relations, causal constellations, causal concatenations. The foot bone supports the ankle bone. The ankle bone supports the calf bone supports the knee bone supports the thigh bone supports the rump bone supports the loin bone supports the backbone supports the rib bones. Also, the backbone supports the bone of the nape supports the chin bone jaw, the chin bone supports the canine and other teeth. And above that there is the skull. Also, the bone of the nape supports the shoulder blade supports the bone of the upper arm. The bone of the upper arm supports the bone of the lower arm, the bone of the lower arm supports the wrist bone supports the finger bone. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva thus meditates, all the bones of the body dispart separate out. Having thus meditated, the Bodhisattva cuts off the three desires, for facial form, for bodily form, and for minor touches. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva thus meditates on the blue bones, he sees the earth look all blue to the east, west, south, north, up and down, and the four corners. The same is the case with the meditations on the colors of yellow, white, and dove as with the meditation on the color blue. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva thus meditates, from his brow issues forth the fragrance of the colors of blue, yellow, white, and dove color. The Bodhisattva sees in each of the lights the form of the Buddha. Having seen the Buddha, he asks, something such as this body of mine comes about from a combination of impurities. How could we sit and stand, walk and stop, bend and look up, see and wink, pant and breathe, grieve and weep, be happy and laugh? There is 138NONE that rules over the body. What causes things to be thus? As he thus thinks, all the Buddha figures disappear from the lights. Also, he thinks, or consciousness might be myself. That is why the Buddhas will not speak to me. Again, as he meditates on consciousness, he sees that things gradually disappear, as in the case of running water. So, this is not oneself. Also, he thinks, now, this in and out breathing of mine is nothing but of the nature of the wind. The nature of the wind is nothing but one of the four great elements. Which of the four great elements can be myself? The natures of water, fire, and wind, too, are not myself. Also, he thinks, with this body of mine, there is nothing that could be called self. Only the causal relations of the wind of mind join things together, and there are various works and things. For example, this is as in the case of charms or tricks, or the sound of the harp that comes out following the wind of the mind of the one who plays. Thus is this body impure. Various causal relations join together. And things go thus. For what might we have greed? If one bears ill speaking, how could there arise anger? It would seem that the 36 things, i.e. the 36 defilements that a human body possesses of my body, are nothing but what is impure and defiled. Where can there be one who has to bear ill speaking? When one is spoken ill of, one may well think, whose voice is it that thus speaks ill of me? No one's voice can be the one that speaks ill of me. If one person does not speak ill, the same applies to many voices. For this reason, one should not get angry. When other persons come and beat one up, one should think, from where comes this beating? Also, one might think, when hands, the sword or staff come into contact with my body, we say that we get beaten. How could we ever get angry at others? This shows that I myself have invited the sin of my own accord. This comes from the fact that I have this body of the 5 skandhas. This is as in the case of a target which an arrow can hit, and there comes about such hitting. The same is the case with this body of mine. As I have a body, there is the possibility of a beating. If I do not bear down upon it, my mind will break up. If my mind gets dispersed, I shall lose my right mind. If I lose my right mind, I may not be able to see what is good and what is not. If I cannot distinguish good and not good in a thing, I shall do evil. Evil done will take one to the realms of hell, animals, and hungry ghosts. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, having done this meditation, attains the 4 remembrances. As he gains the 4 remembrances, he now can live in the forbearance soil bhumi. As the Bodhisattva Mahasattva attains this state, he bears down upon greed, anger, and ignorance. Also, he is able to stand the cold, heat, hunger, thirst, mosquitoes, gadflies, fleas, lice, storms, impure meals made impure by being touched by others' hands, illness, plague, ill-speaking, abuse, beatings, and slashings with thorns. He will bear down upon all the pains and worries of the body. That is why we say that he lives in the forbearance soil. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, when the Bodhisattva as yet does not dwell in the immovable soil, but upholds purity, could he, if the occasion arose, break the precepts or not? O good man! When the Bodhisattva has not yet attained the state of the immovable soil, he may well break the precepts when the occasion arises. Kasyapa said, so it is, indeed. O world-honored one! Who can be such a person? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, the Bodhisattva may have occasion to transgress against the precepts. If he knows that he can indeed make others possess the Mahayana Sutras, make them like them. Understand, copy and expound them widely to others, and make them attain unsurpassed enlightenment and not regress from it. On such an occasion, he may well transgress the precepts. At that time, the Bodhisattva will think, even though I may fall into avicii hell for a kalpa or less and may have to expiate my sin there, I shall surely make this person attain unsurpassed enlightenment and not regress therefrom. O Kasyapa! In such circumstances, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva may transgress against the purity of the precepts. Then Bodhisattva Manjushri said to the Buddha, any Bodhisattva who takes in such persons, protects them, and makes them aspire to enlightenment and makes them not regress from it, and who, for this purpose, transgresses against the precepts, cannot fall into avicii hell. At that, the Buddha praised Manjushri, saying, well said, well said. I recall that in days gone by I was born in Jambudvipa as a great king named Sinayo. He loved the Mahayana Sutras and 139 respected them. He was pure and good, and there was no coarseness in him, no jealousy, no stinginess could find any room inside him. What issued forth from him was loving words, words that spoke of good. He always protected the poor and the lonely, with him there was no end of giving and of making effort. At that time, there was no Buddha, no Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. I, at that time, loved the Mahayana Vaipulya Sutras. For 12 years I served the Brahmins, catering fully to their needs. After that, when giving and peace had been gained, I said, O you teachers! You should now aspire to unsurpassed enlightenment. The Brahmins said, O great king! There is no such thing as the nature of enlightenment, the same is the case with the Mahayana Sutras. O great king! How is it that you wish to make us equal to the void? O good man! I, at that time, greatly respected Mahayana. I heard the Brahmins slandering the Vaipulya. Having heard this, I did away with my life. O good man! I have never once fallen into hell because of this, i.e. despite this. O good man! When we accept and protect the Mahayana Sutras, we have innumerable virtues. Also, next, O Kasyapa! There are also other holy actions. These are the four noble truths, which are suffering, the cause of suffering, the extinction of suffering, and the way to the extinction of that suffering. O Kasyapa! Suffering is oppressive circumstance. The cause of suffering contains the phases of growth and expansion. Extinction is the phase of quietness and annihilation, the way is Mahayana. Also, next, O good man! Suffering is what actually stands before one, the cause is a phase of change, extinction is exclusion, the way is what we can well exclude. Also, next, O good man! Suffering has three phases modes, which are 1. Suffering. Suffering, 2. The suffering of what is made, and 3. The suffering of breaking away, i.e. disintegration, separation from what one likes. The cause of suffering relates to the 25 existences. The way relates to the precepts, meditation, and wisdom. Also, next, O good man! Of Ashrava's defilements, there are two kinds, which are cause and result. Anasrava non. Defilement, the absence of desire, becoming and ignorance is of two kinds, which are cause and result. The result of Ashrava is suffering, the cause of Ashrava is samudaya, cause of suffering, which Trishna, craving. The result of Anasrava is extinction of suffering, and the cause of Anasrava is the way. Also, next, O good man! There are 8 modes of suffering, which are 1. The suffering of being born, 2. The suffering of aging, 3. The suffering of illness, 4. The suffering of death, 5. The suffering of parting from what one loves, 6. The suffering of encountering what one hates, 7. The suffering of not being able to obtain what one desires, and 8. The suffering of the burning urges of the skandhas. The cause of these 8 modes of suffering is called samudaya. Where these 8 sufferings do not exist, that is extinction. The 10 powers, the 4 fearlessnesses, the 3 mental states, and great compassion are the way. O good man! Birth is emergence, of which there are 5 kinds, 1. First coming, 2. End of coming, 3. Growing, 4. Emerging from the womb, and 5. Actual birth with characteristics. What is aging? This has 2 aspects, 1. Hourly aging and 2. Physical aging. Again, there are 2 kinds, 1. Increasing aging and 2. Extinguishing and breaking aging. Thus do things stand. With aging. What is illness? By illness is meant the non-conforming non-harmonization of the poisonous serpents of the 4 great elements, which is of 2 kinds, 1. Illness of the body and 2. Illness of the mind. In illness of the body, there are 5 kinds of cause, which are 1. Water, 2. Wind, 3. Heat, 4. Various diseases, and 5. Illnesses from external causes. Illnesses from external causes comprise 1. Unremitting labor, 2. forgetfulness, misdemeanors, and degeneration. 3. Sword, staff, tiles, stones, and 4. Devils and phantoms. Illness of the mind is also of 4 kinds, which are 1. Unbounded joy, manic state, 2. Fear, 3. Anxiety, and 4. Ignorance. Also, next, O good man, of illness of body and mind, there are 3 kinds. What are the 3? These are 1. Karma, results, 2. Being unable to segregate oneself from what is evil, and 3. Change resultant from the course of time. All such as causal relations, the categorical nature, and differences in feeling call forth illnesses. Causal relations refer to such illnesses as of wind, etc. The categorical nature refers to swellings in as a result of worry, coughs by dizziness, and soft loose bowels due to 140.